Chapter 51 The Fear Above Death? Boom! Echoed with a loud bang. The door of the room where Tabor and the others were located was violently kicked open by the hungry wolf. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Jie, holding a fishing rod, took the lead into the room. Didier, hungry wolf, Safar etal followed. After a while, Zhang Jie and others blocked the exit of the room. The atmosphere of the whole room also became dignified with the arrival of Zhang Jie and others. After the sudden astonishment, Tabor also calmed down, and even his face became gloomy. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. I wanted to let you live an extra night. Well, it doesn't matter, the result will be the same sooner or later. After all, Tabor's proud head raised slightly, listening to Tabor's swearing words. The smile on Zhang Jie's face grew stronger. That's interesting, I don't even want to kill you after hearing that. I'll raise you as a pig, but the materials don't seem to be enough. As soon as Zhang Jie finished speaking, the grumpy Ferguson took a steep step. He snorted coldly at Zhang Jie with a look of disdain. Humph, hostage? You have a pretty good idea. Let us pirates with a bounty of more than 10 million Baileys drive you like an animal with a bounty of 6 million Baileys. Do you think this is playing tricks? Do you really think that you are the captain, and no matter who boards your boat, you have to listen to you? Hearing Ferguson's words, the hungry wolf couldn't contain his anger immediately. Scum, are you in such a hurry to die? While talking, the hungry wolf has already taken a step. But before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by Zhang Jie raising his hand. Don't be so impetuous. Getting angry with a weak person is a very cheap thing. The hungry wolf turned around in astonishment. But Zhang Jie was looking at him with a kind face and a smile on his face. The other side. Lucini looked at the smile on Zhang Jie's face. I don't know why, I just feel a chill in my heart. Obviously, it looks like such a kind smiling face, but at this moment, Lucini feels that it is so creepy. His body trembled uncontrollably. Lucini's face turned pale, and she couldn't hide the fear in her heart and took 2 steps back. However, just as she moved her feet, she suddenly became weak and fell to her knees. Thump. The muffled sound suddenly spread to every corner of the room. Lucini just knelt down towards Zhang Jie, did not get up immediately. On the contrary, Lucini just couldn't afford to kneel. Her sixth sense is telling her, if you kneel, you can live. Unprecedented fear and anxiety enveloped Lucini's body and mind. It made her body tremble violently like chaff. Just, for the kneeling Lucini, Zhang Jie didn't even look at him. Ferguson, who was on the side, saw that Lucini knelt down to Zhang Jie without saying a word. He also snorted in displeasure. Humph. You're such a BCH, kneeling down to a brat, I think you'd better go ashore and become the housewife. After beating Lucini, Ferguson pointed the finger at Zhang Jie again and sneered. I'm insulting you, but you can still laugh, what a clown. His eyes moved away from the hungry wolf. Zhang Jie glanced at Tabor and the others. Then his eyes fell on Ferguson, and he smiled. Didn't you say you were going to tear me into pieces? Come on, I'll just stand here. Hearing that Zhang Jie was about to die, he was still so rampant. Ferguson's veins burst from anger immediately. Stinky boy, since you want to die so much, I'll make you happy. After all, Ferguson rushed towards Zhang Jie directly. But in a moment, Ferguson had already rushed to Zhang Jie. He clenched his fist and punched Zhang Jie with his whole fist. Shoo. It was also the moment when Ferguson threw his fist. Zhang Jie also moved. Clenched right fist. In that flash of lightning, Zhang Jie had already swung his fist violently, and punched Ferguson on the cheek. Boom. Boom. Just one punch. Zhang Jie directly beat Ferguson's head and embedded it on the wooden floor. Boom. Facing this sudden scene, Tabor's pupils shrank suddenly, and subconsciously took a breath. How did this happen? Ferguson was solved by such a brat. Tabor was horrified. Looking at Ferguson, whose head was embedded in the floor by Zhang Jie's punch, he looked in disbelief. But soon he realized something was wrong. Just watched Ferguson get knocked down by Zhang Jie. I actually ignored it. I didn't even see the punch that Zhang Jie just swung. The awakened Tabor gradually panicked. No way, I couldn't see the action of that brat. This must be my eyesight. Tabor comforted himself in his heart. But how can I deceive myself? Jero and Augustus are on the other side. After seeing Ferguson being knocked out by Zhang Jie's punch, he subconsciously held his breath, and his words trembled in shock. Are you kidding me? Ferguson, who offered a bounty of 13 million Pele, was dealt with one punch. Also the same moment, a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly leaked out from Zhang Jie's body. Boom. The powerful pressure of the breath enveloped Tabor and the others in an instant. It made them hang their heads and bend their waists on the spot. It was as if the weight of the body was heavy, pressing down on a mountain, and it was about to suffocate. Instinctively, they looked up with difficulty. Immediately afterwards, they discovered that the kind smile on Zhang Jie's face had disappeared. Instead, it was that indifferent face with a hint of anger. Ferguson today, after receiving a heavy punch from Zhang Jie, he immediately lost the ability to resist. His head was embedded in the floor. For the first time, there was fear in the eyes that looked at Zhang Jie. No, a hoarse voice came from Ferguson's mouth, and his body trembled uncontrollably. But Zhang Jie didn't care about it at all. Even in the face of Ferguson who has lost the ability to resist, Zhang Jie didn't intend to stop at all. I saw him grabbing Ferguson's collar with one hand and clenching his fist tightly with the other. No nonsense. With a wave of his hand, He punched Ferguson's head one after another. Bang, 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 bang. He punched more than 10 times in a row. Every punch was splattered with this bright red blood. Eventually, even the sound of the blows changed. It's like hitting rotten meat. Crack, crack. Looking at the scene of blood and flesh splattering, Lucini, who was standing aside, was terrified. At this time, her face had already lost all color. The strong fear made her dare not make a sound. Trembling just like that, like Zhang Jie prostrating and kneeling on the ground. And the hungry wolf behind. Seeing this scene in front of him, he couldn't help being stunned. The captain is angry? Didn't he just say that because such a weak person is very angry? Obito glanced sideways at Hungry Wolf and thought for a while. Perhaps what the captain means is that you can be angry, but don't show it. After all, the expression of emotions will make people reveal their flaws, especially anger. So the more angry you are, the more calm you must be. Hungry Wolf blinked. Is the captain going to kill him directly? Obito shook his head slightly. It's not that easy for him to want to die. The captain has kept his strength in these dozen punches. It is also this time. Zhang Jie stopped his attack on Ferguson. But it wasn't because Ferguson was dead. On the contrary, the reason why Zhang Jie stopped was because he was afraid of killing Ferguson directly. Looking at Ferguson, who was only breathless, his head was bloody and his whole body was twitching. Zhang Jie took his clothes and wiped his fist that was still bleeding. If you are told to come, you will come? If you say you are fat, do you really have a gasp? It seems that you have not counted how much you have for yourself. Zhang Jie looked down at Ferguson, talking indifferently. After wiping the blood on the peak of the fist, Zhang Jie picked up Ferguson's body and shouted while turning his head to look backward. Worry too. Otoko Yuta, Captain. Zhang Jie threw Ferguson out of his hand and said at the same time, don't let him die so easily. Looking at Ferguson being thrown, Ye Guyutai took 2 steps forward and caught it easily. Clear. The hungry wolf walked out suddenly and began to ask, leave this to me, Captain. I will definitely make him regret coming to this world. Zhang Jie looked at the hungry wolf and smiled. It's up to you. Understood. Hungry Wolf replied, and walked out of the room with Ye Guyutai, who was carrying Ferguson. There was an explanation for Ferguson's execution. Zhang Jie moved his arms a little, and stroked his somewhat messy hair. Then he turned his head to look at Tabor and the others, and said indifferently, then, it's your turn. With that said, Zhang Jie stepped towards Tabor. Look at Zhang Jie, who is so ruthless. Tabor also only felt a chill in his heart. But he also understood that if he wanted to survive, he had to show weakness and surrender. The only way to survive is to defeat and kill Zhang Jie. It's just a brat. What's there to be afraid of? Tabor clenched his fists, giving himself a boost of morale. In the next second, he rushed directly towards Zhang Jie. Whoosh. But Zhang Jie didn't seem to have the idea of quarreling with him. The moment Tabor left, the long knife hanging from Zhang Jie's waist suddenly came out half an inch from its sheath. Clang. The crisp sound of the blade being unsheathed echoed in the room. In the next moment, several cold lights flashed past. Swish swish swish. Tabor was dismembered on the spot, and his limbs were chopped off by Zhang Jie. Puff. The 2 arms were sprayed with bright red blood, and Tabor's body fell from midair to the ground together. Thump. Shhhhh. The dark red blood is still spraying like a fountain. Tabor lost limbs and briefly lost consciousness. Lying on the ground blankly. He didn't even realize what had happened. I just saw a flash of cold light, then lost all feeling in my limbs, and then my body suddenly lost weight and fell to the ground. It was only after a second or two that he realized in horror that his limbs were cut off by the other party. The intense pain reached Tabor's brain. This made Tabor's eyes widen, and he wailed in pain. Ugh. However, Tabor's wailing had only just sounded. Zhang Jie casually picked up the arm that was cut off by him, and stuffed it into Tabor's mouth. Boom. Woo woo woo. Tabor's mouth was broken by his own arm, but his voice was well blocked. I'll deal with you later, now you lie down quietly for a while. Instead of looking at Tabor, Zhang Jie went straight to Jero and Augustus. At this time, Gro and Augustus had already been terrified physically and mentally by the scene in front of them. Plop, plop. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 of them knelt down directly, crying and begging. We don't want this, it's Tabor and Ferguson who threatened us. Yes, they forced us. Before the 2 could finish speaking, Zhang Jie squatted down in front of them. Stop pretending, I listened to your 2 conversations where you wanted to rebel. Zhang Jie confessed directly, and the 2 of them were so frightened that they broke into cold sweats, as if falling into an ice cave. Fear? That comes from the boundless fear deep in my heart? The fear of facing death enveloped the 2 of them, causing their bodies to tremble violently like chaff. Let us go just once? Just this time, we don't dare anymore. We will definitely work hard in the future, and we will do whatever you ask us to do in the future, without any second thoughts. If there are still people who dare to have rebellious thoughts, we will be the first to kill him, and we don't need to bother you. So, please give me another chance. Please. Gro and Augustus were trembling, their voices were hoarse and weeping. At this time, a smile appeared on Zhang Jie's face again. He patted the shoulders of the 2 of them lightly, speaking kindly. Well, since you have admitted your mistakes so sincerely, then I forgive you. Clean up the bloodline here before tomorrow morning. If you can't even clean up this point, then it's useless for me to ask you. As soon as I heard Zhangzhe, I had to forgive myself, and the punishment was nothing more than cleaning. The two immediately showed joy and agreed again and again. Definitely, definitely, we will definitely clean it up. Yes, please rest assured, we will clean this place spotlessly, like new. Seeing the two people's faces beaming with joy, Zhangzhe also continued to speak with a smile. You two have pretty eyeballs, why don't you give me one? I don't think you are very good at seeing people. It's useless to have two, isn't it? As soon as the words came out, Jero and Augustus, who were still beaming at first, suddenly turned pale. Even his body couldn't help shivering. Raising their heads stiffly, Jero and Augustus both wanted to intercede. But before they could make a sound, Zhangzhe spoke first. Don't be too loud, I don't like noise. If you let me cover your mouth for you, it will be bad if you can't open your mouth even if you are here. The two looked at Zhangzhe, already in tears. Although they didn't speak, their eyes were full of pleading. Zhangzhe didn't care about it at all. He stood up slowly, and Zhangzhe said lightly, don't make me wait too long, I'm going to lose my patience. After finishing speaking, Zhangzhe grabbed Tabor's hair. After dragging him, he arrived in front of Lucini who was kneeling on the ground. Navigator, it doesn't matter if you have legs or not, right? Clang. The sound of a sharp blade unsheathing echoed in the room. The long knife hanging from Zhangzhe's waist was unsheathed again. Clang. Chapter 52. The captain is a very good man, and he treats people very well. He heard the crisp sound of the blade unsheathing. Luxi trembled physically and mentally, and said quickly, yes, 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 Captain, I can do many things. I can do a lot. If I have legs, I can do a lot of things. I can cook and do chores. I didn't know about Tabor's conspiracy this time. He said that I would be very interested, so I came here out of curiosity. Please forgive me. At this moment, Luxini's body was still trembling like chaff. Her voice was also trembling with fear. Perhaps the only ones who can understand how scared she is now are Gro and Augustus. What is more terrifying than death is seeing death approaching with your own eyes. As for myself, there is nothing I can do. Zhangzhe narrowed his eyes slightly, squatted down again, and raised Lucini's chin. You are a smart man. You are the only navigator on board. I need you, at least for now. I forgive you this time and the last time. Although there are quite a few navigators, they are not many. It is still a little troublesome to find them again. So, don't bother me. After finishing speaking, Zhangzhe lightly patted Lucini's face twice. Then he stood up slowly, and dragged Tabor's body out of the room, and left a long bloodline on the ground. Russell. The other side. In a small room in another cabin in the ship. After experiencing the fatigue of the day, the girl slightly older than Meng Na was so tired that she lay on the bed directly. Sister Fina, do you need to work hard? We will be put off the ship when we arrive at the next port. While soothing the muscles for Fina, Meng Na spoke with some distress. Of course it is necessary. Fina replied without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, she turned over and looked at Meng Na seriously. Let me ask you, do you think it's better to live here or in that dirty alley? Mona thought for a while. It's here. Fina nodded. You think so too, don't you? Think about it, when we lived in the town, we couldn't get enough to eat every day, and we had to be beaten, smashed, and robbed by older vagrants. But here, we don't have to worry about not having enough to eat, and we don't have to worry about someone bullying us, right? Meng Na thought for a while, but still couldn't understand. But what does this have to do with your work? Even if you are tired, they will still throw us off the ship when they arrive at the port. And they didn't say they want us to work for food. With a smile on Fina's face, she rubbed Menna's little head and said, Little Menna, you have to be smarter, there is a big gap between a full meal and a full meal. No one would want to keep a guy who is worthless and only eats dry food. The reason why I work is to fight for a chance to stay on the ship. Otherwise, when the ship docks, we will have to live hungry every day again. After Fei Na finished explaining, Meng Na nodded with a face of sudden understanding. By the way, how about I ask you to deliver the wash water to the captain and boss this morning? Fina asked, remembering her order from the morning. A bright smile appeared on Mona's face. Successful completion. Fina, what's the captain's expression? Meng Na, with a cold face, he even asked me who asked me to bring him water. Fina froze for a moment, then asked, is he angry? That's not true, I feel, he just seemed to be a little surprised. Meng Na thought for a while and then said, by the way, I ran into that big sister in the morning after delivering the wash water to the captain and boss, I asked the same question as you. Then what did you say? Fina asked. Mona grinned. I said the captain seems to be angry. Fina, good job. Continue to deliver water to the captain and boss tomorrow, and you will play by ear when the time comes. The two sisters were talking quietly, although there will be bursts of noise from time to time, but the two of them didn't care at all. The sound of the waves beating against the hull at night was completely ignored. Is Menna afraid of the captain? Fina asked after she was free. Although Meng Na wanted to answer, she was not afraid. But when he thought that lying was not good, he couldn't help but lowered his head and replied in a low voice. Fina grinned. Don't be afraid, Menna, you just need to be careful and bold to do what you should do. I think the captain is very good. Why? He was going to throw us into the sea to feed the fish. Meng Na recalled the situation when she first boarded the boat, and she was a little scared. But Fina was smiling, and said indifferently, I was also frightened and stupid at the time, but actually thinking about it carefully, it was the captain who frightened the children. Look, the captain not only kept us in the end, but also gave us food, and said that we don't need children to work. So, although the captain seems to have a cold face, he is actually a very kind person, and he treats people very well. There was a starlight in Mona's eyes. Really? Fina, of course, otherwise, why would we still be here, and how would we be able to fill our stomachs? However, what neither Fina nor Mona knew was the good guy in her mouth. At the moment, he is on the deck, using the hot, fresh bait, making bait. And the fresh bait can only make painful whimpers. Woo woo woo. It was not far from the deck, in the room where Lucini, Jero, and Augustus were, listening to the faint sobbing sound. Their faces were extremely pale, and their bodies trembled violently like sifting chaff. Jero and Augustus also gritted their teeth stiffly and gouged out each other's eyes. The next day, when the bloody night passed, everything seemed to be back to normal. The only difference is that Tabor completely disappeared into this world, and Ferguson would rather die than live. Fina got up early in the morning and got ready for work. As soon as she arrived on the deck, Fina saw 3 familiar faces. Immediately afterwards, Fina asked with a little excitement, "Seniors, today?" Before she could finish her sentence, Fina suddenly froze. It was only because Lucini, Jero, and Augustus on the deck heard Fina's shout. They were all frightened and turned their heads violently. Seeing the faces of the seniors, Fina's excited words came to an abrupt end. At this time, the faces of the 3 of Lucini were as pale as snow. Jero and Augustus had bandages wrapped around their eyes, and there were some bright red bloodlines on the bandages. Fina's brain shut down for a while, and then she asked with a puzzled expression, "Ex. Senior, you, what's the matter with you? Why are you looking so ugly? Did you not rest last night?" When the 3 of Lucini heard this, they raised their hands synchronously, and subconsciously touched their cheeks. Immediately afterwards, I heard Lucini's trembling voice coping, Yes, we didn't have a good rest last night." Fina blinked her eyes, obviously not convinced. Looking at Jero and Augustus again, Fina asked again, "Senior, what happened to your eyes?" As soon as they heard the word eyes, Jero and Augustus shuddered. "No, it's okay, I accidentally knocked it last night." Okay, don't talk about this, let's work quickly, there is a lot of work left, we have to hurry up and finish it today. It was also at this moment that Fina felt a strong sense of disobedience. At the same time, it was also found that 2 people are missing, but she didn't continue to ask these questions, because her intuition was warning her, don't ask. The other side. Like before, Meng Na came to Zhang Zhe's room door with a large basin of washing water. Only this time, she didn't knock on the door to disturb Zhang Zhe's rest. Instead, after putting down the basin, he sat by the door and rested. She was waiting for Zhang Zhe to get up and open the door. What Meng Na didn't know was that Zhang Zhe had already spotted her from the moment she stepped into the corridor. It was also at the moment when Meng Na just sat down by the door. The door of Zhang Zhe's room opened. Squeak. Hearing the door opened, Meng Na's face immediately showed joy. The next second, she stood up and greeted with a smile. "Are you awake, Captain Boss?" Mona had just finished speaking. Zhang Zhe grabbed the clothes behind her and lifted her up. This sudden situation caused Meng Na's brain to shut down for a while. "Did I disturb you to take a break, Captain?" Meng Na looked up from behind, looked at Zhang Zhe and blinked suspiciously. And Zhang Zhe was silent for a moment, and let out a long breath. "Don't call me Captain Boss, what kind of nickname did you make up?" With that said, Zhang Zhe picked up Meng Na and walked outside. The other side. At the deck of the ship. Goo 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 goo. The cries of seagulls echoed in the air. Below, Augustus heard the sound and came out. Newspaper gull. Seeing Augustus below, the newspaper delivery gull slowly descended and landed in front of Augustus. Looking at the newspaper delivery gull carrying newspapers and wanted notices. After hesitating for a moment, Augustus took out 500 Baileys and threw them over. And the newspaper delivery gull also took the coin. A newspaper and a stack of wanted notices were left behind. However, when Augustus saw the bounty offerer on the first sheet of the stack of wanted warrants, Augustus froze. The one who offered the reward was none other than Zhang Zhe, the captain of the battle pirates. Looking down, Augustus stared at the reward amount on the arrest warrant, his body trembling uncontrollably. It's anger, it's fear, it's anxiety, all kinds of mixed emotions. You lied to me? You lied to me? Damn you, Tabor." Augustus picked up the wanted warrant, the veins on his forehead popped up, and he trembled uncontrollably. Testimonials. Insist on originality and eliminate violations. I, pen name Lei Lang, guarantee that the contracted work is my own original creation, and create in strict accordance with the Feel-A-Writer Convention during the creation process, insist on originality, and prevent the following violations. If there is any violation, I am willing to bear all the consequences arising therefrom. 1. Guarantee that the contracted works belong to their own original works, and do not involve plagiarism or plagiarism in plots in Chinese translation. 2. Guaranteed not to plagiarize any third-party works or plots during the creation process. 3. Guarantee that the work feelonovel.com is the first release and the only signing website. 3. Ensure compliance with laws and regulations in the creative process, including but not limited to no politics, no pornography, gambling, and drugs, no propaganda of cults, no ghostwriting, no stuffing of waste manuscripts, no trusteeship, no sale of works and accounts and other violations. 4. Guarantee that regardless of the number of words of the work, the contracted work must complete the plot, never unfinished, let alone finish. Another new book is about to hit the shelves. In the process of writing this book, the author also experienced a lot. In addition to writing a book, one trifle after another keeps occupying my time. When it is serious, I even go to the next one as soon as I finish the previous one, non-stop. Naturally, there is less time to write a book. But I know that writing a book is my top priority, so I still try my best to find time to code. I saw many readers in the comment area, saying that my update speed is too slow. Here, I would like to say sorry to everyone. In the future, I will try my best to increase the amount of updates and try my best to meet everyone's needs. Although I feel embarrassed to say it, I still want to say something to everyone. Ask for support. The motivation for me to continue writing is nothing more than my love for writing books and everyone's support for me. In the past, I lived a life of being dependent on others. Even eating depends on the faces of relatives. My personality is relatively withdrawn and I don't have many friends. The only thing that can fill my life is one anime after another, and one novel after another. I often fantasize carefully as the protagonist in the novel, and fantasize that I am in my own world, where the wind makes the wind and the rain makes the rain. But reality is reality. I am still a half-learned student, and when I return to my relative's house, I also suffer from the cold-eyed little pitiful. One day, I overheard a middle and high school student say to another person, "You like reading novels so much, why don't you write one by yourself? It can also satisfy your own spiritual needs, and if you are lucky, you can book." I had another nice income, so I bought a laptop for easy coding. It was also the last book that gave me hope. I was also so confident that I wanted to quit my job and write a book full-time. But I still suppressed the thoughts in my heart, worked part-time during the day, and wrote books at night. But because of this, my code word efficiency has been slow to improve. Plus there are other chores to take care of, so I have even less time to type. I can only go to bed late and come to multicode braille. Here, I would like to say sorry to everyone again. My update volume is too small, so that everyone can't enjoy watching it. But I will work harder to improve my code word efficiency, and make the works you write more and more interesting. Of course, it is indispensable for everyone to support me a lot. Your support is the biggest motivation for me to write a book. For writing a book, even if I still live the days of working part-time during the day and coding at night, I will still stick to it. Not only because of my love for writing, not just to commemorate my lost youth. It is for you who support me now. I sincerely hope that my works are not just something you use for entertainment in your spare time, but also that my works can bring you passion and pass on my love to you. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, even if one day my source of inspiration completely dries up, I will still stick to it without forgetting my original intention. Not for anything else, this is my choice after going through a lot, and every place in the book has my own shadow. This is my choice, so I will firmly continue on this path. But most importantly, you who like and support my work. Even if there is only one person left who likes my work, I will continue to write. Here, I still have a lot of people to thank. First of all, I would like to thank my editor. He has been urging my writing work. Here I would like to thank him for his support and encouragement to me all the time. Thanks to the partners around me, they encouraged me all the time. When I had no clue and the inspiration was dry, they pointed out the direction for me and gave me reliable advice. Thanks to all the readers who have been silently supporting me all the time. It is you who make me feel the sunshine in the most difficult time, and it is you who make me reign in the precipice when I want to give up again and again. You were the most important part of my book writing process. What would be the best writing without you readers who support me? You are the ones who reached out to me in the snow and ice. Chapter 53, A Frightened Bird, A Nightmare in My Heart. Inside the house, Lucini, Jero, and Fina walked out quickly after hearing Augustus' gnashing of teeth. The most energetic Fina was the first to ask, "What's wrong? What happened, senior?" However, facing Fina's inquiry, Augustus didn't even look at her. Instead, he looked straight at Jero. Perhaps because of their sympathy for each other, both Jero and Augustus trust each other and pay attention to each other. Tab lied to me, us, and everyone. It's him, it's all because of him, and it's all because of him that brought us to where we are today. Seeing Augustus's exclaiming and crazy appearance, Jero was also a little anxious, and hurriedly asked, "What the hell happened? Augustus, look at it, you will understand." Augustus took out the Zhongtong arrest warrant and handed it to Jero. It was also at the moment when the wanted warrant was handed out. Everyone has seen the portrait on the wanted notice. The people above, they really couldn't be more familiar with it. But when they noticed the string of numbers under the wanted notice, everyone lost their composure. The pupils of Luxini and Jero both contracted sharply at this moment. Unable to restrain himself, Jero raised his hand tremblingly, and took the Zhongtong warrant. At this moment, he only felt pain in his gouged right eye, and it was excruciatingly painful, even more painful than being dug out abruptly. Tabber. Gro gritted his teeth and growled. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000. Fina tiptoed 167, counting the digits on the arrest warrant. When she counted to 100,000, she immediately had a bottom in her heart. But at this point, she was so frightened that she subconsciously covered her mouth and lost her voice in disbelief. No way. Is this my mistake? Luxini on the side raised her pale face and glanced at Fina, her voice was trembling. 4/Z9000. Groner's hand clutching the wanted warrant twitched. At this moment, boundless anger rose in his heart. The bounty amount of 490 million Baileys? This is no longer as simple as a big pirate? And among the big pirates, they all belong to the middle and upper class powerhouses. But Tabor, did he have a perverted mind about such a big pirate? And he still uttered wild words like that? A pirate with a reward of 1 million is a level, and a pirate with a reward of tens of millions is also a level. If you offer a reward of over 100 million, you have stepped into the threshold of a great pirate, whose strength is far beyond tens of millions. There may be individual exceptions, but in general this is the case, and they are just a few little pirates who offer a reward of 10 to 20 million. To challenge a great pirate who offered a reward of 490 million Baileys? Isn't this equivalent to a few toddlers challenging an adult with a weapon? Snort. Grabbing the wanted warrant, Gro snorted angrily, turned around and left. Fina at the side was taken aback when she saw this sudden scene, and asked subconsciously, "Senior, where are you going?" Fina shouted loudly. Kei Luo didn't respond to this at all, and didn't even look at Fina. On the side, Luxini covered her mouth and nose, her face became more and more ugly. Augusta's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Until this moment, until I saw Zhang Zhe's bounty. They deeply understood how stupid the thing they wanted to reverse last night was. It was also at this moment that they deeply felt the fear. So much so that the body trembled uncontrollably like chaff. It didn't die, it's great. The big pirate with a bounty of 490 million Baileys wants to rebel against this kind of guy, it's simply tiresome. At this time, Fina also discovered that something was wrong between Luxini and Augustus. Look at their bodies trembling like chaff. There was a look of fear and fear written all over his face. Fina only felt that her head was getting bigger. She is very curious, what happened to them, she also wants to know. But her intuition told her again. You can't ask about this, and if you know it, there will be no good end. Soon, she shifted her attention from Luxini and the others to Zhang Shui. When I think of the series of zeros, I think of the huge reward. Fina couldn't restrain a little excitement in her heart. Wow, Kaka, the bounty of 490 million Baileys, isn't that a lot of money? I didn't expect the captain boss to be so powerful. Is it a big pirate? Fina clenched her fists, joyful in her heart. It is also at this time. Zhang Zhe's voice suddenly came from behind them. What are you doing here? As soon as I heard this familiar voice, Luxini and Augustus shuddered like frightened birds. In the next second, they quickly turned around and faced Zhang Zhe. He lowered his head tremblingly. Boat, Captain. Fina also turned around belatedly. When she saw that it was Zhang Zhe who came, she immediately greeted him respectfully. Captain Boss. This is a big pirate with a reward of over 100 million. It's just that Fina noticed something was wrong right after she finished greeting her. Because Zhang Zhe is still holding Meng Na in his hand. Fina, who didn't understand what happened, became a little anxious after seeing this scene. His face instantly became terrified. Boat. Those somewhat stuttering words have not yet been uttered by Fina. Zhang Zhe directly interrupted what she wanted to say. You asked her to bring me the toilet water in the morning. Fina was startled. Anxiety is more evident. But before she could speak, Meng Na, who was held by Zhang Zhe, was the first to respond. No, it was Mena who wanted to deliver the water for the captain and boss. Zhang Zhe cast a glance at Mona. I didn't even bother to expose her and argue with her. Turning his eyes back to Fina, Zhang Zhe said bluntly, there's no need to ask her to bring me toilet water, it's just a meaningless thing. After finishing speaking, Zhang Zhe gently tossed Meng Na in his hand to Fina. Seeing Meng Na being thrown over suddenly, Fina was startled, and quickly stepped forward, barely hugging Menna who was thrown over. As for Zhang Zhe, he also turned his attention to Luxini and Augustus. He had already noticed the newspaper and wanted notice in August's hand. Fortunately, after what happened last night, Augustus became much more visible. Seeing that Zhang Zhe was looking this way, he immediately handed over the newspaper and wanted warrant in his hand. Captain, here is today's newspaper and the arrest warrant. Zhang Zhe took the newspaper and received the arrest warrant, turned around and walked back towards the cabin. Wow. Zhang Zhe turned over the wanted notice, and soon he saw an acquaintance on the wanted notice. Fighting Pirates Crew, Uchiha Obito, bounty, 97 million Baileys. Hungry Wolf, offering a bounty of 76 million Baileys. Tiandao Pain, offering a reward of 80 million Baileys. Yu Guyutai, offering a reward of 70 million Baileys. Seeing that none of the bounties offered by the crew exceeded 100 million yuan, Zhang Zhe couldn't help feeling sorry for a while. Isn't there a reward of over 100 million? It seems that Marine's awareness of them is still too low. It's a pity that Obito's bounty failed to exceed 100 million. Gadu statue's performance at that time, I think it should be pretty good. It's too low. Zhang Zhe looked up at the sky. After a while, he smiled and shook his head again. Take your time, 80 to 90 million is not high, but it's not too low either. But Sifur and Yuanyi are really left behind. But it's kind of expected. Zhang Zhe was about to enter the cabin. But at this moment, Yu Guyutai just came out from the corridor of the cabin. Captain. You came just in time, a new arrest warrant has come out, are you still awake? Zhang Jie handed the arrest warrant in his hand to Ye Guotai, and Yuta also explained a sentence while receiving the arrest warrant. Wake up, Mr. Obito has made a deck of cards, and now he is playing cards with Mr. Hungry Wolf. Hearing the word card, Zhang Jie gave a slight hint. The card? Where did you get it? It was engraved on a wooden board. Ye Guotai gestured. Zhang Jie smiled helplessly. I said why didn't I see them on the deck today? I didn't expect that they were playing cards behind my back. Fortunately, I still thought that they had a late rest last night and wanted to sleep in. Zhang Jie and Ye Guotai chatted and walked into the cabin. I went to the place where the wolf-hungry people played cards. Deck. Lucini and Augustus watched Zhang Jie enter the cabin. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Turning her head to look at Fina who was hugging Mona, Lucini reminded her. I advise you not to do these superfluous things, so as not to burn your body. Do it yourself. Don't you die on board before the ship docks. Hearing Lucini's warning, both Sin and Menna raised their heads and looked at her. Thank you for your reminder. Fina thanked her. Lucy and I was not looking at her, but at Augustus Road. Aren't you going with him? Augustus shook his head. Forget it? What's the use of venting your anger on him? It's better to do nothing and live as long as you do as many mistakes as possible. After that, Augustus walked into the house. Lucini also glanced at the direction where Gro left, and followed Augustus' pace. After seeing Lucini and Augustus both enter the house, Fei Na looked at Meng Na eagerly and asked. In the end what happened? Mona grinned. Mission failed? Fei Na was out of breath, and directly gave Meng Na a brain crash. Clatter. Ouch! Meng Na clutched her forehead in pain. Fina said a little angrily. When is it? You can still laugh. Meng Na rubbed her forehead and said aggrievedly. I don't know what happened, the captain picked me up as soon as he opened the door, and then drove me out. Did you interrupt him to rest? Fina asked. Meng Na thought for a while and said seriously, shouldn't there be? I didn't even knock on the door, how could I disturb him? Have you been beaten? Does it hurt? Fina checked. Looking at Menna's body, she asked with concern. Meng Na smiled and explained. Mona wasn't beaten, of course it didn't hurt. The captain picked me up as soon as he opened the door, it seemed like I was flying, it was quite fun. Fina. After 3.6, there was no answer. Fei Na raised her hand and gave Meng Na another blow. Clatter. Ah, Sister Fei Na, why are you hitting me again? Meng Na held her forehead, tears welling up in her eyes. Fina said angrily, because you should fight. Don't you also say that the captain is a good person, so you don't need to be afraid? Why are you so afraid? Meng Na complained, venting her dissatisfaction. Fina was also speechless for a moment. But Meng Na is not a little guy who holds grudges. In a blink of an eye, she put the matter aside and asked about the doubts in her heart. By the way, what did that sister's words mean? Fina glanced sideways at the room where Lucini was, and thought about it. Nothing, just let us be more careful. Fina listened to what Lucini said. But not all. She wouldn't stop doing those, in Lucini's eyes, those superfluous things. Because those excess things in Lucini's mouth are the only way for her to stay. But relatively, she will be careful and cautious. Listen to the captain's words, and don't be self-righteous in matters beyond the scope of your ability. Don't do what the captain doesn't like, don't do any wrong thing. Everything, be more careful. The new book sets sail, looking for support from Flower Comments? Today's second update, the big chapter is here. Converted to normal chapters there are 4 chapters. It will be updated with the normal chapter word count later. Chapter 54 Listen to me carefully, BD. On the other side, an angry Gro. Holding Zhang Jie's reward order, he came to a dark room angrily. Boom. Pushing open the door violently, Gro immediately roared into the room. It's all you. It's all because of you that we have become what we are today. What a bounty of 6 million Baileys. What a bounty of 23 million Baileys. Do you know how stupid things you have done? It's because of your stupidity that both Augustus and I have an eye gouged out. Gro vented the anger in his heart. But in this dim room, there was only a hoarse voice echoing. Save me, save me. He looked at the other party as if he didn't hear his own words. For a moment, Gro became more angry. Stepping forward quickly, Gro came to a wooden wall, came to a body, and gnashed his teeth in a low voice. Damn you, Ferguson. Today's Ferguson has already been tortured beyond recognition. Like a specimen, he was fixed on the wooden wall with dozens of black sticks piercing through his body and limbs. The only difference from the specimen is that the specimen is dead, but he is alive. This time, he seemed to hear Gro's low voice. Raising his head with some difficulty, he said with excitement and tears in his tone. 22 gross? Gro, is that you? Are you here to save me? Save you? I wish I could kill you now. Gro glared at Ferguson, and then pressed the arrest warrant for Zhang Tong in front of Ferguson. Open your eyes and see clearly, the object of your rebellion is not a brat with a reward of only 6 million Baileys. It's a big pirate with a reward of 490 million Baileys. Listening to Gro's words, looking at the portrait and bounty on the wanted warrant, Ferguson suddenly trembled violently. His pupils contracted sharply uncontrollably, and an unprecedented look of fear appeared on his face. It was as if Zhang Jie was standing in front of him right now, beating his head with his fist. No, don't fight, don't fight. It's Tabor who told me to do this, it's Tabor's fault. Ferguson yelled in horror, tears streaming down his face. The other side. In the room where Hungry Wolf and the others are. 76 million Baileys. Looks like a lot, White Mask. How much is yours? Hungry Wolf looked at his bounty and asked Obito with a smile. 93 million Baileys. Obito waved the wanted notice in his hand calmly. The Hungry Wolf smiled, and was selectively deaf in both ears. I don't know, that's something I can't help. How much do you care about Yuta? Obito. Yiguyutai showed his wanted warrant with a bright smile. 70 million Baileys, 6 million less than you, Mr. Hungry Wolf. Ha ha ha. Hungry Wolf laughed. At the same time, he raised his hand and patted Yibonyuta's shoulder to comfort him. 70 million Baileys is not bad, work hard, I believe it won't take long for your bounty to catch up with me. Obito came over and put his arrest warrant in front of the Hungry Wolf. I'm 93 million Pele. Hungry Wolf's smile froze, and he looked at it with selective blindness in both eyes. What's flying past my eyes? Obito changed direction and held up the arrest warrant in front of Hungry Wolf again. Hungry Wolf turned his head away again. Obito changed positions and tried again. Hungry Wolf turned his head away again. Obito switched positions and raised again. Swish swish swish. Several times in a row, the speed of both sides is getting faster and faster. In the end, the Hungry Wolf, who couldn't hold back, was in a hurry. You BD? I've seen it, don't raise it in front of me again. Obito smiled angrily and said, then you pretend you didn't see it? Yutai offered less reward than you, and you heard every word. The Hungry Wolf turned his head to look at Zhang Jie, and asked curiously, Captain, how much is your bounty? Zhang Jie laughed and said, I'm afraid to hurt you when I say it, 490 million Pele. Hungry Wolf grinned, turned to look at Yuta, and stared at Zhang Jie. Ha, the captain didn't offer a reward. Zhang Jie. Yiguyutai scratched his head in embarrassment. Mr. Hungry Wolf, did you hear wrong? The captain said that his bounty is 490 million Baileys. Have you really been hit? I said, I'm afraid I'll hit you if I say it. Zhang Jie had a thoughtful look on his face. Obito looked at Zhang Jie and fell silent. Hungry Wolf also looked at Zhang Jie and blinked, and waved his hands frantically after a while. No, 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 how can anyone say so quickly because they are afraid of hitting others? Did you do it on purpose, Captain? Zhang Jie smiled and said nothing. On the side, while Zhang Jie and others were talking about the nose reward order, Tiandao Pain, Sifer, and Yuanyi are playing that wooden poker at the moment. But at the beginning of the game, it wasn't these three people, but Hungry Wolf, Tiandao Pain, and Obito. Hungry Wolf and Obito handed the cards in their hands to Sifer and Yuanyi respectively after Zhang Jie got the arrest warrant, so that the two were forced into the game. Three cold-faced men sat at a table holding cards in their hands. Tiandao Pain holds a big ticket to win. The cards in Sifer's hands are not small, and he is expected to win the game. Yuan had the worst cards in his hand, and took over Obito's mess. Obito and others laughed and talked about the wanted warrant. They looked at the game in front of them and thought about countermeasures. Who will shoot first? Sifer asked coldly. Tiandao Pain also raised his head to look at Yuanyi and greeted him. Fate 1. Yuanyi silently nodded. Then he drew out the card on the far right, which was also the biggest card in his hand. Looking at the number played by Yuanyi, Tiandao Pain couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. K. It seems that your hand is not small, Yuanyi. Yuanyi thought for a while, and answered. Maybe? I haven't played this, so I don't understand. Tiandao Pain didn't say much, and also drew out a wooden card and put it on the table. Clatter. Is a 2. Sifer glanced at the wooden card, then took out 1 and put it on it. Clatter. Is a 1. This sudden change made Tiandao Pain stunned for a moment. Lifting his head in doubt, Tiandao Pain looked at Sifer and said, Did you make a mistake? How can 1 beat 2? Sifer looked as usual, and retorted calmly and puzzled. 1 is in the first place, and its status is higher than that of 2. Naturally, its strength is stronger than 2. How can it be defeated? Tiandao Pain was stunned when he heard the words. Before he could react, Yuanyi nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? As he spoke, he raised his hand and wiped the wooden sign in his hand. Sure. The symbols on the cards have been re-engraved. Yuanyi also pulled it out and put it on the table. Z Building. 0. Tiandao Pain turned his head to look at the sound. Looking at the card in Yuanyi's hand, he looked at the serial number on the wooden card. Tiandao Pain couldn't help lowering his head. Look at your cards. Look at that king. Tiandao Pain looked up at the 0 on Yuanyi, and fell into deep thought. Seeing that Yuanyi played a 0 card in his hand, Sifer knew it right away. Yuanyi's card skills are not weak. There is nothing to hesitate. Sifer also raised his hand to recarve the wooden sign. But what he will engrave this time is not a number card. It's a leader card. 630. Because Sifer wants to re-engrave the wooden sign with the word team leader. Swish. The sword energy crossed the wooden sign, and there was the sound of rinsing. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of Dala from the wooden sign in Sifer's hand. Several wooden cards shattered. Obito, Hungry Wolf, and others at the side subconsciously turned their heads and looked over when they heard the crisp sound. When Obito saw that the wooden sign he had worked so hard to carve was broken all over the floor, Obito immediately pressed his head with an unacceptable expression. What happened? Why is my wooden sign broken? It's not long since I finished drawing. At this moment, Daiwang only felt that his head was in a big tank. Tiandao Pain looked up at Obito upon hearing the sound. After thinking for a while, he explained seriously. They're trying something novel, a new way to play. Obito was furious when he heard this. Immediately afterwards, he quickly came to Sefer in 3 steps and 2 steps, looked at Sefer's collar and said angrily, "Damn it! I just drew this card today, what did you do to it? Pay me the wooden token." However, even Obito grabbed him by the collar. Sefer's expression was still as calm as usual. His gaze was still looking at Yuanyi, and he spoke seriously. "It's a pity, the wooden sign is broken, otherwise the winner should be mine." Hearing this, Obito's mouth almost twisted in anger. In the next second, he frantically shook Sefer, and shouted angrily, "Sing you a ghost? Listen to me, UBD. The new book sets sail, looking for support from flower comments? The first one is here, let's continue with the big chapter. Chapter 55 It's desperate? In a certain sea area, on an unknown island town, a slender man with flowing blonde hair led a group of people in black cloaks through the busy streets. The man has the iconic 6 paths vertical stripes on his forehead, armor on his left arm, and a black cross tattooed on his Adam's apple. A group of people buried their heads and walked for a long way. A young man who had been following the blonde man held back for a while before asking curiously, "Captain Hawkins, where are we going?" The blonde man named Hawkins stopped slowly after hearing the inquiry from the crew behind him. The entire advancing team also stopped. Hawkins, full name Basil Hawkins. Nicknamed the Magician, the captain of the Hawkins Pirates, with a bounty of 249 million Baileys. One of the supernovas of the evil generation. Raising his head slightly, Hawkins looked at the sky above the town, at the blue sky. What the hell is this uneasy feeling? The members of the Hawkins Pirates behind him were taken aback when they heard what Hawkins said. No, uneasy. The captain also has moments of uneasiness. Did I hear wrong? But that's what the captain said, right? The crew talked a lot, and Hawkins looked back at them sideways and said, "Well, that's what I said, you guys go back first? Don't follow me anymore." After that, Hawkins stepped forward again and walked out. The following crew members were a little anxious when they saw it. "Captain Hawkins, where are you going?" Hawkins didn't even turn his head this time, but responded lightly, "Have no idea. I always feel that something is missing, which makes me very uneasy. Maybe this is the goddess pointing out the way for the confused Russia." While walking, Hawkins took out a deck of tarot cards from his pocket. Shoo-la-la. The cards flew swiftly in Hawkins' hands. The original arrangement was also disrupted because of this. With the end of the shuffling, Hawkins randomly drew a card from among the many tarot cards. Buzz. The tarot cards let out a whistling sound, and the surface of the cards emitted a purple light. "Then let's see what I'm upset about now." With the ups and downs in his heart, Hawkins slowly opened the tarot card exuding purple light. Wow! With a soft sound, the tarot cards were flipped to reveal their faces. And the pattern on the card came into Hawkins' eyes. It was a skull carrying a 7-foot-long scythe on his shoulders and wearing a black cloak. Upright Shinigami card? Seeing that what he drew turned out to be a card. Even Hawkins, who is used to divination and has seen this card countless times. At this moment, the uncontrollable pupils shrank sharply, revealing that frightened and terrified expression. "Shinigami? How come?" Holding the tarot cards in his hand, Hawkins was stunned for a long time. His eyes trembled slightly, his eyes full of disbelief. "I will die." After a while, he choked out such a sentence from his mouth. Slowly raised the heavy head. Hawkins looked at the window on the side of the street, and at himself reflected in the window. "I also saw the face that reflected me, with a death appearance. So it is. Is this the cause of my uneasiness? I am about to encounter a catastrophe." No longer looking at the reflected self, Hawkins looked away, and walked forward again. The order of the tarot cards in his hand was also disrupted by him once. Clattering. The crisp sound of shuffling cards echoed in my ears. Hawkins once again drew out a tarot card for divination. "What is the probability that I will avoid this catastrophe? 0%. Will it happen sooner or later? The inescapable catastrophe really makes people feel desperate." Hawkins said so. The movements in his hands didn't stop, and the divination continued. "What is my chance of surviving the catastrophe? 1%. Seeing such a result and seeing such a low probability, Hawkins shook his hand holding the tarot cards. Although it is said that the appearance of death appears on the face, it has made him a little bit prepared for the result of this divination. But such a low probability still made Hawkins tremble a little. Even in the face of the siege of hundreds or thousands of Marines, Hawkins still has a 70% or more chance of survival when divining. From sailing to now, the result of divination survival probability has never been lower than 60%. But now the result of divination says, you only have a 1% chance of surviving? Isn't this a situation equivalent to death? Whoever divination, the survival rate can't be lower than 1%, right? After all, what this 1% symbolizes is a miracle, and this is something that everyone may have. A miracle? It's really sad to put your life on a miracle. Hawkins muttered to himself. Don't ignore me. I didn't ignore you, I was listening very carefully, I didn't mean to break the wooden sign. Can't understand why you're so upset. Hard work? That's my hard work, do you understand my hard work? On the deck of the ship fighting the pirates, Obito and Sefer were constantly arguing. Located on the ship rail not far from them, Zhang Jie, Yi Guyutai and Hungry Wolf were sitting on the rail of the boat fishing, still yelling. When did that guy in the white mask become so stingy? Hungry Wolf looked like he didn't feel pain in his back when he was standing and talking. Obito on the side heard the words, and said something for Obito with a smile. After all, Mr. Obito's hard work. But it's really surprising that Mr. Yinfa and Mr. Yuanyi have never played cards before. With a smile on his face, Zhang Jie said leisurely. It's just that he hasn't waited for him to speak out. Behind him, Obito and others' conversation suddenly came. There is no shortage of planks here. I'll help you tear down one wall, you can make a new one. Makes sense. Hear this. Zhang Jie didn't feel good at this moment, and he was shocked even more. In the next second, he turned his head angrily and cursed at Obito and others. BD, don't tear down my boat. A trio preparing to break a ship. After being suddenly reprimanded by Zhang Jie, they also froze for a moment and looked at each other. Only Obito's hand holding the wooden wall did not let go for a long time. Not long after, it was still Zhang Jie who made some mediation, and the stuck card matter was considered a bridge. To compensate, Sifur casually caught a big fish. Yuanyi removes the fish meat and cuts off the fish bones as a new material for Obito to make cards. What's wrong? Sensing Yi Guyutai's gaze on him, Zhang Jie asked suspiciously. Yi Guyutai shook his head. No, it's nothing, it's just that the captain suggested using fish bones to make cards, which surprised me. Zhang Jie, who was idle, did not bother to explain. After all, it's floating on this boundless sea, so it's somewhat lonely. So, some entertainment is also necessary, such as our current fishing, or fish dominoes. At this time, Hungry Wolf also added a sentence. It's faster to grab it directly. Zhang Jie smiled. Catching fish is not as interesting as fishing. Squeak. It was at this time that the door suddenly opened. Located behind Zhang Jie and others, the wooden door of the cabin was slowly pushed open. Afterwards, only Fei Na and Meng Na came out slowly. It's those two little guys. Yi Guyutai turned his head and took a look. The Hungry Wolf on the side put down his fishing rod and turned around. After looking at Fei Na and Meng Na who appeared on the deck, he also spoke with great interest. It seems that they came here specially to find you, Captain. The moment the Hungry Wolf finished speaking, the eyes of all members of the battle pirates were on Fina and Mona. The invisible coercion and aura from the pirates group enveloped the two of them in an instant. An inexplicable fear also sprouted from the hearts of Fei Na and Meng Na. It made the hearts of the two little girls beat a drum. And Zhang Jie. At this moment, he turned around slowly and looked at Fei Na and Meng Na. Looking at Zhang Jie sitting on the railing of the boat, I felt the eyes of people around them staring at them. For a moment, Fina was so frightened that she couldn't move. But soon, she gritted her teeth, pulled Meng Na and walked out. At this moment, their goal is extremely clear, and that is to aim at Zhang Jie. Arriving at a place not far from Zhang Jie, Fei Na and Meng Na didn't hesitate at all, and directly knelt down towards Zhang Jie, speaking very sincerely. Boss Captain, we want to join you, we want to be pirates? Let us be one of you. Without any tact, Fina directly confessed her purpose to Zhang Jie. However, Zhang Jie still had that indifferent expression on his face. As I said, nothing matters aboard my ship. Fina hastily opened her mouth to defend. I will not become a burden. Although I look young, I am not small and I can do a lot of things. I can do rough and heavy work, and I don't need to eat a lot. Before Fina could finish my sentence, Zhang Jie's cold voice came out again. Aboard my ship and promise to release you at the next port call. I have been kind enough to you. Listen to Zhang Jie's cold words. Fina's eyes trembled slightly, and her head drooped unconsciously. But she didn't give up just yet. Rather than going back to hell afterwards, it's better to give it a go now. Please, give us a chance. I am willing to do anything. I know that fighting is inevitable for pirates, but I am also good at fighting. I will kill people. Zhang Jie's eyes could not help but narrow slightly. Okay, I'll give you a chance. This sudden reversal made Fina stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, Fina raised her head excitedly, looked at Zhang Jie in surprise and said, Boss, Captain? I heard it right. Zhang Jie nodded with his usual expression. I keep my word, as long as you knock him down, I'll let you join us. While speaking, Zhang Jie raised his finger and pointed to the crew on the side. Heard it. With Zhang Jie's promise, Fina jumped up excitedly. Yes, thank you, Captain. As she spoke, Fina couldn't help but tears welled up in her eyes, and she hugged Menna tightly. But at this time, Zhang Jie spoke again. Don't be too happy too early, it won't be too late to be happy after you knock him down. Time, just before the ship docks next time. During this period, Wang Hazeo, as long as you defeat him, you can become one of us. Hearing this, Fina didn't hesitate, and readily agreed. No problem. Seeing Fina's confident appearance, Zhang Jie couldn't help but chuckled. You seem to be very confident in your own strength. For the first time, Fina showed a bright innocent smile and said, Boss Captain, you are so powerful, the strength of the crew must not be weak. I may not be able to knock him down now, but as long as there is time and opportunities, I still have hope. Maybe there will be a miracle happen, let me knock him down by chance. Zhang Jie looked at Fei Na and poured cold water on her proud fighting spirit. With me, miracles don't happen, and they don't work. Let's get to know each other. However, Zhang Jie's words did not weaken Fei Na's will in the slightest. Still as excited and joyful as before, Fei Na quickly nodded in response to Zhang Zhe's words. No problem, Captain Boss. After finishing speaking, Fina ran to Zhang Zhe, the person she had appointed to fight. He came before the man who was dressed in white, with a silver-white long sword hanging from his waist, and with emerald-green eyes. Fina stretched out her hand to him, and introduced herself with a smile on her face. My name is Fina, please give me your advice. Hearing this, the man's expression was as cold as usual. After looking at Fina's outstretched hand for a moment, the man also slowly extended his hand and shook hands with her, and told Fina, blowing his name, Ulquiera Sifur. The new book sets sail, looking for support from flower comments? The first one is here, let's continue with the big chapter. I feel like I can update 3 chapters today. Chapter 56 Hunting Time? Not long after, everyone vacated a space for Fina and Sifur. There is a distance of 5 meters between the two. Fina didn't dare to be careless, and now she has started bouncing around to exercise her muscles and warm her body. And Sifur just stood there, quietly watching Fina who was warming up. Fina, come on. Meng Na clenched her pink fist and cheered for Fina. After hearing Menna's cheering, Fei Na gave Menna a big smile. It was also at this time that Meng Na discovered something was wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. Turning his head subconsciously, he saw that Hungry Wolf and the others beside him looked calm, as if they had no interest in this battle. Aren't you cheering for that big brother? Meng Na asked curiously. Hungry Wolf and Yi Guyutai looked sideways when they heard the sound. He doesn't need anyone's support. Hungry Wolf closed his eyes and responded. Yu Guyutai also thought for a moment, then looked at Menna and said, Let your sister give up? There is no way she can take Sifur down, the challenge is nothing but flesh and blood. Hearing that Yi Guyutai was so unfavorable to her sister, Meng Na felt a little angry. Then what if it is knocked down? As soon as these words came out, the Hungry Wolf beside him laughed. If your elder sister can win against that guy and defeat him, then you might as well ask your elder sister to ask the captain for a deputy captain. Mona was slightly surprised. Is he the mate? Yi Guyutai shook his head slightly. No, he's not the vice captain, but in terms of the current pirate group 927, he's better than the vice captain. Mona was a little confused. On the court, Fina raised questions to Sifur. Senior, don't you warm up first? Sifur looked at Fina quietly, with a cold tone. Unnecessary. Fina grinned. Then I'm about to go. Sifur was unimpressed. Seeing this, Fina didn't wait any longer. She clenched her fists and rushed towards Sifur as soon as she gritted her teeth. Then I'll be offended. Drink. However, in the next second, there was only a muffled sound. Boom. Fina flew upside down in response, and slammed heavily into the wooden wall on one side. Boom. Boom. The wooden wall collapsed, and countless sawdust flew across. Billows of smoke rose up. Fina just fell silent and passed out on the spot. Meng Na, who witnessed this scene with light eyes, was stunned on the spot. She looked at the direction where Fina fell to the ground, her pupils shrank sharply, and her mind went blank. Sister, sister, sister. Mona's voice trembled and shouted, but did not get any response. At this time, Jiangzi Batty spoke slowly. Yutai, go and help her treat it. It should be a few broken ribs. Okay. Without procrastination, Yi Guyutai responded and passed Meng Na directly. Walked towards Fina. Raising his hand, Yu Guyutai performed the reversal technique and began to treat Fina. At this time, Yuan Yi also slowly walked over. Looking at where Fina fell to the ground, Yuan Yi calmly asked, if you didn't stop in time just now, even a simple wave of your hand should be able to kill her. Sifur said truthfully without any modesty. She's more vulnerable than I thought. In the fight just now, Sifur didn't use his own strength, and he was still restraining part of his body strength again. But even so, Fina almost died in his hands. The strength of the two is not at the same level at all. If you compare Fina's strength to a rabbit, then your Sifur is a mountain? Just like what Hungry Wolf said earlier. If Fina can really defeat Sifur, let alone let her join, just let her be the deputy captain. Shortly after realizing it, Meng Na lay on Fei Na's body and wept loudly. This also successfully woke up the unconscious Fina. Because of Yi Guyutai's treatment, Fina is like a normal person, just a bit fragmented. But these are obviously not what Zhang Zhe and others care about. When the mealtime came, Zhang Zhe and others went to the restaurant on the second floor to have lunch. Just when Zhang Zhe and others were dining, within the same sea area, a pirate ship flying the skull flag also noticed Zhang Zhe's expedition pirate group. This is a group of 100 people, and the scale is not small. The flag pattern on the mast sail is a skull wearing a blue captain's cap and holding 2 knives. Ha 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 ha, come to live. Come to live. Little ones. Located on the deck of the boat, a rough man with a beard, wearing a blue captain's suit, holding a binoculars, laughed loudly. As soon as the rough man shouted, a large number of people rushed out of the boat. Come to live? Is there a merchant ship passing by? Shouting, there is a chance to meet some good stuff in the merchant ship. Haha, merchant ships are only good at this point. There are women. Some are even more delicate and tender, in a word, moist. Tisk, it's moist, it's a pity that my temper is also strong. I can't bear this kind of thing. Yes, it's a pity that those women just died like this. Listening to the discussions of subordinates, the rough guy also stopped observing and put down the binoculars. He turned his head, looked at his group of men and laughed and cursed. Shallowness? You shallow fellows, what's so good about women? Treasures are the most wonderful thing. As long as you have treasure, what can't you get? When some crew members heard this, they couldn't help laughing and teasing the rough guy. Hey, you were the first to start enjoying it, now it's time to talk about us. Yes, Captain. You were not what you said you were. Ha ha ha. There was a lot of laughter. The rough man smacked his mouth and waved his hand to retort. That's different, you have to enjoy it when you should enjoy it, and the treasure is still the first. Also at this time, a burly man with short blonde hair and a muscular body also came down from the second floor. Captain Neil, are you happy to see something? Neil heard the sound and looked over. Seeing that it was a blonde man, he immediately laughed. Gallop, you came just in time. I found a pirate ship. Judging by the size of the ship, I guess it's not too small. There may be dozens of people. Hey, you know, in terms of the amount of treasure, there are more treasures on pirate ships than on merchant ships. This time, Gallop also became interested. Pirate ship? Do you know which pirate it is? Neil said with a hey smile. Don't worry, it's a flag I haven't seen before, so it's not a big problem. Gallop also showed a joking smile when he heard the words. That's good. I hope that the treasures on their ship will not be too small. Don't look at Gallop's big size and looks like a reckless man. But in fact he is not what he looks like. He is the second in command of the Nile Pirates, a navigator and a think tank. Remember to recognize the pirates, remember to recognize the flag. This matter was also proposed by him. The idea is simple, but it works, and successfully allowed the Nile Pirates to avoid several hard bless, some famous and powerful pirates. They specifically picked some little-known pirates with average strength to start. There were not 20 pirates, but 13 or 14 pirates that fell into their hands. This allowed them to seize a lot of treasure. Neil came alive. I saw him puffing out his chest and shouting loudly at his crew. The treasure lies ahead of us. Little ones, tell me, can we let our treasure slip away from our noses, and let others take it? As soon as Neil said this, the crew members on the deck all had mocking smiles on their faces. Of course not. Treasure, that is ours, how can we let others take it? That's right. There's no reason for a duck to run away, let alone treasure. If there are women, there must be treasures. This is the purpose of our pirates. Seeing the high morale of the crew, Neil also felt a little excited. Clang. Accompanied by this crisp blade unsheathing sound echoed. Neil pulled out the long knife hanging from his waist, and shouted at the crew. In that case, what are you waiting for? Draw out your weapons, and I will lead you to take back our treasure. Clang, clang, clang. Following Neil's order, the crew members drew out their long knives one after another, raised their weapons high, and shouted in unison. Treasure, treasure, treasure. Neil turned around with a smirk, pointing the tip of the knife at the warring pirate group where Zhang Jie and the others were. Target, the pirate ship ahead, full speed. Hunting time, is here. The new book sets sail, looking for support from Flower comments? The second update is here. The speed of the code word is still a bit slow, and I will strive for the third change tomorrow. You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 57 Born to be the strongest, and the pinnacle of that swordsmanship? It was also when the Nile Pirates were heading towards Zhang Jie's conquest pirates at full speed. Battle pirates, in the restaurant on the second floor of the ship. The hungry wolf bit the spoon, tilted his head back, and looked at the direction where the Nile Pirates were. These guys, don't they want to trouble us? Even though he didn't actually see the Nile Pirates. Even if there is a wooden wall in front of him blocking. But this did not prevent him from locking on to the movements of the Nile Pirates. The same goes for the other members of the battle pirates who were having lunch. Without exception, they all locked on the movements of the Nile Pirates. It's really not the right time to come here, but it's just when we're having dinner. Obito felt a little helpless. Zhang Jie also looked up at the direction of the Nile Pirates. After a while, he said something lightly. No hurry, at their speed, it will take about 20 minutes to approach the ship. These times are enough for us to deal with them after eating. On one side, Lucini and the others listened to the conversation of Zhang Jie and the others. That sounded like a fog. Is someone coming towards us? Lucini asked suspiciously. Augustus and Jero on one side also shook their heads at the same time. Have no idea. I looked out the window, and there were no shadows of other ships. Since they all said that, it shouldn't be wrong. Could it be marine? Lucini suggested the possibility. But this time, Augustus and Jero did not answer the call. It hasn't been long. Zhang Jie stopped eating suddenly. Immediately afterwards, I saw him laughing a little self-deprecatingly. I forgot about the naval gun. As soon as Zhang Jie finished speaking, there were piercing whistling sounds outside. SHH, SHH, SHH. Several dark cannonballs streaked across the sky, hitting the ships of the pirates. Bang, 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 boom. A huge explosion roared through the air. But it's a pity that the accuracy of these shells is a little bit worse. None of them landed on the boat, and all fell on the sea. But even so, the power of the shell explosion still stirred up huge waves on the sea. All the ships fighting against the pirates were violently turbulent. Boom boom. Squeaky. The violent shaking of the ship made the ship itself make harsh noises as if it was overwhelmed. Unprepared, Lucini, Augustus, and Jero staggered and almost fell. Located in the cabin of Fina and Mona. It was because of the sudden turmoil that he fell to pieces and gasped in pain. Hiss. It hurts. Only Zhangje and others were not affected by the turbulence of the ship, and they still sat in their original positions. The deafening roar seemed to be still echoing in my ears. Lucini said with a terrified expression. Is this shelling? Augustus and Jero on one side also had ugly faces. Where is this coming from? Is it marine? The words of the three did not receive a response. But at this moment, Zhangje put down the tableware in his hand, stood up slowly, and greeted him calmly. You continue to eat, I will deal with it. After finishing speaking, Zhangje walked out of the restaurant. Yuan Yi also stood up at the same moment, and said in a cold tone, I'll go with you. Just stay in the boat. When Yuan Yi followed Zhangje, he still didn't forget to say hello to the other crew members. The three listeners on one side also ran out anxiously after hesitating for a while. Only Sifar and others continued to eat lunch as if nothing had happened. The other side. On the deck of the ship of the Nile pirates. Seeing a volley of naval guns firing, not a single shell hit the opposite ship. Neilton said in a hurry, You guys, do your eyes grow on women? A round of volleys, but not a single shell hit. After being scolded by the captain, all the gunners were not angry. Instead, he responded with a grin. Is this a normal thing, Captain? Yes, yes. The sea is so stormy now, it's normal to miss the first shot, just wait for me to calibrate it. Jahaha, just take a look, Captain, the next shot, I will sink their boat. Listening to the confident words of the crew, Neil also had a playful face. Then I'll wait to see your battle. Neil had finished speaking. Gallop, who was standing aside, suddenly grabbed Neil's shoulders and asked with a frown. Neil, are you sure there is no problem with the pirate ship in front? Why do I feel that the flags on their mast sails look familiar? Neil took away Gallop's hand holding his shoulder, and comforted him with a smile on his face. Don't be suspicious, it's really no problem, I remember all those powerful pirates. And look, there isn't even a single pirate on duty on their watchtower. This looks like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, so you can rest assured. As he spoke, Neil patted Gallop's shoulder lightly to express his comfort. But Gallop still frowned, feeling a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. I always feel like I'm forgetting something important. That feeling makes me a little uneasy. This has been comforted twice, Gallop is still like this, and Neil doesn't want to care about him anymore. Oh, what time is this? Still this anxiety, that anxiety. Didn't you just forget something? When this battle is over, you will be able to remember. After finishing speaking, Neil ignored Gallop, turned his head to look at the gunner's position and shouted, Running ready. Click, click. The gunners loaded the shells in a hurry. Seeing this, Neil also raised his hand high, and suddenly lowered it while yelling, Fire. Shua. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of continuous shelling resounded, and the flames burst from the muzzle. A series of dark cannonballs immediately shot towards the ship of the pirates not far away. SHH, SHH, SHH. Sharp shells whizzed from far to near, and in the battle against the pirates. At this moment, 5 people also came out of the restaurant on the second floor, asking for flowers. As soon as I went out, I saw shells flying all over the sky. Lucini, Augustus, and Gro were all suffocated on the spot by fright, and their pupils constricted sharply. It's over. So many shells, can't be stopped. The ship is going to be sunk. The faces of the 3 of them were extremely ugly, and their expressions of worry and fear were all on display. Can be ahead of them. In the face of this sudden bombardment, Yuan Yi, who followed Zhangje, only had a simple sentence. I come. Clang. The dark red long knife was out of its sheath. Holding the Hideo in one hand, Yuan Yi took a sudden step. Round dance. Following Yuan Yi's soft words, Hideo swung out suddenly. In the next second, the red flame of the Japanese stock suddenly surged out from Yuan Yi's knives. Swish. The scorching breath filled the air. At this moment, the surface of the sea was reddened by Yuan Yi's slash. The shells in midair were covered and swallowed by the crimson flames in an instant. Boom, boom. A huge roar resounded in midair. The dazzling fire that was produced was like the second scorching sun under the sky. Rear. Lucini, Augustus, and Jero, after seeing Yuan the knife touched the red flames and solved the artillery fire in an instant. All of them stared wide-eyed, their faces full of astonishment and disbelief. I read it right. His knife caught fire. It's unbelievable that so many cannonballs were dealt with so easily by him. Is the, in his hand really a knife? Scorching, as hot as a fire? Is he a capable person? The one who ate the legendary devil fruit and obtained the Demon King. The trio spoke vibrato. His eyes trembled violently like an earthquake. It was also at this moment that they seemed to really get to know this indifferent guy. What kind of person is that? That scorching breath, that terrifying experience. It's not an exaggeration to call it a monster. It's not just them. Even Zhangje couldn't help being stunned when he saw Yuan Yi displaying the circle. This is slightly different from what he remembered. Is this a round dance? Zhangje questioned his soul. But soon he was relieved. Yuan Yi is the ancestor of the breath of the sun, and he is the strongest swordsman born with Madara pattern and penetrating world. Coming here and crossing the shackles of the world, its strength will definitely increase. It is not surprising to have some comprehension and growth in swordsmanship. And the other side, seeing himself firing another round of shells, even in an instant, after being devoured and destroyed by a crimson flame. Neil, Gallop, and others are all stupid. The Nile pirates at this moment. Almost all the members were dumbfounded in place, staring blankly at the direction of the pirates, their eyes widened. Then, what is that? Am I dazzled? The new book sets sail, looking for support from flower comments? The first update, 5. Chapter 58 Board the enemy ship. Zhang Jie, you guys seem to be very happy? The crew members of the Nile pirates looked at each other subconsciously. There was obvious trance and astonishment in his expression. I seem to see that guy cut a knife, and then a ball of flames burst out of thin air, detonating all those shells. I saw it too. Such a big movement, such a dazzling light, it's hard not to see it, right? What the hell is going on? It was also when the crew members were talking with astonishment on their faces. Gallop on one side also stared wide-eyed, with a horrified look on his face. Did that guy's knife cut out flames? Neil on the side also swallowed with some difficulty and said, I think it should be because our eyes are dazzled. How could the knife cut out the fire? As if he had found an excuse to comfort himself, Neil gradually calmed down and shouted at the crew of 307 behind. You all saw it just now, didn't you? What kind of thing like a flame was cut out with a knife? Hearing Neil's shout, all the crew members looked at each other in confusion. Before he could respond, Neil's resonant voice came again. You bastards, are women playing too much, and you can only see women clearly with your eyes. Just now I could see clearly that a cannonball exploded in midair before it even landed. All the surrounding cannonballs were detonated by this one cannonball. Which guy is it? Even this kind of shell dares to be stuffed into the barrel, isn't it afraid of blowing yourself up? The crew members were taken aback by what Neil said. But soon, they reacted. The uneasy mood in my heart settled down a bit, and the faces of the crew also showed forced smiles. But soon, these smiles were no longer far-fetched and became natural. What? It turned out to be like this. I just said I was dazzled. How could Che get angry out of thin air? By the way, which softe filled the cannonball? Did your eyes grow on the woman's body? Ha 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 ha. With the sound of ridicule falling, there was a burst of laughter on the deck. Neil and Gallop also laughed unconsciously. It seems to be a false alarm. Gallop muttered to himself. It was also when the crew of the Nile pirates cheered. What everyone didn't notice was, there were two figures, lightly landed on their boat. Two people, one wearing a red robe, holding a dark red long knife. The other was wearing a grey shirt with a long knife at his waist. It was Yuan Yi and Zhang Jie who came here. At this time, Zhang Jie was standing at the bow of the Nile pirates, and Yuan Yi, holding a dark red long knife, landed on the bow deck. Looking at Neil and others who were talking and laughing, a smile appeared on Zhang Jie's face, and Yo-Yo spoke a little in a calm tone. You seem to be very happy? Did something good happen to you? Telling it makes me happy too. As soon as these words came out, the entire deck fell silent instantly. Everyone froze for a moment after hearing Zhang Jie's voice. Neil and Gallop turned around abruptly, looked at Zhang Jie and Yuan Yi with vigilance and scolded in a low voice. Who are you? You say me. Hearing the other party's rhetorical question, Zhang Jie also pointed to himself amusedly. But immediately afterwards, he pointed to his ship and smiled. He, did you see that ship? I am the captain of that ship. Upon hearing that the other party turned out to be the captain of their target, everyone present was stunned for a moment. In the next second, the pirates on the deck burst into roars of laughter. Ha ha ha. Neil also turned his head jokingly, and looked at the crew behind him. Hey, little ones, did I hear you right? Who did he just say he was? He said he was the captain of that ship. The crew responded loudly with a grin on their faces, and this loud and deafening voice made the smile on Neil's face even more playful. Turning around, Neil looked at Zhang Jie again. Then, Mr. Captain, tell me, you came to my base camp just like this, do you want to kneel down and beg me for mercy, or do you want to seek death? Facing the irony of the joke in Neil's words, the smile on Zhang Jie's face remained the same, and his tone was even more calm as usual. I'm here to kill you all. Looking at Zhang Jie's calm and composed appearance, Gallop beside Neil immediately sensed something was wrong. It's crazy? No, it should be said that I am too confident. Going straight to the enemy's base camp, facing such an obvious difference in numbers, they can still say such words. These two people are absolutely extraordinary. Strong uneasiness welled up in my heart. Gallop has already noticed the obvious sense of disobedience. Even at this moment, he actually felt that Zhang Jie looked familiar, but Neil, who was standing beside him, didn't notice that something was wrong at all. In Neil's eyes, in other words, in the eyes of all members of the Nile pirates except Gallop, they have only one feeling about the matter. That is, the other party is rushing to die. The captain of the other party came directly to their base camp, and only took one person. If this isn't death, what else can it be? Ha 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 ha, little ones, did you hear that? This kid said, he is here to kill us all. Just the two of them, he wants to kill all of us, more than 100 people. Neil laughed and pointed at Zhang Jie, talking to his crew. Gallop, who had already sensed something was wrong, quickly pulled Lanier and said in a deep voice, Wait, Neil, something doesn't seem right. But at this juncture, Neil couldn't be bothered to talk to the suspicious Gallop. He has never heard of this kind of thing where the other party rushes to die and is so arrogant. If you don't even enjoy this kind of fun, it will be too disappointing. Just ignore Gallop's words. Neil looked at his crew members with a smile, and said jokingly, Then, are there any kind-hearted people who come out and tell this brat, oh no, it's our big captain, isn't this just playing tricks? Following Neil's order, it fell. Immediately, a crew member raised his hand with a smirk on his face, and said to himself because of the sound of 4.2, I'll tell him. And me too, add me, and After a while, more than a dozen men with weapons walked out with grim smiles on their faces. And Neil also looked at Zhang Jie again, and joked. How is it, Captain, do you beg for mercy? Zhang Jie smiled. Overlooking Neil and the others, the voice said calmly, do them? As soon as the words came out, Yuan Yi on the deck immediately moved. Even though there were a dozen pirates holding weapons standing in front of him, his expression was as indifferent as usual. Holding a dark red long knife, he walked over. The new book sets sail, looking for support from Flower comments? The second update is here. Chapter 59 Overwhelmingly Powerful, The Frightened Nil Pirates. Seeing the other party, there were only 2 people here. It is still 1. The members of the Nil Pirates were immediately happy. Are you trying to fight us one-on-one? Yell, boy, this is not a play. There are not so many rules in the battle between life and death. Good boy, have courage. Let me play a one-on-one match with him. A dozen or so members of the Nil Pirates were arguing, but they didn't take the approaching fate seriously at all. Gallop, who saw this scene, was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped up and yelled loudly. What are you idiots doing? This is a battle. Keep an eye on your opponents. The crew members looked at Gallop and frowned slightly when they heard the sound. The other side. Yuan Yi didn't have the habit of reminding the opponent before making a move. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the long knife in Yuan's hand raised slightly by half an inch. In the next moment, there was only a flash of body shape. The whole person disappeared in an instant. Whoosh. Not good. Gallop, who witnessed Yuan Yi's disappearance, was shocked. He turned to look at his companions. Gallop then saw a red shadow, which pierced through the dozen or so crew members in the battle in an instant. Clang buzz. Shua. The sharp buzzing of blades and the ear-piercing roar of piercing the air were long overdue. A dozen or so crew members of the Nil Pirates bleed on the spot. Puff. Puff. The dark red blood sprayed into the air just like the fountain. Crash. More than a dozen pirates who were full of fighting spirit just a second ago. In the next second, his vitality was cut off. They didn't even make the least wail, and fell straight on the deck. Plop. Plop. Thump. Facing this sudden scene, the entire Nil Pirates fell silent. So much so that the whole ship was filled with a strange quiet atmosphere. The crew members behind Neil were even more terrified at the moment. The pupils shrank slightly unconsciously, and their faces all revealed an expression of incredible horror. Hey, did I read it right? Is this serious? That guy, actually beheaded a dozen people in an instant. Are you kidding me? They were beheaded just like that. I didn't even see what that guy was doing. This moment, the crew members of the Nil Pirates had smiles and jokes on their faces. Just the palpable horror and fear. Seeing Yuan Yi standing alone with his usual indifferent expression, everyone subconsciously took a step back in fear. Even Neil, who is the captain. After seeing Yuan beheading dozens of people in an instant with his own eyes, his pupils couldn't help trembling violently like an earthquake. At this moment, his eyes were full of unbelievable horror. They just died like this. Is that a lie? This must be a joke with me? You stand up? BD, now is not the time to joke. Next to Neil, Gallop grabbed Neil's shoulders and said solemnly with an unprecedented expression. This is no joke, Neil. This time, we're in big trouble. These 2 guys are not simple, and the captain. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Clang. While speaking, Gallop had already pulled out the weapon at his waist. You can't underestimate carelessness anymore. Call the crew to go together, there are only 2 of them, the advantage is still with us. Gallop's words eased the horror in Neil's heart. After calming down, Neil also said while biting his resentment. Damn it, let these 2 fellows fool you. He looked back at his crew. Neil immediately noticed the fear on their faces. This time, Neil Lee couldn't help but cursed. BD, what are you afraid of? Are we more than 300 people still afraid of the 2 of them? Come on, chop them up. His sudden reprimand stunned the crew behind him. After a while, they reacted with a face full of enlightenment. That's right. There are only 2 of them but we have more than 100 people. What are you afraid of doing alone? That's right. Each of us could drown them with a mouthful of spit. Brothers, come up with me and chop him up. With one person taking the lead, the morale of the crew who had been intimidated by Yuan Yi was immediately boosted. Immediately afterwards, they yelled and killed Chao Yuan Yi. Chop him. Seeing this, Yuan didn't say anything nonsense. Swish. Waving a long knife in his hand. Yuan holding the long knife tightly in his hand, he dodges and kills the pirates who are rushing towards him. Whoosh. This time, Yuan's speed was faster than before. In just an instant, Yuan Yi's figure pierced through the air. Just now when I met the members of the Nil Pirates, Yuan Yi cut out with a knife and took away the 3 of them in an instant. Shua. Chilla. Puff. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Even though he was hostile to hundreds of people, there was no trace of fear on Yuan Yi's face. It even directly broke into the dense crowd, brandishing the long knife recklessly, as if to be beheaded by those 100 people today, at this very moment. Swish swish swish. Chilla. Puff. The dark red blade light flickered, bringing up patches of dark red blood. In the Nil Pirates, there were also people who fell in a pool of blood. In just a few breaths of fighting, the number of people killed by the Nile pirates has exceeded the number of days. Neil on the side watched his crew members fall in a pool of blood one after another. I can't help but feel my scalp go numb. Afraid of Yuani's strength. But now, they can't be afraid to fight, and they can't stop fighting. If the crew is gone, he's next. Neil, who understood this, gritted his teeth and was about to raise his knife to join the battle. But before he acted, he suddenly remembered something, and then hurriedly said to Gallop beside him. Catch the thief first and capture the king first. I'll drag that swordsman down, and you lead someone to take down his captain first. I think that kid should be so arrogant and confident because of the existence of this swordsman. As long as we take him down, we can contain that sword king without any effort. Hearing this, Gallop nodded. Agreed with Neil's point. In the next second, he raised his head, he saw Zhang Jie who was standing on the bow of the boat, looking at him with a smile. Also at this moment, Gallop looked at Zhang Jie's smiling face. A picture suddenly flashed in my mind. I remembered. In an instant, Gallop suddenly came to his senses. At this time, he finally understood why he had a sense of disobedience before. I finally understood why I felt a familiar feeling when I saw this guy in front of me for the first time. That's because he has seen this face in other places. On top of the latest newspaper? Yes, is that you? Thinking of Zhang Jie's background. Gallop's pupils suddenly shrank uncontrollably. At this moment, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his eyes were full of unbelievable horror. In the face of Gallop's sudden words, even Zhang Jie couldn't help being slightly taken aback, and said in surprise, "You know me." The other side. Neil also got up from the deck in a disheartened manner. New book sets sail, looking for support from Flower comments? Updates are here to stay. Chapter 61 The Encounter of the Hawkins Pirates. After the incident with the Nile pirates, the Battle of Pirates also ushered in a period of calm and stable days. During this period, they never encountered pirates or marines, not even a ship. These days should have been boring. But in fact, it is not the case. A few days ago, Fina challenged Sefer again. And the result, needless to say, Fina failed miserably. But with the first fight, Sefer has a certain understanding of Fina's fragility. So much so that in this challenge, Sefer did not cause too much damage to Fina. Also from that day on, Zhang Jie could often hear a voice in his ear. "Are you thirsty? Captain Boss. It's a bit windy. Do you need a windbreaker, Captain?" "Captain, this is today's newspaper. As soon as the newspaper delivery gull arrives, I will bring it to you immediately." "Boss Captain? The sun is so bright, you must be thirsty after fishing for so long. I'll pour you a glass of juice to quench your thirst. If you don't like it, or want to drink something else, tell me. I'll pour it for you right away. Come on, it won't be long." "Captain Boss." In the early morning, on the second floor of the pirate ship, Zhang Jie is having breakfast with the crew. A familiar voice came to Zhang Jie's ears again. "Boss Captain, today's newspaper 590 has arrived. Do you want to read it now? If you don't need it, I'll put it on the table here for you first." The person who spoke was none other than Fina. At this time, she was standing about 2 meters behind Zhang Jie, waiting for Zhang Jie's words. And Zhang Jie, under Fina's successive dedication, turned his head and asked slowly at this moment, "Tell me, what do you want? If you want to rely on your hospitality these days to join us, then don't waste your time." In these days, although Fei Na would often come to Zhang Jie, but this didn't make Zhang Jie feel annoyed. Because what she handed to Zhang Jie at that time happened to be what Zhang Jie needed, or it would feel good to have. It's like when fishing, maybe Zhang Jie doesn't need to drink water, but drinking a glass of water can quench his thirst is inevitable. It's like newspapers, maybe Zhang Jie doesn't need to buy or read them, but it's undoubtedly better if someone can buy newspapers regularly and have them delivered to him. Take the example of yourself having breakfast. When Fei brought the newspaper the day before yesterday, Zhang Jie was also having breakfast, and Fei Na would ask but would not bother. If Zhang Jie needs it, she will throw it away immediately. If CCBH doesn't need or doesn't respond for a while, then she will not ask a second time, but will put the newspaper on the table and leave. I heard Zhang Jie asking himself so straightforwardly. Fina was also a little embarrassed and laughed. "Hey, that won't be the case. You have given me a chance, Captain. Have I made progress in this regard?" Zhang Jie raised his head and asked again. "Want to change to challenge your opponent?" Fina smiled and shook her head. No, Captain, you can designate an opponent for me to challenge and give me a chance. I am already very grateful. How can you pick and choose? If, Captain Boss, can you just let someone guide me to fight?" Fina said such a request. Zhang Jie was slightly taken aback, and the others also cast doubtful glances at Fina at this moment. Seeing this, Fina could only say with some embarrassment, "All I know are the fighting moves of some hooligans, and I can't get on the stage." Hearing this, Zhang Jie also smiled. He turned his head to look at his crew members, and said to Fina, "You can ask any of them to guide you. As long as they are willing to guide, I will not interfere in any way. As for whether you can let them guide you, it depends on your life." Hearing that Zhang Jie actually agreed, Fei Na's face immediately revealed an excited look. "Really? Thank you, Captain. Hey, I'm lucky, otherwise I wouldn't have met you, the Captain." After thanking Zhang Jie, Fei Na flattered her without showing any signs of expression. It's just that Fina won't know. Those present, no matter who guides her, she will never be able to defeat Sefer. No matter how hard Chen works, the probability of her defeating Sifur is only 0. However, if Fina can ask Yuanyi and the others to guide them a little bit, it might as well be used as a means for her to leave here. With permission from Zhangzhe, Fina quickly took action and asked Yuanyi and the others for guidance. It's just that what Fina never thought of was, when she mentioned it to Yuanyi actually said 2 words in such an understatement. Can. Tian Fina was taken aback by this sudden answer. After reacting, he was ecstatic immediately. After that, Fina did not show her courtesy to Zhangzhe less, and she also pulled Mona. In addition to being on call to Zhangzhe, they will also do the orders of other members of the pirates. Several days passed by. On a certain sea area, there were constant shouts of killing, and the sound of clashing iron and steel was continuous. Kill, 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 fight with them. Dang 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 dang. At this moment, a brutal fight is in progress. 2 pirate ships of the same size approached each other, and the crews on both sides fought fiercely. But it was in the midst of fierce fighting. There is a young man who seems a bit out of place with the surrounding environment. The fight below is going on, and he, sitting aside like a normal person, played with the tarot cards in his hand. Looking at the results of the divination in his hands, Mao Nian couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Reversed world card. And begin. Only by them. While speaking, the young man couldn't help looking down the pirate group who was fighting with him. Just looking at it from the surface, it is enough to see that the other party is not his own. However, the result of divination is still the same, indicating that he will be terminated. Could it be, is the result of the divination wrong? The new book sets sail, looking for support from flower comments. The first one is here. From this chapter onwards, there are regular chapter word counts, including this chapter. There should be 2 more later, at least 1 chapter. Chapter 62 here comes. Catastrophe for Hawkins? After closing the tarot cards, the young man slowly raised his head. Shua. Suddenly there was an ear-piercing whistling sound. Immediately afterwards, there were several exclamations. Captain. Captain Hawkins. Careful. The young man named Hawkins, agility tilted his head. Call out. Boom. A knife blade exuding a cold glow whizzed past his ears in an instant. It was firmly nailed to the wooden wall behind him. The huge force made the long knife swing violently even when it was nailed to the wooden wall, echoing for a while, whispering. Hawkins squinted at the blade behind him, then turned his gaze to the battlefield below. Your destiny has already been written by the goddess. Riki's struggle is nothing but wasted effort. While speaking, Hawkins slowly stood up. The battlefield below. The captain of the pirate group, who was the leader, looked at Hawkins standing up with resentment on his face. The knife just now, why didn't it cut your guy's head in half? Obviously, the blade that flew past Hawkins' ear just now was thrown by him. Hawkins looked down at him coldly, his tone full of indifference. Fate said, I will meet disaster today. Let me see if you are the man of fate. Clang. The crisp sound of blades came out. The long knife at Hawkins' waist was slowly unsheathed. In the next second, he whispered something in a deep voice. Straw knife. The sound of Qingming echoed, and the blade of the long knife in Hawkins' hand suddenly twisted and deformed. In the next second, the blade twisted and turned into a sharp straw. Faced with this sudden scene, the captain of the hostile pirate group below was shocked. But he didn't wait for his reaction. The long knife that turned into straw stabbed towards him fiercely. Shua. The whistling sound resounded through the air. It was also when the captain of the hostile pirate group was stupefied that a strong figure ran out from one side abruptly, blocking his own captain. Chilla. Puff. The sharp straw blade pierced through the strong man's body on the spot. Bright red blood flowed out along the blade. Hawkins narrowed his eyes slightly. The hostile captain, after recognizing the man whose chest was pierced, widened his eyes and said with surprise and anger, Toba. The man named Toba was bleeding from his mouth, and the group turned back to look at their captain. Take your brothers and run away, Captain Guerra. We are not in the same weight class as them at all. We can't win the fight. If the fight continues, all the brothers will die here. The other party is Basil Hawkins, the magician who offered a reward of 249 million Baileys. Ahem. As he spoke, Toba suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and suddenly coughed up a big mouthful of blood. Facing this scene, Guerra's pupils immediately became bloodshot and red. But when he was about to save Toba, Hawkins suddenly pulled out the grass knife. Ba. The drawn grass knife brought out a large amount of blood. Toba also fell directly to the ground. Thump. Jilla's eyes were red, looking at Hawkins and roaring angrily. BD, I will definitely kill you today. Guerra was about to run towards Hawkins with a knife in his hand, but he was stopped by his crew just as he took a step. Captain, let's go. We are not their opponents, and it will be too late if we don't go. Yes, Captain. Come on. We're here to kill you. You can't die, Captain Guerra. You have to save your life to avenge us. As the words rose, more and more people guarded Jaella behind him. Hawkins watched this scene calmly, but a bit of disgust rose in his heart. Don't make me look like a sinner. You are the first to attack us. It was also during Hawkins' calm statement that the members of the Hawkins pirates also protected Hawkins behind them. Immediately afterwards, fierce fighting broke out again. Everyone slammed into a ball again. Kill. The Guerra pirates were defeated by the Hawkins pirates. Jilla finally recognized the facts, and began to retreat while fighting. At this time, a member of the Hawkins pirates in a black robe ran to Hawkins' side. Captain, do you want to chase? Hawkins raised his head indifferently, looking at the beaten Jella pirates who were retreating and said coldly, "I saw death in their faces." Upon hearing Hawkins' words, the crew immediately showed an excited expression on their faces. "Understood, Captain." After speaking, he returned to the battlefield excitedly with the knife in his hand, and at the same time he did not forget to shout loudly, "Death has already appeared on their faces, kill them all." As soon as these words came out, the morale of the Hawkins pirates soared. The crew members of the Gara pirates fell into a pool of blood one after another, asking for flowers. Hawkins stood where he was, looking coldly at the Gara pirates, whose number was now only a dozen or so, and muttered to himself, "Will my catastrophe be them? Just by them? Just by that knife? Reversed world card, end? Begin? Is that all? It seems that you are not the destined person." Whispering, Hawkins put away the knife. "It's the result of my divination. Is something wrong? But if that's the case, then what's the matter with the strong uneasiness in my heart?" His eyes fell on Gara again, and Hawkins' expression was extremely cold. However, it is also at this time he suddenly saw the faces of his crew members. At this first glance, Hawkins was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had misread it. But the next second after he took a closer look, his eyes widened. Is this death? It was also at this moment that Hawkins's ancient and calm face finally showed an obvious change. It was shocking, terrifying, unbelievable. So it's like this, all of their faces have death looks. So many people will die at the hands of a dozen of them. Looking at the remaining 10 or so members of the Gara pirates, Hawkins looked a little astonished. But the next second, there was a sudden feeling in his heart, and an idea subconsciously popped up in his mind. Coming. Hawkins turned his head abruptly, and looked towards the sea on Ling's side. This look, Hawkins immediately found out. On the sea not far away, there is a ship slowly sailing towards this side. That is a pirate ship with the same skull flag flying high. On the top of the mast, the flag flutters. The pattern of the flag is the picture of a double-sided skull, and this is exactly the pattern that symbolizes the battle against the pirates. Just seeing the ship for the first time, Hawkins' pupils shrank uncontrollably. His eyes trembled violently like an earthquake. He, who had always looked calm, now looked terrified. Because the first time he saw the ship, Hawkins knew that that was exactly what he was worried about, fearful and uneasy. Life and death catastrophe? Now, he really came, as predicted by the divination. The new book sets sail, looking for support from flower comments. The second is more, and it is dry. Chapter 63 Terrified Hawkins, Siro's terrifying power. At the same time, in the battle against the pirates, it's very lively ahead. Hungry Wolf's voice came leisurely. Zhang Zhe, Sifur, Yun Yi, Yigu Yutai, Tian Dao Pain, Obito, Hungry Wolf, Fina, Mona, and Lucy Ni and other handyman. At this moment, it also slowly came to the deck. Zhang Zhe stood on the bow of the ship slightly higher, looked at the not far away, and smiled slightly at the ships that were close together and engaged in fierce battles. It's really lively. Hungry Wolf stepped forward a few steps, flexed his muscles and bones a little, and asked a question. "Captain, are we going to get involved? We haven't moved our muscles for a few days, and I feel like I'm a little rusty." There was a smile on Zhang Zhe's face. "Of course, since we have encountered such a lively event. How can I miss it? If this situation is encountered in the future." Zhang 887 Jia might be lazy to answer. But now, Jiangzi will never miss it. For him now, the combat value is very lacking. It coincides with this situation where the next conqueror can be summoned with more than 1,000 combat points. Zhang Jie couldn't miss the opportunity in front of him. A regular pirate group can bring 200 to 300 battle points to Zhang Jie. 2 boats cost 500 to 600. Although it is a little small, the mosquitoes are also small and meaty. If there are more, they will naturally be full. Besides, the gap in combat value that Zhang Jie needs now is not very big. Furthermore, one of the two ships, Zhang Jie, looks very familiar. The familiar pirate flag pattern, the recognizable straw bow. Isn't it one of the supernovas in the extremely evil generation? The Basil Hawkins of the Magician? Although I forgot the specific bounty offered by the other party, at least it was more than 100 million. And Zhang Jie believes that if Basil Hawkins is solved, he will definitely get a generous reward. That is when Zhang Jie said that he was involved in this battle. Lucy Ni, who was at the back, was a little uneasy. She walked out slowly, and reminded her with some hesitation. That ship with the head of a scarecrow is not simple. If I remember correctly, that is also a big pirate group with a reward of over 100 million, and their captain is quite famous on this grand line. As soon as Lucini said this, Hungry Wolf and the others all turned their heads to look at her. Even Fei Na, who was on the side, heard that there was a big pirate who was offering a reward of over 100 million like the captain and boss. I couldn't help but be surprised. The reward is over 100 million, because of the pirate? Is his reward higher than the captain's boss? Looking into Fina's gaze, Lucini's expression was serious. No, his reward is 249 million Baileys, but he is undoubtedly a powerful pirate, nicknamed Magician. I've heard of the reputation a long time ago. Their background is very deep, and their strength is far beyond the comparison of ordinary pirates. It's just that Fina doesn't care about the background or not. When I heard that the other party's reward was much lower than that of the captain's boss, Fina immediately slapped her thigh and said, "What are you afraid of? It's just a pirate with a reward of 249 million. The captain's boss is 490 million Baileys, which is more than 200 million higher than him. Hearing this, Lucini frowned in displeasure. What do you know as a child? Huh. Fina's eyes widened, wanting to refute Lucini. But for a while, she didn't know how to refute. Just at this moment, Zhang Zhe's chuckle interrupted their words. Hehe, you mean to say that the other party became famous earlier than us, and has a deeper background than us? Even if I have a reward of 490 million Baileys, if I go to trouble with them, is it making me unhappy? Seeing that Zhang Zhe was so straightforward, he said what he meant. The blood on Luxai and Ai's face suddenly receded, turning pale. This is obviously an accident that didn't take her words seriously at all, and even sneered at her words. Lucini, who understood this, was terrified. The voice trembled and whispered back. No, not. I want to say that the opponent's strength may not be weak. Zhang Zhe smiled disdainfully. Weak explanation. Cold sweat flowed from Lucini's forehead, and the strong fear of Zhang Zhe made her subconsciously take a step back. But at this time, Zhang Zhe's voice came again. Forget it, let you see it. Let's see what is strong and what is strength. It also makes you understand a truth. He offered a reward of 249 million Baileys because he is worth 249 million Baileys. And I offer a reward of 490 million Baileys, and my crew offers a reward of 10 million Baileys. Because they only saw the 490 million Bailey side of me, the 10 million Bailey side of my crew. As soon as Zhang Zhe said these words, immediately, Fina's eyes sparkled and she nodded her head. Zhang Zhe looked back at the two pirate ships not far away, but this time, Zhang Zhe saw a conspicuous person. He stood by the railing of the boat, watching Zhang Zhe from a distance. Seeing that eye-catching long golden hair, Zhang Zhe roughly guessed that he was the magician, Basil Hawkins. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhang Zhe slowly raised his hand, pointing his index finger at the two pirate ships. The other side. Hawkins, who was on his own boat, looked at the young man in grey shirt on the bow of the boat not far away. It turns out that my catastrophe is you. The captain has a 490 million Bailey bounty to fight the pirates. Perhaps my destiny has already been written by the goddess. But if I were to hand over my life and death to a miracle, it would be absolutely impossible. I will bestow stubborn resistance, and personally open up a way of survival, and open up the one with the highest survival rate. Mumbling to himself, Hawkins' tone became firm. But at this moment, he suddenly saw the young man in a grey shirt, slowly raised his hand, and pointed his fingertips at himself. In the next moment, the fingertips of the grey-shirt youth shone red. Buzz. The sound of Qingming echoed in all directions. At this very moment, Tian suddenly descended a terrifying aura covering the entire sea area. Boom. The moment he felt this terrifying breath 3.6, Hawkins' breathing suddenly stagnated. The pupils shrank sharply at this moment, and the body trembled violently like chaff. Even the originally determined expression on his face changed into boundless panic in an instant. Without any hesitation, Hawkins turned and ran. Even if the other side of the boat is the sea, even if he is a person with fruit ability, he is a landlubber. Hawkins also jumped into the sea without hesitation. And the other side, Zhang Zhe, who was on the bow, had red lights on his fingertips, shining like he was breathing. The terrifying aura that is so powerful that it makes people tremble is frantic and condensed rapidly. After a while, Zhang Zhe whispered something in a deep voice. Void flash. Boom. The new book sets sail, looking for support from flower comments? The third watch is here. Chapter 64 New Conqueror, Konoha Dance King appears? The crimson flash shot out along with that huge roar. Like a beam of red light, it instantly hit the two pirate ships not far away. Boom boom. The two pirate ships turned into fly ash in an instant. The entire sky was glowed red because of the Zero released by Zhang Zhe. Zero's power was not weakened by hitting two pirate ships. Under that formidable power and strength, the resistance of the pirate ship is like a bubble. Zero also continued to push forward while destroying the pirate ship. Boom. Under the power of Zero, 2 rows of huge waves with a height of tens of meters were set off on the sea surface. For a moment, the fish and beasts in the deep sea were frightened and fled in all directions. On the surface of the sea, the waves are churning endlessly, and the strong wind is blowing. Halong. Even behind Zhang Zhe, Lucini and the others were almost thrown out by the strong wind caused by Zero. He could only raise his hand to resist in embarrassment, gritted his teeth and half bowed on the ground, so he managed not to be thrown out. As for Fina and Menna, there are 22 people. After a scream, it was directly blown away by the strong wind. Ugh. Yuan on one side immediately moved when he saw this. With just a flash of figure, Yuan Yi instantly appeared behind Fei Na and Meng Na, and caught them both with his hands. Zero didn't last long, but in just 2 or 3 seconds, Zhang Zhe stopped. The surrounding area quickly returned to calm. Lucini, who was half bent on the ground, recalled the terrifying breath and the strong wind just now. The whole person is not calm anymore. Her eyes trembled violently like an earthquake, and Lucini's face was filled with that unprecedented expression of horror. What kind of powerful terrorist attack is this? Just feeling it, my body is already trembling, let alone facing a terrifying blow. It was also at this moment that Lucini's thoughts suddenly became clear. That's right. So that's it. That's not an earthquake at all. The horror and shock we felt in the prison below, the ruins on the surface, and the sea river that suddenly appeared. So they did it. So, they destroyed that marine base, that island. Knowing this, 2 lines of hot tears suddenly flowed from Lucini's eyes. I just don't know if it's fear or sudden realization. Behind Lucini, Augustus, and Jero could not calm down at this moment, looking at the ship that was in smoke in an instant. The impact of the scene in front of them was too great. So much so that his pupils trembled uncontrollably. I am not dreaming. The magician who offered a bounty of 249 million Baileys, Basil Hawkins, was dealt with just like this? Not even a scum left. Is that a lie? These guys, what kind of monsters are they? With just 1 hit, they wiped out the big pirate with a reward of over 100 million. Is this godlike power really something that humans can possess? While speaking, the bodies of Jero and Augustus were already trembling. It was also after Zhang Zhe's blow that they once again refreshed their understanding of the pirates. At the same time, he also had an unparalleled strong fear of Zhang Zhe, and even the entire warring pirate group. These guys in front of me are simply a group of monsters. Rear. Fina's short hair was blown upside down by the strong wind, and she said in a confused tone, is it over? Yuan Yi, who was carrying the 2 sisters, put them down slowly, and reminded them calmly. More powerful ones are coming. Fina still hasn't realized what Yuan Yi's words mean. Suddenly, at the end of the line of sight, a huge white mushroom cloud rose. What followed immediately was the terrifying air wave that was visible to the naked eye and engulfed the atomized sea water. Boom! The roar of the explosion came long after. Heavenly Dao Pain in the back jumped forward and came to the front. And walking on the sea was Zhang Zhe. He calmed down a little. After walking a certain distance on the sea, and getting closer to the ship, the man in red armor jumped onto Zhang Zhe's boat. Whoosh! Da-da! There was a crisp sound as the red armor collided. Madara landed on the deck smoothly, then stood up slowly, and greeted Zhang Zhe. Captain. On one side, the gazes of Lucini, Augustus, Jero, Fina, and others all fell on Madara at this moment. They had just been far apart on the sea, and their feelings for Madara were not real. But now, with Madara on board, they also clearly felt the oppressive feeling emanating from Madara's body, and its crew members. It brings them a different feeling. The other crew members are not much different from ordinary people in their feelings. And this man who had just boarded the ship and was wearing a red armor. There is obviously a strong and intimidating aura on his body. This is the complete opposite of Sefer and other crew members who are and live a life without alcohol, seasonings, and other daily necessities. It's best to go ashore to replenish some. The new book sets sail. Looking for support from Flower Comments? The third watch is here. You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details, so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 67-5 The Final Challenge, Cognitive Gap. 3 days later. On the ship of the pirate group, Lucini came to the cabin once and came to the door where Zhang Zhe's room was located. Captain, I can already see the island. Through the door, Lucy and I said something softly. Inside the door, Zhang Zhe stood up slowly, walked towards the door and responded with a sound. I see. At the same time, on the deck of the ship, Fina looked at the island a little far away, and her body trembled slightly with nervousness. Because, this will be her last and most formal challenge to Sefer? Brother Yuan, do you think I have a chance to defeat Brother Sefer? Yuan Yi, who was standing aside, heard the words, glanced at Fina, and responded in a cold tone. No, no hope at all. Fina asked again unwillingly. Yuan Yi thought about it. Perhaps, you can look forward to the so-called miracle. Da-da-da. Footsteps came from behind. Fina looked back and saw Zhang Zhe, Sefer, and Lucini slowly walking out of the cabin. Zhang Zhe walked to one side, and Sefer went straight to Fina. Coming to the railing of the boat, Zhang Zhe turned and looked at Sefer and Fina in the center. Just at this time, Madara, who was sitting on the rail beside Zhang Zhe, with one fist on his cheek, he said leisurely in a playful tone. Interesting. Even if you are as weak as an ant, do you still have a heart that wants to dance? Zhang Zhe, who was on the side, also showed a smile when he heard the words. You like her? Madara glanced at Fina and shook her head contemptuously. No, I was just thinking that her dancing might not be too ugly. Zhang Zhe leaned against the railing of the boat, and said with a gentle smile. Maybe. With his hands in his pockets, Sefer stopped about 5 meters away from Fina with his usual icy expression. Are you ready? Fina took a few deep breaths and squeezed out a smile. Hey, I'm ready? Brother Sefer, you have to be gentle this time, please be merciful. Fina had just finished speaking. Something unexpected happened to her. Sefer actually agreed. Good. When she heard that Sefer wanted to be merciful, Fina regained her spirits instantly. Then I can come. Gritting her teeth, Fina greeted Sefer and rushed towards Sefer. It was also the moment when Fina rushed towards Sefer. An invisible riot so surged out of Sefer's body. Boom! Even Sefer had held riot so low, but in Fina's perception, that power is still incomparably powerful and terrifying. Almost the moment riot so was released, Fina felt her body sinking, and then fell to the ground violently. Boom! Clang! Boom! Riot's oppression continues. Fina's whole body seemed to be glued to the ground, and she couldn't even stand up at the most basic level. Overlooking Fina, who was lying on the ground, Sefer's voice was indifferent and calm. You lose. But as soon as Sefer's voice fell, Fina immediately retorted. Not yet. The battle is not over yet, I can still fight. I haven't lost yet. As she spoke, Fina gritted her teeth, propped her hands on the ground, and wanted to stand up angrily. Drink. Also at this moment, Fina's whole body became red with blood. Even the blue veins were highlighted at the same moment. One can imagine what terrifying coercion she is facing at this moment, and how she longed to be able to stand up. Unfortunately, Safir did not stop because of this. He just stood there quietly, overlooking the struggling Fina. Time passed for a while. Fina also failed to stand up on the ground. Various emotions such as urgency, despair, unwillingness, etc. poured out in Fina's heart. It made Fina's eyes bloodshot and red. Blood oozed from the mouth. Gritting her teeth tightly, Fina looked at her hands and legs and shouted angrily. Stand up, BD. Fina shouted angrily, and once again broke out with all her strength, trying to stand up. But in the next second, her body revealed her overwhelmed earlier than her will. Fina only felt a sweetness in her throat, and then coughed up a big mouthful of blood. Cough. Puff. A large pool of bright red blood was sprayed on the deck. The ground was stained red. Zhang Jie, who saw this scene, also stood up slowly at this moment. A verdict has been passed on this battle that has ended before it even started. Okay, it's over. You disembark when the ship docks. Safir restrained Ryotsu upon hearing the sound. But Fei Na was kneeling on the ground, though without Ryotsu's oppression. But Fina felt that her body was heavier than when she was pressed by Ryotsu. Looking at the pool of blood that he coughed up on the deck, Fina bit her lips tightly, tears welling in her eyes. It was also at that moment that Fina understood the existence of miracles. I also understand how huge the gap in strength between myself and Safir is. 0. Facing such a powerful opponent, it is impossible for him to defeat the opponent no matter what. This was an impossible thing from the beginning. It's just like she wants to join the pirates' conquest. So far, Fina sobbed uncontrollably, and big teardrops dripped down. She could only desperately wipe away her tears. He didn't dare to look up, and he didn't dare to cry. The departure after docking is a foregone conclusion. As time goes by, the battle pirate group is getting closer and closer to that island. The ship also ushered in silence after a long absence. Fina and Menna are no longer arguing. Fei Na squatted beside the boat rail with a dull expression, while Meng Na quietly accompanied her. Zhang Jie stood in front of the bow, gazing in the direction of the island, as if he was looking at something. Also staring at the direction of the island, there are Eniki, Safir, Obito, Pain, Hungry Wolf, Obito Yuta and Madara. Their gazes were all staring in the direction of the island, watching what was happening. Over there, a very interesting thing seems to have happened. Hungry Wolf smiled and said yo-yo. Obito on the side also narrowed his eyes slightly at this time and said, guys who claim to be righteous are taking their lives for fun? Am I not mistaken? It's interesting. Zhang Jie said jokingly. The new book sets sail, looking for support from flower comments? The first one is here. The serial number chapter of 65 is missing, please make up for it. You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 68 Celestial Dragons vs Battle Pirates? At the same time, the gaze direction of Zhang Jie et al., located in the offshore waters of that island. Oh, ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad, another hit, another hit. Playful laughter echoed on a large warship. Below the large warship, there are still 7 small wooden boats. There are 2 people sitting on each wooden boat. Without exception, they all paddled frantically towards the shore with boundless fear. Hurry up, row faster, I don't want to die yet. Hurry up and row me. Shouts of terror came from above the wooden boat. The person on the warship, however, heard the terrified shout and felt happy physically and mentally. The appearance of these untouchables is really interesting, hee 520 ha. On the deck of the warship, a woman wearing a luxurious dress and a bubble hood said with a smile. Beside the woman stood 2 men who also wore luxurious clothes and bubble hoods. One of them echoed the words and said, it's really pleasant to see how scared they are. The other person, on the other hand, noticed the stopped artillery fire. This can't help but make him frown a little displeased, and said in a deep voice behind him, what's the matter? Keep firing? Sink them. As the man's words fell, soon, a general wearing Marine Admiral quickly walked up to the man wearing a bubble hood. With an ugly face, he lowered his head and said, we can't continue to fire, the people are already angry, and if this continues, there will be chaos. At this time, the shore was already full of people. They looked at the people on that warship with complex emotions of anger, fear on their faces. The bloody young man clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The man wearing the bubble hood frowned after hearing General Marine's words. He didn't even look at the crowd gathered on the shore. Then he spoke to General Marine, his tone full of silence. What did you say? Can't fire? Who do you think you are? How dare you restrict my freedom? As soon as these words came out, the Marine General immediately lowered his head in fear. No, dare not. The man wearing the bubble hood tilted his head slightly, overlooking the Marine General proudly. Tell him, are the emotions of the untouchables more important, or our happiness? The man in the bubble hood said those words. A burly man in a black suit and sunglasses on one side came out immediately and said in a cold voice, of course your happiness is more important. The untouchables are always the untouchables, so how can they compare with the venerable celestial dragons? As long as you are happy and willing, these untouchables are all dead, and they are all their honorable subjects. Listening to the man in the suit, Celestial Dragons nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he shouted angrily at the Marine General. You also go down to the wooden boat. When General Marine heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly. However, before he opened his mouth to say anything, the burly man in a suit standing on the side of Celestial Dragons grabbed him and threw him out of the warship. Call out. Ugh. Boom. The Marine General screamed and fell into the sea. On the faces of the 3 Celestial Dragons, smiles once again overflowed and ordered, fire and sink them all. The man in the black suit heard the words and looked back. Those sailors in front of the naval guns, being stared at by the man in the suit, immediately shuddered in fear and began to load the shells. They don't want to be the next to be targeted by naval guns. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the huge shelling sounded again. The muzzle fire on the warship burst into flames, and several shells shot out in unison, hitting the small wooden boat on the sea surface. Boom. Ugh. Boom, boom. This round of artillery fire hit 2 wooden ships one after another. The people on the wooden boat were blown up and flew out screaming. Seeing the Celestial Dragons on the deck, all of them looked happy. Applause. Okay, hit again. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. You actually hit 2 ships in a row, not bad, not bad. Hurry up, don't let those 5 ships escape. If they escape, then you will go down instead. As soon as Celestial Dragons said this, the gunners all shuddered. Immediately afterwards, they quickly loaded the shells. And this time, those who rode in small wooden boats will not be so lucky to escape round after round of shelling. Bang, bang, bang. Another salvo. The muzzle fire of the naval gun shot out, and countless shells shot out. It is in the crucial scene. Standing behind the Celestial Dragons was a burly man in a black suit and sunglasses. Suddenly, he saw something. This made him subconsciously turn his head and look in that direction. After taking a look, he was shocked to find that what he saw out of the corner of his eye was actually a pirate ship. Pirates. The murmur of a burly man was heard. The female Celestial Dragons not far in front of him suddenly became energetic. In the next second, she turned her head abruptly and asked excitedly, Pirate? Where? I just want to get some new slaves. If it's a pirate, it's perfect. Seeing female Celestial Dragons take interest, the burly man in a black suit immediately bowed slightly and pointed to where the pirate was. Look over there. Your new slave is coming your way. The female Celestial Dragons showed a smirk on their face, turned their heads and shouted at the 2.7 Marines behind. Hey, Marine, captured those pirates alive for me. I'm going to make them my new slaves. Meanwhile, the other side. The person on the pirate ship who was targeted by the Celestial Dragons. It is Zhangje and his party who are fighting against the pirates. Hearing that the other party actually said that he wanted his group to be her slaves, Zhangje, Hungry Wolf, Obito, and Madara were all startled. Immediately there was a sinister smile on his face, and he said in a deep voice, Interesting. Madara, you want me to be a slave? This is the first time I've heard that in my life. The new book sets sail, looking for support from Flower comments. The second update is here. The appearance of Celestial Dragons is not the characters in the text, just recognize their appearance. Chapter 69 Madara, I only need a little shot to be the limit of this level? Looking at the warship a little far away, Hungry Wolf suddenly remembered something, then turned his head to look at Zhangje who was at the side and said, Don't just deal with them this time, Captain. Hearing this, Zhangje just turned his head and looked at Hungry Wolf. Then he looked at the warship a little further away again, and at the same time Shen Sheng responded to this. Relax, they don't deserve that kind of easy death. From the rear, upon hearing Zhangje and the others were about to kill again, Lucini, Augustus, and Jero were so frightened that their hearts jumped into their throats. Augustus even subconsciously took a step forward. Wait, please wait, Captain. Calm down, Captain. Jero quickly echoed. Lucini directly pointed out the core problem. Captain, that warship is different from ordinary marine warships. Look at the flags on their mast sails. It's not a picture of a blue seagull spreading its wings. It's a cross with 5 blue dots connected. This is the flag that symbolizes the world government. Zhangje and others looked back when they heard the sound. Before he had time to speak, he heard Augustus speaking urgently from the side. Those 3 people wearing bubble hoods are the nobles of that world, Celestial Dragons. If you attack them, Marine Admiral will be called. If you kill them, the consequences will be even more serious, because this kind of behavior is tantamount to declaring war on the world government. This will not only attract Marine Admiral, but will also be encircled and suppressed by the world government. So, facing the Celestial Dragons, flee. Before Augustus could finish speaking, Zhangje's icy voice came leisurely. You think I don't know? The tongue is for talking, but not for talking nonsense. If you 3 don't want it anymore, then cut it off. As soon as these words came out, Luxini and the others shuddered in fright. In the next second, they all shut their mouths. He lowered his head, not daring to take a breath. On the other hand, thanks to the emergence of Zhangje et al., the 3 Celestial Dragons also shifted their targets from civilians to Zhangje's warring pirate group. Gunners right in front of the ship's guns. After receiving the order from the Celestial Dragons, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Shelling civilians and killing innocent lives makes them feel guilty. At the same time, it will be unbearable. But they won't do things like shelling pirates. Whether it's shelling pirates, killing pirates, or catching pirates, this is what they are good at. Is where the business is. and compared to killing civilians, killing pirates is more exciting for them. Da-da-da-da. Quick, turn around, calibrate the muzzle, target pirate ship. The sound of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed above the deck. All the Marines looked extremely serious at this moment, and everyone started to get busy. Pirate, Marine, this kind of battle must be more interesting than bombarding those untouchables. The female celestial dragons covered her mouth and chuckled. A male celestial dragons on the side also said with a smile on his face, I hope these pirates are not too weak. That's right. If it's a one-sided battle, it's too boring. It's interesting only if you have to fight with each other. Another celestial dragons also echoed at this time. Also this little kung fu that celestial dragons talks about. The naval guns on the warship's side have all been adjusted and calibrated. Fire. Following the order of General Marine, all the gunners fired together. Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, the guns of the warship burst into flames, and dozens of shells shot towards Zhangje and others. Whoa, whoa, whoa. On the shores of island towns, the people who had gathered on the shore a long time ago saw that the target of the celestial dragons had become the group of pirates. He immediately extended a helping hand to those civilians who survived by chance on the sea. Thankfully, these pirates showed up at the right time. Everyone, give your hand and pull them up. Quick, come up quickly. It's really time to thank these pirates. Yeah, it's great that they showed up, but it would have been better if they had appeared earlier. The other side. Battle on the deck of the pirates. Listening to the piercing whistling sound of the shells in the air, all the members of the battle pirates raised their heads and looked at the bombardment that hit the sky. Seeing this, Madara's face was calm, but there was contempt in that calm tone. I thought it would be a big deal. It turned out to be a big disappointment. While speaking, Madara slowly raised her hand, and whispered with one hand. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Boom. The moment Madara's voice fell, there was a loud noise from the hull of the ship fighting against the pirates. In the next second, a huge wooden dragon jumped out of the deck and flew straight into the air. Boom. Licini, Fina, and others in the rear, looking at the carpenter who suddenly jumped out from the deck and was extremely huge. They were all terrified physically and mentally, and their pupils trembled violently. Dragon. How can this be? On the deck, a wooden dragon appeared out of thin air. What kind of joke is this? 177. They looked at the wooden dragon jumping out from the deck, their faces were full of unbelievable horror. But it hasn't waited for them to be soothed from the horror in their hearts because of the sudden appearance of the wooden dragon. Next second, they also saw the huge wooden dragon roaring and rushing towards the shells that filled the sky. Roar. Whoosh. But in an instant, the dozens of shells in the air were swallowed by the wooden dragon in one gulp. Boom. A dull explosion sounded from the wooden dragon's mouth. What followed was thick black smoke that overflowed from the mouth of the dragon after the shell exploded. Even if the shell exploded in the mouth, but the wooden dragon did not suffer the slightest damage. It was just at the bow of the battle pirates, staring at the warship a little far away, and on the warship, several bodyguards in black suits who served as Celestial Dragon's bodyguards. After seeing this sudden scene, they were all shocked to the point of stagnation, and said in horror, "This is an ability user. Devil Fruit's ability." The new book sets sail. Looking for support from Flower Comments? The first one is here. You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details, so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 70 Crushing? Conquer the unrivaled strength of the pirates? Looking at the huge wooden dragon, I felt the powerful sense of oppression that was extremely deterrent. A few bodyguards in black realized it. The guys they face this time will no longer be as easy to handle as before. If it goes wrong, it will even cost them a heavy price with their lives. A thought arose in their hearts, and the bodyguards in black did not dare to slack off in the slightest. They set off together, ran to the front of the three celestial dragons, and protected the celestial dragons behind them. Whizzing. It was also after the bodyguard entered his field of vision. The three celestial dragons came back to their senses abruptly. Immediately afterwards, they all showed panic on their faces, subconsciously took a step back, and said with trembling voices, "Then, what is that?" In the next second, celestial dragons suddenly realized their gaffe. You actually retreated. Scared. The dignified nobles of the world, celestial dragons, gods. Are you afraid of the noise made by a group of untouchables? Thinking of this, the three Ming celestial dragons became furious almost at the same time. A hole. It's just a mere pariah. How dare you run into us? You guys, I order you now, immediately bring those damned pirates to me for atonement. At the end of the conversation, two male celestial dragons almost pointed at the bodyguard in black and roared out, "Watch the enraged celestial dragons." A group of bodyguards in black also lowered their heads in panic and responded in a low voice, "Please calm down, these untouchables seem to be a little unusual, with demon fruit power on them. So, I hope you can give us some more time. We will definitely bring these despicable pirates who don't know how to behave, to you to make atonement." Celestial Dragon's anger eased a bit. The emotions of anger and embarrassment dissipated slightly. The female Celestial Dragons took a step at this time, looked at the black-clothed bodyguard and said coldly, 20 minutes? No, I only give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I want to see those pirates kneeling in front of me? Yes. The bodyguard in black replied in a deep voice. However, although the black-clothed bodyguard deserves to be relaxed, he knows it in his heart. The pirates encountered this time are not so easy to deal with. Ships that encountered the world government did not flee or speak, and even dared to fight back and fight back. Except for those maritime overlords who dominate one side, on this grand line, few people dare to do this. At the same time, Captain of the Battle Pirates, the Hungry Wolf came to the bow full of fighting spirit, and said excitedly, "Captain, should we return the salute?" Zhang Jie nodded slightly, and replied in a deep voice, "Go." As soon as these words came out, the Hungry Wolf stopped for a moment. I saw him grinning, then leaped forward, using the wooden dragon as a pedal, and leaped directly towards the warship that was a little farther away. Whoosh! Looking at the amazing explosive power displayed by the Hungry Wolf. Originally, she had always looked dull, until Madara used the wooden dragon technique to relieve Fina. At this moment, Zine also couldn't suppress the horror in Nai's heart, covered his mouth and shouted, "Brother Hungry Wolf." Immediately afterwards, Obito also took action. I saw him walking slowly, and greeted Zhang Jie in a calm and cold tone. "I'll go and come back." After all, Obito's figure slowly sank into the void and disappeared completely. Fina, who witnessed all this with her own eyes, widened her eyes in shock. "Brother Obito, Lucy and I, Augustus, and Jero." I was also taken aback by Obito's sudden display of abilities. Disappeared. Is he stepping into the void? How is this possible? Same moment. On the warship. Looking a little far away, the Hungry Wolf leaping at an extremely fast speed, and the black-clothed bodyguard standing in front of the celestial dragons. Immediately, the pupils that were frightened closed, and he let out a voice because of shock. Is that a lie? What kind of explosive power is this? He can leap over such a long distance. It took only a few words from the man in black, and the figure of the Hungry Wolf leaped in front of him. "What are you talking about?" I didn't catch it. Between the words, Hungry Wolf took advantage of his strength to split his legs and knock him down. Shua! The terrifying explosive power caused the calf to explode in the air. The bodyguard in black hurriedly crossed his hands to resist. Iron. Before the black-clothed bodyguard's defense was fully deployed, Hungry Wolf's split leg hit him hard. Boom! Boom! Following a series of loud noises, the bodyguard in black was nailed into the deck by the Hungry Wolf like a nail. Boom! Seeing this, the two bodyguards in black were shocked. But the movements of his hands were unambiguous. Chi rushed towards the Hungry Wolf, and without saying a word, he clenched his fist and hit the Hungry Wolf's head. Shua! Shua! The sandbag-sized fist roared with the sound of piercing through the air. Hungry Wolf raised his hands abruptly, and respectively received the fists thrown by the two bodyguards in black. Boom! His fist hit the palm of Hungry Wolf, and he was held tightly by Hungry Wolf. Seeing this, the pupils of the two bodyguards shrank, and they were shocked. Then he was about to raise his other hand to attack the Hungry Wolf. But the Hungry Wolf moved faster than them. At the moment when they haven't raised their hands, the Hungry Wolf grabbed the fists of the two of them and yanked them in front of him. Whoosh! The two bodyguards in black immediately lost their center of gravity and were dragged forward. The Hungry Wolf took another step at the same instant. He charged up his whip leg and kicked the two of them. Boom! Ahem! Bright red blood was coughed up from the mouths of the two bodyguards in black. They also flew upside down like meteors, crashing heavily into the wooden wall of the warship. Boom! 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 Same moment. Obito's figure slowly rose from the deck in front of the celestial dragons. 3 celestial dragons saw this. All of them were frightened, their breathing stagnated, and their pupils trembled violently. They still haven't realized what happened. Whether it was the sudden arrival of the Hungry Wolf or the sudden appearance of Obito, all of these came too fast. His 3 bodyguards had just been killed, and before they realized what was going on, Obito appeared right in front of them. A mere pariah dares to stand in front of me. A celestial dragons located near Obito reacted first, roaring at Obito in shock and anger. But Obito, don't listen to his nonsense. With a move of his hand, a foot-long wooden thorn landed in his palm. In the next second, it was also when celestial dragons spoke the second sentence. Obito held the wooden spike and stabbed directly at the chest of the celestial dragons. "I am the world's most expensive." SHH. There was a tearing sound. Before celestial dragons finished speaking, Obito's chest was pierced. The dark red blood flowed down along the tips of the wooden thorns. Puff. Celestial dragons spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Wow. Blood spilled on the ground. Celestial dragons looked at the wooden thorn that pierced his chest, and at Obito wearing the white mask. His eyes were full of disbelief. I am, the noble of the world, celestial dragons? How dare you?" Coincidentally, before celestial dragons finished speaking again, Obito's low voice came out slowly. Cutting technique. Puff. The new book sets sail. Looking for support from flower comments? The second update is here. Chapter 71. Long time no see, Your Highness? The crimson blood spattered out, the wooden thorn that Obito stabbed into the chest of the celestial dragons. The moment Obito's voice fell, the branch grew. Dozens of sharp wooden thorns directly burst out of the celestial dragons' bodies. This made the celestial dragons look like hedgehogs on the spot. Puff. The celestial dragons on both sides saw this sudden scene. He was so frightened that his legs went limp on the spot, and he collapsed to the ground. Plop. Plop. Unparalleled fear enveloped their bodies and minds. The blood on his face also faded away in an instant. Two celestial dragons, a man and a woman, slumped on the ground, staring at Obito with shocking pupils, and even the speaker was too frightened to speak. They would never have imagined that anyone would dare to stand against the celestial dragons? I would never have thought that someone would dare to kill celestial dragons so blatantly, killing the nobles of the world. The surrounding Marines also turned pale with horror after seeing the celestial dragons being killed by Obito. Isn't it? Are these guys crazy? Those are the nobles of the world, celestial dragons. They actually dared to kill celestial dragons 600. Aren't they afraid of the world government's encirclement and crusade? Before the Marines had recovered from the killing of the celestial dragons, a cold and calm voice suddenly came from their side. Compared to those guys, you should worry about yourself first. Marine was taken aback when he heard that. Subconsciously turned his head to look at the source of the sound. But just as he turned his head, it was Hungry Wolf's punch the size of a sandbag that met him. Boom! The dull beating sound echoed. The Marine immediately flew upside down and hit the wooden wall on one side heavily. Boom! 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 The other side. On the deck of the ship fighting the pirates. Looking at the battle taking place on the warship, Madara waved lightly. The wooden dragon hovering over the bow of the war pirate group also slowly dispersed. Yigu Yutai at the side couldn't help but startled when he saw this, and asked with some doubts, "Mr. Madara, won't you make a move?" Madara glanced at Yi Gyaotai, and said flatly, "No." Although Yi Gyaotai still had some doubts, he didn't continue to ask you. Good. Just now, it seems that Madara is also right. The other party's statement that he wants to enslave his group is a bit fluctuating. But right now, only Hungry Wolf and Obito rushed to the enemy ship. This made Yigu Yutai a little surprised. Otoko Yuta would not have thought of that either. The reason why Madara didn't make a move. It's all because the opponent is too weak. So weak that he can't even warm him up a little bit. In the rear, Lucini and the others watched Obito kill the celestial dragons, and were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Crazy? Crazy. Do they really not know what fear is? What is fear? Killing the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, is even crazier than hitting the marine base. Looking at the figures of Zhangje and others, Lucini only felt that she was in hell. And these people around are all vicious demons? As time passed, the howling and screaming of warships gradually subsided. The people on the coast watched the marine being massacred and the celestial dragons being massacred. All of them turned pale with fright. Not long after that, Zhangje's ship slowly passed by the warship. Obito jumped back to the boat with one hand on the head of the female celestial dragons who had uttered such raves earlier. "Captain? What to do with this guy?" Zhangje glanced sideways at the celestial dragons. Before he could speak, the female celestial dragons yelled at Zhangje in shock. "Let me go! Let me go! You untouchables! Know who I am. I am the noble of the world, celestial dragons? Your gods? How dare you treat me like this?" Upon hearing the celestial dragons shouting, Zhangje immediately frowned and waved his hands. "Kill him and throw him into the sea." Obito didn't talk nonsense when he heard that. Without even looking down, Obito grabbed the celestial dragons' heads and twisted them violently. Crack! The neck of the female celestial dragons rotated 180 degrees, and it died immediately. Obito immediately threw her body into the sea like throwing garbage. Boom! Zhangje looked up at the crowd gathered on the shore. Seeing this, the masses could not help but shudder. "See, the pirates are coming. Run away. We'll be killed." Rumble rumble. Following a series of noises, the people gathered on the coast all fled away in a short while. The ships of the pirate group also docked slowly at this time. "TCH, just now you said you should thank us for coming, but now it's good." They all ran away. Hungry Wolf scratched his forehead and said with a look of disdain. Zhangje didn't care about it at all, and turned to look at Lucini and the others. "You go to prepare for the purchase of supplies, I will go shopping everywhere. If you can't solve the money problem, then come to me with the boss." With that said, Zhangje stepped off the boat and set foot on the long-lost land. All the crew members also disembarked at this moment. It was at this time that a woman with long golden hair and a long sword hanging from her waist slowly walked out of the alleyway on one side, came to the middle of the street entrance, the middle of Zhangje's front road. Seeing the person coming, Zhangje, Obito and Yigu Yutai were all startled slightly. In the next second, I saw the woman in front of the road smiling at Zhangje. "Long time no see, Your Highness. Holy land, Marijois." In a magnificent castle, in a fountain courtyard. The 5 elders were either standing or sitting, quietly listening to the report of a man in a black suit in front of them. The main culprit in this incident is the pirates' conquest group led by Zhangje, who has offered a bounty of 490 million baileys. Currently, the 3 celestial dragons have been killed, the guards are all killed, and the marine is injured. Before the man in black finished his report, standing proudly, a burly old man with a big beard said in a cold voice, "Marine doesn't matter at all. These pirates are so presumptuous, even to the point of blatantly killing the celestial dragons. In the final analysis, it is the gang of Marines who do not do their job effectively." The new book sets sail. Looking for support from flower comments? I recommend a friend's book. People blew themselves up and crossed in the group of beasts. Yang Mi was shocked. Chapter 72 Admiral of Headquarters, Kizura. Sitting on the chair, the old man holding a sword in his arms also said leisurely when he heard the words, "Sengoku should have received the news, right?" The man in black nodded. "Yes, Admiral is expected to be mobilized soon. No, it's not enough, it's far from enough. The old man with white curly hair spoke in a deep voice while holding a cane, and then said again. The blatant killing of celestial dragons is no longer a simple matter. It can be solved by mobilizing a general to finish it. This matter has already affected the authority of the world government. On the side, the old man with the long beard heard the words and nodded in agreement. Being a pirate who ignored the authority of the world government and blatantly killed the nobles of the world, if this kind of thing gets out, it will have a serious impact on the government. It's not enough to just judge the group of pirates. This matter will rot in the sea forever. The old man with short blonde hair who was sitting on the steps with his hands folded in front of his chest also spoke in a deep voice at this time. Go tell Sengoku, he'll know what to do. Yes. The man in black replied, turned around and left the courtyard. Marineford, where the naval headquarters base is located. Boom. Are you kidding me? Wearing a white marine coat, the middle-aged man with a long black beard like a braid slapped the table angrily and said angrily. On the side, several warships wearing marine coats looked at each other, not daring to say anything. The middle-aged man had an ugly expression on his face, and his hands were clenched into fists. And he is the current marshal of naval headquarters, Sengoku of Buddha. Just for that so-called reputation, so many innocent people are going to be implicated. Hearing this, several generals wearing marine coats also lowered their heads at this moment. Just at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from outside the room. Da-da-da. A moment later, a man in a long white trench coat and a bowler hat came to the door, looking at Sengoku with an ugly face inside the room. The man also scratched his head, and said helplessly, perhaps for those innocent people, this matter is indeed too heavy. Sengoku slowly raised his head, looking at the man in white at the door. Isn't it enough to kill all those pirates and execute them on the spot? The man in white looked at Sengoku and shook his head. You understand. That's what the higher-ups mean, and the people up there seem to be very angry about it. So, do it. Hearing the words of the man in white, Sengoku couldn't bear to close his eyes. At this time, Zhang Jie and his group were heading towards the center of the town. Prince. On the way, a cry of astonishment came out. Lucini and the others looked at Zhang Jie with disbelief on their faces. Seeing that Lucini and the others were so surprised at this time, the woman who was leading the way in front also looked back curiously with some doubts. Huh? Don't you know? I used to be His Royal Highness's bodyguard. At the end of the conversation, a smile appeared on the woman's face. And she is exactly Zhang Jie's former guard in Nyorake Kingdom, Erica. Lucini and the others subconsciously glanced at Zhang Jie, thinking to themselves, how could he tell us? Why are you here? Looking at Erica's figure, Zhang Jie asked doubtfully. Now she should stay in Nyorake Kingdom, by Elsa's side. Hearing Zhang Jie's inquiry, Erica was silent for a while. I'll keep the story short. After you left the Nyorake Kingdom, Princess Elsa, no, it should be said that it was Your Majesty, she quickly took control of the Nyorake Kingdom. This is also due to your cleanup actions before you left, which removed a lot of resistance for His Majesty. And I bid farewell to Your Majesty after His Majesty took control of the Nyorake Kingdom, and traveled far away alone. 27. I just didn't expect to meet you here. Hearing Erica's narration, Zhang Jie nodded thoughtfully. Asking for flowers. It seems that I have been delayed a lot of time in the previous voyage. First lost at sea, then detoured to marine base. This made it possible for Erica to meet him on the same island at this time even though she was a long time late on the voyage. Behind, Lucini and the others looked at Zhang Jie with extremely complicated expressions. They figured it out. This guy is not a king, he ran out to be a pirate? Evil? It's too evil. Others come out to be pirates when they can't get along. How could this guy be a king? The complex emotions on the faces of Lucini and the others did not last long. They were instructed by Zhang Jie to purchase and replenish the supplies on board. Meanwhile, on the other side, what Zhang Jie and others didn't know, echoed with the sound of a silver phone bug. A huge storm is rapidly gathering. Almost at the same time, nearly 10,000 Marines were dispatched urgently. 10 Marine warships were recruited from various places. Boom, boom, da-da-da. A chilling atmosphere permeated the base. Countless Marines, like ants, boarded the Marine battleship neatly and mightily. A tall man wearing a white marine coat and yellow stripes also arrived at the base at this time. Looking at the terrified soldiers in front of him, and a warship docked at the port, the man couldn't help but be speechless. Scary. This battle is really scary. And he is one of the 3 admirals of naval headquarters, Kizaru. Just at this moment, a man also wearing a marine coat came to Kizaru's side and said hello in a deep voice. Kizaru Admiral. Kizaru looked sideways after hearing the sound, and responded with his usual expression. Don't worry about me, you are the main force. The new book sets sail, looking for support from flower comments. The first change, circle a few. Chapter 73 Buster Call, the battle of destroying the island? After thinking for a while, Kizaru spoke to the Marine General again. Is it almost time? General Marine nodded. Yes, we are going to sail soon. Kizaru nodded, and while walking towards the battleship, he raised his hand and dialed the phone bug in his hand. Moxie, I'm Kizaru. Yes, I'm already in place. In town. Under the leadership of Erica, Zhang Jie came to the hotel where she is currently staying. Erica originally meant to bring Zhang Jie and others to the hotel to rest. However, the plan cannot keep up with the changes. They failed to enter the hotel as planned. Not to mention Zhang Jie, even Erica, who stayed in the hotel for 2 days, was turned away. The reason for 850 is because she walked with Zhang Jie, a group of pirates who killed celestial dragons. Sorry. Erica apologized to Zhang Jie apologetically. At this moment, it's not just the hotel doors that are closed. Even the doors and windows of the entire town were closed at this moment. There was no one on the street, and everyone hid in the house, for fear of being affected by Zhang Jie and other pirates who killed the celestial dragons. However, although they didn't go out, they all stayed in the house. But they are behind the door and the window, always watching every move of Zhang Jie and others. These sneaky guys are really uncomfortable. Hungry Wolf frowned, obviously displeased. But this is also normal. It wouldn't be comfortable for anyone to be watched secretly by so many people. Zhang Jie glanced at Erica, and then at the closed hotel door. Responded to Erica's apology. It doesn't matter, they are just afraid that we will also cause them to be wrathed by the world government. Keeping us out is also a way of self-protection to ensure that you will not encounter disaster in the future. Hearing that Zhang Jie could understand, Erica was also slightly relieved. I thought that if I couldn't even do this well, I would be even more useless and unreliable in Zhang Jie's heart. Now it seems that such a thing will not happen. However, Erica just breathed a sigh of relief. I just heard Zhang Jie speak again. While this was the right and smart decision, it was also a wrong and stupid decision. Erica froze for a moment, and asked back with some puzzlement. Right and wrong? Why? Zhang Jie looked at Erica. Because I'm a pirate. To say he is smart is to avoid disasters that may happen in the future. To say he is stupid is because he doesn't understand the current situation. Is the catastrophe that may happen in the future more serious, or the catastrophe that will happen immediately now is more serious? Having said that, Erica hasn't realized what's going on yet. The hungry wolf strode out, came to the door of the hotel, and kicked open the closed door fiercely. Boom. Under the huge strength of the hungry wolf, the entire door of the hotel, and even the hotel owner behind the door, were kicked away. He fell heavily to the ground. Boom. Ouch. A howl of pain spread. Zhang Jie and the others went straight into the hotel to join the army as if nothing had happened. Erica, on the other hand, was stunned in place, her brain shutting down for a while. She never expected that Zhang Jie would use such a simple and rude method to directly break into the door. Fina held Mona's hand tightly, walking in the silent alley, without saying a word. Behind her, Meng Na, who was being led, looked at Fina's drooping head, and couldn't help calling out. Fina. Fina was startled when her name was called. When she came back to her senses, she turned around and asked Meng Nadao in a gentle voice with a smile on her face. What's the matter? Are you hungry? This time I have to wait, the mealtime is not so fast. 17. Meng Na looked at Fina for a long time, then smiled and said. Mona is not hungry. Is this our home from now on? Fina was silent for a while before she nodded. Then she bent down and hugged Menna again, and said apologetically. I'm sorry, we could have a better home, it's all my fault that I didn't grasp it. I'm sorry, Mona. At the end of the sentence, Fina's tone was already crying. After hearing this, Meng Na could only touch Fina's head with a smile, and said in relief. It's okay, it's not Na's fault. The other side. Lucini and the others who were in charge of purchasing supplies were also hindered at this time. In the whole town, there is no shop, big or small, willing to sell things to them. Not only that, but Luxini and the others were chased and scolded like broom stars. They almost heard all kinds of dirty words. But they didn't care much about it, because rather than being scolded, they are more afraid that they will not buy enough supplies to go back to the business, which will arouse the anger of Zhang Jie. What are we going to do now? Not only are they refusing to sell us things, but they are also driving us away like broomsticks. If things continue like this, we will definitely not get all the things together. Jero said anxiously. Augustus also looked ugly, subconsciously stroked the blind left eye, his voice trembling. It's not okay to go on like this. If we don't even do this well, he will kill us. Lucini on the side was also shuddered by Augustus's sudden words. Looking at those shops again, Lucini gritted her teeth. If it really doesn't work, then we can only force it. I'd rather kill these guys than go back and face those demons empty-handed. A sea area. 2.7 Under the sea surface, several huge black shadows slowly passed by. The sea fish were frightened by the sudden appearance of several huge black shadows and fled in all directions. And above the surface of the sea, a large-scale warship group consisting of 10 large warships. At the moment, it is heading in one direction, at full speed. These are all Marine's excellent warships, and on each battleship, there are nearly 1,000 Marine elites. Among them, there are no less than 10 Naval Headquarters Rear Admirals and 5 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. In addition, one of the 3 admirals from Naval Headquarters, who is known as the strongest combat power in Marine, will help out. Such a lineup is so powerful and terrifying that it is shocking. The new book sets sail, looking for support from Flower comments. The second change, the circle is correct. You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details, so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 74 The war started, gloating. Soon after, the huge battleship group can already see the shadow of an island. As the battleship group continued to advance, a non-commissioned officer quickly ran to the bow deck of the ship and reported loudly. Report. The battleship group still has 10 nautical miles to reach the longest range. When the general on the bow deck heard the words, he didn't even turn his head, so he responded in a deep voice. Advance 15 nautical miles, prepare ammunition to load, and fire directly without asking for instructions after reaching the range. This time, no one will be allowed to slip through the net. Yes. The sergeant took the order and retreated. At the same time, located above that island town, in a room on the second floor of the hotel, Zhang Jie and the others raised their heads almost at the same time and looked in one direction. Here we come. Sifu reminded in a cold voice. It's a lot of people. It's about the same as I imagined. Zhang Jie also smiled and said to himself. Erica, who was on the side, was confused when she heard it. What's the matter? Who's here? Your friend. Zhang Jie looked back and smiled. 22 It's Marine, and judging by their posture, they intend to destroy us and the entire island. Let's get out of here while there is still time. Hearing these words, Erica's face became serious. Without too much hesitation, she immediately nodded and stood up. Good. However, she froze as soon as she stood up. Because apart from her, Zhang Jie and his group present did not make any moves. Are you? Didn't you say you have to leave quickly? Erica looked puzzled. Zhang Jie also raised his head slightly at this moment. I want you to leave quickly. If it's later, it will be difficult for you to leave. What about you? Erica asked subconsciously. But as soon as she said this, she saw the calm faces of Zhang Jie and the others. Erica suddenly woke up. Isn't the current situation very similar to when we were in the kingdom? The situation at that time seemed so dead, but he resolved it so easily. Thinking of it, Erica couldn't help showing that relieved expression. Well, I see. Then take care, this time. I won't hold you back. Zhang Jie was also slightly taken aback when he heard the words, with a surprised expression on his face. But after a while, he nodded with a smile and reminded. Go south. You can't save other people, it's fundamental to keep yourself alive. Excessive compassion and intolerance let you lose your life. Listening to Zhang Jie's warning, Erica nodded solemnly after thinking for a moment. Well, I'll remember that. Your Highness, take care too. Soon, Erica left the hotel. But Zhang Jie also stood up slowly after Erica left. Then, it's time for us to set off. I think this time, we should be able to fight a little bit. With that said, Zhang Jie walked out the door. Zhang Jie has already clearly sensed that there is a strange and powerful aura in that huge fleet. From the breath alone, Zhang Jie could judge the strength of the opponent. On par with when he met Aokiji at Marine Base. But it was a strange breath. If everything is excluded, then the remaining ones, who are most likely to catch up, are those at the same level as Aokiji. Kizaru, who is also one of the Marine 3 admirals? As for Akainu, Zhang Jie thinks it is unlikely. At the same time, residents in the town. I also saw the huge battleship group sailing here on the distant sea. Seeing such a large-scale fleet, the residents hiding in the houses couldn't help but be speechless. Tisk tisk, so many Marines? Those pirates are about to suffer. What a huge fleet of battleships. What a spectacle? It's the first time I've seen such a spectacle. Hehe, those pirates who dare to kill celestial dragons have come to die. Although I heard that hurting celestial dragons will attract Marine Admiral's shot, I didn't expect that the matter would be so big. It's exciting to watch now, presumably those pirates will be scared stupid after seeing such a large-scale fleet. At this time, the residents of the town are still like outsiders. Look at this incident from the perspective of a bystander. As everyone knows, they themselves are already in the game. In their view, one of them did not harm celestial dragons, and the other did not have anything to do with the pirates who harmed celestial dragons. This matter is a fire, no matter what, it can't burn them. As for Marine Admiral and Marine large forces will come. What does it matter? I am just an ordinary resident, not a pirate or bandit, why should I be afraid? Staring at Zhang Jie and others walking out of the hotel, the residents in the house. They all pointed and whispered at Zhang Jie and others. But Zhang Jie didn't care about it at all. On the other hand, there was obvious displeasure on Hungry Wolf's face. Shout, they didn't know this when they first saw us, and they said they should thank us, but now it's fine, the doors and windows are closed, and they gossip behind their backs, it's really annoying? 887. In the rear, Obito said that he could see it openly, and he smiled and comforted him. Arguing with them about what to do, what they say is just talk, if you are serious, you will be fooled. It was also at this time that the first artillery fire started. Call out. With a sharp whistling sound across the sky, a black cannonball crashed into the town. Boom, boom. The dazzling flames rose with a huge roar. Immediately afterwards, there was the cannon fire all over the sky, and the loud roaring noise everywhere. Whoa, 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 bang, bang, boom, boom, boom. The new book sets sail, looking for support from Flower comments. The town chapter was written for a long time, because I let go of writing at the beginning, so I was a little scared when I looked back later, so I deleted, and revised it several times. It's too late to update, and there will be another one before 12 o'clock. In addition, let me clarify that the world in the book is the world in the book. The author's 3 views are very positive, and the protagonist has a bad personality, that's a matter of setting. It is impossible for me to write the bad guy originally, and then write him as a good guy, one who saves people, and one who does good. Isn't this messed up? Chapter 75 Tenge Shinsei? Starting is the big move, but in just a few seconds, the town has already risen into a sea of flames. The pungent gunpowder smoke filled the air, the sound of crimson flames, and scorching air waves rushed to the face. Buildings collapsed with the bombardment of shells. Boom, boom, rumbling. At this moment, the residents in the town were all stunned. Panic emotions pervaded the entire town at this moment. Hey, 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 what's going on here? Marine is firing at us? Are they attacking us? Crazy? We are not pirates. The residents in the house looked around in horror. The complexion of the building that either collapsed or was rising in flames was pale. Their pupils shrank sharply, and they couldn't believe that the scene they saw was real. And below, in the ruins of the collapsed building, came the terrified cries of the victims. Ugh! Come on! Come on! Help me, my leg is pinned down. Don't go! Don't go! Please don't go! Don't leave me! Woo woo woo! It is also in the panic and anxiety of the residents. A second round of shelling ensued. Call out! Shua! Boom! 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 The same howling and roaring sound of shells came again. Dozens of dazzling flames rose again in the town, causing several buildings to collapse. Boom! This time, in those buildings that were lucky enough not to be hit by shells, the residents reacted. Marine's first round of shelling was not an accidental bombing. Whether it is pirates or ordinary residents like them, they are all the targets of the marine warship. Knowing this, the residents of the town immediately exploded, and each of them fled out in panic like ants on a hot pot. Escape! Run away! Marine is trying to kill us too. Wait for me. Damn! Why did Marine attack us? So that's how it is. With such a huge fleet, it turns out that we have always wanted to be with Marine from the very beginning. Before waiting for the residents to express their inner fear loudly, the next round of shelling will come again. Boom boom. There was a series of dense roars and flames. At this moment, the residents of the entire town began to flee in a panic. There was only one group of people, no matter before or after the artillery fire came, they remained calm and composed as usual. And they are exactly 8 people: Zhangzhe, Sifur, Madara, Yuanyi, Obito, Yuguyuta, Hungry Wolf, and Tiandeo Pain. Even facing the cannon fire all over the sky, the 8 of them seemed to be strolling in the courtyard, walking on the bustling street, completely ignoring the fleeing people around. Tisk, this is really ruthless. The residents of the whole town kill as soon as they say. Hungry Wolf looked at the fleeing people around him, and said, already in the burning building. Obito also said something leisurely. I can't tell whether they are pirates or we are pirates. This kind of behavior is not justice. Zhangzhe, who knows Buster Call, doesn't care about it. Extreme justice? Or is it for selfish desires? In order to cover up certain things, the entire island will disappear from this world. This has nothing to do with justice, right? Yi Guyutai asked with his head. Zhangzhe smiled. Aren't we here? It's still on the edge. By the way, those 3 guys are still buying supplies. Obito, you should go there. After all, there's still Admiral here. Soon, Vice Admiral stood up and loudly encouraged the morale. Cheer me up. Isn't it just a stone? Look at your appearance. Can you still be called an elite? Perhaps the enemy's strength is indeed so strong that it makes you despair. But don't forget, we have Admiral in charge. As Vice Admiral's shouts echoed above the battleship, the Marine's despair eased somewhat. Yes. We have Admiral sitting here. It can be done with Admiral. Marine's morale turned around. Kizaru, who was on a battleship looking up at the huge meteorite falling from the sky, also moved at this moment. Golden flashes shone from his body. That dazzling golden light illuminated the place shrouded in the shadow of the meteorite. In the next second, he made a steep leap, turned into a golden streamer, and galloped towards the huge meteorite in the sky. Call out. The ear-piercing whistling sound resounded through the entire sea area. Kizaru's aura also became stronger and stronger as his height climbed, and the light became more dazzling and dazzling. Clang! With a huge cross flash suddenly appeared. At the same time, the falling meteorite also suffered a powerful blow from Huang Yuan's full strength. Boom! Boom! The loud roaring explosion echoed in the sky, and the extremely huge meteorite exploded in response. Boom! The golden flash and the crimson fire reflected half of the sky, making the heaven and the earth pale. The terrifying residual power turned into a wave of air visible to the naked eye. The coerced heat swept across all directions. Boom! Boom! The clouds in the sky were dispersed by the air waves in an instant. Kfi! Under the sky, the wind is blowing and the waves are churning. Even the huge battleship was violently turbulent under the beating of the raging waves. Rumble! However, Kizaru's attack did not end there. Although the huge meteorite has been broken by him. But this is not enough, the remaining meteorites are still huge. If it is allowed to fall like this, the entire fleet of battleships will still be doomed. At that time, all warships will be reduced to dregs. Hovering in midair, Kizaru crossed his arms, urging his own fruit ability with all his strength. Immediately afterwards, a golden light shone from his hand again. 8-foot Kain Guyu. SHH, 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 SHH. With Kizaru's low shout echoed. Countless light bullets containing powerful power shot towards the fallen meteorite like raindrops. Boom, 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 boom. On the warship, Marine non-commissioned officers at all levels are also holding their weapons tightly at this time. He faced the countless meteorites of different sizes that were falling rapidly towards them. Coming soon. Shoot them down. The crimson light glowing from the surface of the meteorite block made the sea surface and the battleship red. nearly 10,000 marines on 10 warships. At this moment, it launched a fierce offensive against the countless meteorites. Drink. Block these meteorite blocks. If the battleship is destroyed, the ending we face will only be the same as the battleship. However, the reality is cruel. Even if there are nearly 1,000 marines on each battleship, but in the face of the dense meteorite rain, they are still all unable to resist. Bang, bang, bang. Win. P.S. Do it all. Boom. But in the blink of an eye, 2 warships were smashed into sieves by the meteorite and exploded on the spot, shooting out dazzling flames on the sea. Boom. The powerful meteorite fell to the sea surface, and the surrounding warships were swayed by the waves it raised. Soon, a meteorite broke through the defenses of the marines and landed on the battleship. Boom. Ugh. The surrounding marines were directly blown away by the aftermath of the impact, and the screams and wailings echoed one after another on the battleships on the sea. Soon, the 3rd battleship and the 4th battleship exploded one after another. After a while, the 5th exploded again. Then came the 6th. The 7th. In less than a minute, the number of marine casualties has reached more than 7,000. Their lives were all taken away by the dense meteorite rain in an instant. Chapter 77 Kizaru vs Ulquiorra Sifur, The Coast, where Zhang Jie et al. Looking at the huge meteorite being broken by Kizaru, it turned into countless small meteorites and fell to the sea. The corners of Madara's mouth also slowly rose, revealing a faint smile. Block it? Then. Let's forget about the next one. Zhang Jie suddenly picked up Madara's words. At the same time, he looked sideways at Madara and said, the next one will not be them, but ourselves. This made Madara, who was about to attract a meteorite, stunned by the sudden words. However, Madara didn't bother with that either. Really? That would be a pity. If Madara is attracting a second meteorite, then Marine's side will die 100% except for Kizaru, because they just can't stop it. If they can still defeat the first meteorite, it would be fine if they smashed the second meteorite. If there is no way to break it, when such a large meteorite falls, it will definitely set off a stormy sea. Then the whole town, and even the whole island at the foot of Zhangzhe, they would all be instantly engulfed by the huge waves stirred up by the meteorite. Now that more than half of the marine warships have been lost, and more than half of them have been killed or injured, the meaning and value of the second meteorite have been greatly reduced. Although the meteorite hit marine, but at the same time, his own side will also be greatly affected. And this is also the reason why Zhangzhe stopped the second meteorite that Madara summoned. At the same time, on the surface battleship, even Marine, who survived by chance, is now injured all over. Looking at the large army of nearly 10,000 people just now, there are only 1,000 disabled people left. Looking at the 10 magnificent battleships just now, there are only 3 left now, and all of them have become dilapidated under the impact of meteorite rain. The Marines suddenly fell into boundless despair. When, thump, the weapon fell to the ground again, and even Marine herself knelt down on the ground limply at this time. Looking at the tragic situation, he thought about his companion who had already lost more than half of his casualties in just a moment. Even the burly muscular man couldn't help but roared unwillingly with tears in his eyes at this moment. This must be a lie, right? Is it my dream? Is it a dream? Tears welled up in my eyes. The fighting spirit and will of the Marines were completely disintegrated at this moment, and they choked up their speech. Damn it! The battle has just started, and the casualties are already so heavy, so how should we pay for the next battle? This kind of power is no longer something we can resist. It's just a random blow, and the fleet has already suffered such heavy losses. This kind of terrifying power, they are not at the same level as us at all. It was also amid the desperate whispers of the Marines. Kizaru's figure also fell from that midair. Clatter. It landed on the warship smoothly. Looking at the wreckage and corpses floating on the sea around, looking at the Marines who were seriously injured and survived by chance, and the 3 battleships that were seriously damaged, Kizaru fell silent. Let's retreat. Their strength has exceeded the range you can capture and kill. Even if they stay here to fight, they will only cause unnecessary casualties. Kizaru looked at the Marines and said leisurely. Hearing Kizaru's voice, all the Marines raised their heads, looked at Kizaru with red eyes and shouted, Kizaru Admiral. Kizaru turned his head away. What a shame. As Admiral, he couldn't even block this kind of attack, and caused such heavy casualties. Turning around, Kizaru faced Zhangzhe and his group on the coast. At the same time, he gave the order to the Marines in the rear again. Let's withdraw. The next battle is beyond your reach. Same moment. Zhangzhe, who was looking at Kizaru on the distant battleship, also showed a smile. Sifur, who was beside Zhangzhe, also walked out slowly at this moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Sifur's figure instantly disappeared in place. Whoosh. At the first occurrence, it was in front of the battleship group, obliquely above Kizaru. Looking at the Sifur who came in a flash, hovered in the air, and looked down at the audience indifferently, Kizaru joked leisurely. Really, are your auras so terrifying? Raising his hands, Kizaru's golden glow appeared in his hands. Amazon Cloud Sword. Clang. A golden lightsaber unfolds as Kizaru's hands stretch. Sifur glanced at the lightsaber in Kizaru's hand. Then looking at Kizaru, Yo-Yo said, asking for flowers. Do you feel fear? Humanity. Hearing Sifur's sudden words, Kizaru was slightly taken aback, and asked back, what? Sifur looked indifferent, and looked down at Kizaru with a cold tone. Are you afraid? Kizaru smiled. Sorry, I don't understand these strange words. Hearing this, Sifur doesn't want to talk too much. With both hands slowly withdrawn, Sifur grabbed the scabbard at his waist with one hand and the handle at his waist with the other. Clang. Accompanied by this crisp blade unsheathing sound echoed. The black-winged monster around Sifur's waist was unsheathed half an inch steeply. Clang buzz. A majestic and terrifying aura also rushed out of Sifur. Boom. And this, since he came to this world, was the first time he drew his knife out of its sheath. Feeling the sudden surge of breath from Sifur, Kizaru's pupils shrank suddenly. There was also an unbelievable shock on his face. Hey, isn't it? Without too much hesitation, the moment Sifur drew out the black-winged demon, he directly attacked Kizaru. Shua. The black-winged demon broke through the air attack and slashed. Seeing this, Kizaru didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and held Amakongan's sword to meet him with a single blow. Clang. Boom. The two blades collided fiercely, and there was a huge roar. The converging terrifying forces stirred up a terrifying aftermath, turning into waves of air and ripples sweeping all directions. Boom. The surface of the sea directly below the two of them exploded with a burst of waves several meters high. Boom. Kizaru stalemate with Sifur for a while, then decisively took advantage of the situation and flew backwards to release the force, and at the same time raised his hand to point Sifur in the air, and the light from the fingertips burst out. Call out. A ray of golden light dragged the constant streamer and shot towards Sifur head-on. Sifur looked up, waved at the flash that was flying towards him, and knocked it away with his bare hands. Boom. Boom. The flash was hit and changed direction, falling into the sea causing a powerful explosion, but Sifur dodged and flew backwards. Kizaru chased after him. Who 6? You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 78 Block It Black Wing Demon. Kizaru, who flew upside down, watched as Sifur staged another attack that knocked him flying with his bare hands. At the same time, he was galloping towards him. Kizaru couldn't help whispering. Is it like this again? Shooting the flashing light with bare hands, still in such a relaxed posture. Really? Yada mirror. During the words, the golden light in Kizaru's hand flourished, and a beam of light shot out. Immediately afterwards, his whole body turned into countless light spots. Following the light beams reflected on the sea surface, he moved rapidly, and instantly distanced himself from Sifur. Shua. Sifur, who was galloping towards him, saw this, his eyes drooped slightly, and the black-winged demon clenched tightly in his hand. In the next moment, the ringing and turning suddenly unfolded. Whoosh. On the other side, Kizaru made a quick transition with Yada Mirror's beam. A battleship fragment standing on a sea surface stood still. Clatter. 8:30 But just as he stood still, Yinfa's figure instantly came behind him. Boom. Facing this sudden scene, Kizaru was shocked, and looked sideways into Sifur's eyes. Just unbelievable horror. Isn't it? This guy, caught up to the speed of light. It was also when Kizaru was terrified. Sifur, who had already rushed to his side, did not hesitate at all, and slashed at him with a single blow from the black-winged demon. Brush. Clang. Kizaru's instinct told him that this knife must be avoided. Complying with this intuition and moving his heart, Kizaru's whole body shone with a golden light. The moment before Sifur's black-winged demon slashed down, it turned into countless light spots and scattered, flying towards the sky. SHH. 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 Following Kizaru's dodge, followed by that huge roaring sound. Boom. Boom. Although Sifur's blow missed, it was still powerful. It failed to land on Kizaru, but landed on the surface of the sea. All of a sudden, a huge wave with a height of tens of meters exploded on the surface of the sea. Wow. The aroused sea water fell in accordance with the gravitational force, like a sudden rainstorm. Sifur was in the rainstorm, looking up into the midair, just about to chase up. Kizaru's figure had already gathered in midair, and activated his fruit ability again. His hands burst into dazzling golden flashes. 8-foot Kainguyu. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. SHHHHHHH. In an instant, the sky was covered with golden flashes for half a day. Countless light bullets, like a meteor rainstorm, shot down towards Sifur. Knock. Seeing this, Sifur clenched the black-winged demon in his hands, raised a slash and slashed down. Shua. Boom. The sea surface under the blade exploded directly, stirring up two huge waves as high as tens of meters. Then, just for a moment, the light bullets shot obliquely towards Sifur in midair, and at this moment they all fell vertically into the sea. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. Boom. There was another loud bang. The sea surface in front of Sifur seemed to be opened by someone, and the waves exploded the whole piece. Kizaru, who was in the midair, watched his all-out attack being so easily resolved by the opponent. The face can't hide it anymore, revealing the horrified body. This guy, what's going on? He fell asleep before being attacked. Fighting the pirates? Since when are there more powerful people like this in this sea? It was also during the sudden change of Kizaru's thoughts. Suddenly there was an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Shoo. Immediately afterwards, the waves that were stirred up by the whole piece and that had not yet settled. It was directly chopped off by Sifur. Clang. The figure attacked Kizaru again. Sifur raised the black-winged monster and slashed at Kizaru. Although Kizaru was shocked by Sifur's strength, but he didn't flinch, and he also chopped off with the Weavai sword. Shua. Boom. The two weapons collided, and there was another loud roar. Boom. 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 The terrifying aftermath swept all directions. For a while, Kizaru and Sefer became deadlocked. Seeing this scene, Kizaru also laughed and joked. It's so dangerous, I almost failed to block it. Brother, you. It's just that Kizaru hasn't finished speaking yet. Sefer raised his other hand abruptly, and pointed his fingertips at Kizaru, accompanied by a soft sound echoed. Sefer's fingertips shone with emerald green light, and powerful and terrifying forces were frantically gathering. Not good. Feeling that terrifying power, Kizaru's pupils are playing, and there is something wrong in his heart? Immediately afterwards, I saw that he started elementalization without the slightest hesitation, turning into countless flashes and scattering in all directions. Shoo. Also at the same instant, the sudden spurt out from Sefer's fingers. Zero. Boom. A pillar of emerald green light with a diameter of about 2 meters long traverses the boundless sea. The terrifying breath shocked the fish and beasts in the deep sea to flee in all directions. That powerful flash of light shone so that the sky and the earth were overshadowed by it. Boom. In the distance, a white mushroom cloud rises, followed by that huge explosion. Boom boom boom. On one side of the surface battleship, the Japanese Marines watched the battle between Sefer and Kizaru. All of them opened their mouths in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Hey, is this serious? Kizaru Admiral, you are at a disadvantage. That guy's strength is actually comparable to Admiral's. This guy doesn't seem to be the boss of that group. I know the target of this crusade. The captain of the pirate group is a guy named Zhang Jie. It's not him, and he doesn't seem to appear on the wanted list. As soon as these words came out, the Marines around them all widened their eyes with horror on their faces. This group of guys are 1.6, what is the origin? The strength is comparable to Admiral, such a powerful guy, but he is not the boss of that group. Not surprisingly, the author should be Yang. Has a fever, and the whole body is cold, achy, accompanied by fatigue, headache, groggy, and tired. The timing of the code word update in the first 2 days was uncontrollable, resulting in only one chapter being updated. It's all right now, the code word update time is controllable, but the author feels a little bit overwhelmed. This chapter was a bit difficult to write, and it took nearly 4 hours. Difficulty concentrating. If you can bear it, there will be another update later. If you can't bear it, you can only continue writing tomorrow if you haven't finished writing. In contrast, tomorrow's update will have one more chapter than today's. If the situation is not serious, it should be no problem to look like the third update. Chapter 79. A period of terrifying strength of returning to the blade, crushing Kizaru. Even Kizaru was moved when he saw the huge white mushroom cloud rising in the distance. However, there was no fear on his face. Instead, he still looked at Sefer with some incongruity and said leisurely, "It's so dangerous. It was really dangerous just now. If I was hit by that blow, I'm afraid I would be in danger, right? You guy, you are really scary strong." Sefer looked at Kizaru, his face was still cold. Although Sefer has the upper hand in the current battle situation, Kizaru's strength is not weak after all. It is still a bit difficult to cause fatal damage or serious injury to Kizaru in a short time. And if Kizaru keeps avoiding direct combat with Sefer, it will be difficult for Sefer to deal effective damage unless. With his eyes narrowed, Sefer slightly raised his hand holding the black-winged demon. Seeing this, Kizaru, who was still in a daze, immediately became vigilant. "Are you coming?" It's just that Sefer didn't attack him right away, something different from what he had imagined. Instead, he looked down at him coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Don't waver. Put up your posture, tense your nerves, and don't relax even for a moment. Otherwise, what greets you at that moment will be death." The black-winged demon in his hand was fully raised, and the tip of the knife was pointed at Kizaru. Sefer spoke again. "Lock it, black-winged demon." Boom. As soon as Sefer finished speaking, a terrifying black-green aura so thick that it was clearly visible to the naked eye suddenly boom. In just a few thought ups and downs, Sefer has already killed again. Kizaru had no choice but to bite the bullet and retreat while fighting with Sefer. And the other side, above the sea where Zhang Jie and others are. Seeing the figures of Kizaru and Sefer disappearing from sight, Otoko Yuta, who came back to his senses, couldn't help sighing. Is this the real strength of Mr. Sefer? Really powerful. Hungry Wolf stroked his chin, thoughtfully. I calculated that he was very strong before, but I still underestimated him. That's when the crew were talking about Sefer's strength. The system's notification sound echoed in Zhang Jie's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting plus 36,000 combat value. The author has had a fever 9 to 11 times in the past few days, and has a headache like a craniotomy. In the end, there are only 2 words to describe the power of this new crown. Dioze? Dioze? No more nonsense. Move forward with that bulging bag on her back. It's okay, Menna is holding on for a while, we will be there soon. Meng Na nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Okay, Menna is not tired at all, Menna still has strength. At this time, although blood was flowing down Fina's forehead, she herself didn't care at all. For the sudden destruction of this new home in front of her, she didn't feel any sadness. On the contrary, at this time, her face was still filled with joy that could not be concealed. The destruction of the town is the best proof that it cannot survive here. And this will give her a chance to return to the pirates. 777. Of course, this is also a probabilistic matter. Because there is the possibility of being rejected, and there is also the possibility that the battle pirate group has left. But this does not hinder her hope and expectation for returning to fight against the pirates. As long as they still meet, Fina believes that there is still a great possibility of boarding the ship again. As for staying for a long time, although there is little hope, but it is not without chance. Will the captain take us in? Mona couldn't help asking again on the way. Fina still maintained this smile, and responded gently. Yes, didn't Mona say that too? The captain is a good man, he will take us in. So, we have to catch up with them before they leave, or we'll miss it. The two walked along the street. The fiery breath scorched them, making them feel dehydrated, and even fainted on the ground several times. But the two of them still held on with perseverance and did not fall down, and they did not stop moving forward at all. I don't know how long I walked. In their line of sight, the endless blue sea appeared in their line of sight together with the sea. Kfa. There is also a group of people on the shore, waiting for something. It seems to have noticed the arrival of two little girls. The leader of that group was a young man named Zhang. At this time, he slowly turned his head and looked towards the rear. The others, after Zhang looked back, all turned their heads to look back. Is it them? Luxini shouted in surprise when she saw Fina and Menna. Rao Zhang felt a little surprised when he saw the figures of Fei Na and Meng Na. I thought they were already dead in the artillery fire. So, he's still alive. On the other side, there are two people named Fei Na in that street. After seeing Zhang figure, he couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed his eyes desperately. After confirming that the person standing in front is Zhang and others, Fina's face immediately revealed an expression of surprise that had never been seen before. Boss Captain. Carrying a bulging bag, Fina shouted. At the same time, he did not forget to say hello to Mona, and quickened his pace. Soon, Fei Na and Meng Na came to Zhang and the others. Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Fei Na and Meng Na and reiterated. I've said it more than once, don't give me these weird nicknames casually, and don't shout nonsense. Fina grinned, but didn't care about Zhang's reiteration. Put down the big bag on your back. Fina took out a fiery red apple from inside and wiped it on the surface of her clothes. In the end, it seemed that the surface of my clothes was a little dirty. Then she turned the clothes over and wiped the clean inside. Then he raised his hand and handed it to Zhang. Captain, do you want an apple? It's sweet and delicious. Zhang lowered his eyes and looked at the apple in Fina's hand, but he didn't take it. Instead, he looked up at Fina and said, Are you trying to impress me with an apple? If you have anything to say, just say it. Fina smiled awkwardly. Before Fina could say anything, Menna, who was behind her, came out. He took out a candy from his pocket, tiptoed and handed it to Zhang, shouting with difficulty. Captain Boss, eat candy. Zhang glanced sideways at Meng Na, but didn't say anything, and didn't take the candy from her hand. At this moment, Fina could only speak honestly. Hey, Captain, look, this town has been destroyed in this way, we will definitely not be able to survive here. How about, you are taking us a ride to the next place to disembark? Hearing this, Zhang looked at Fina with a playful smile and asked back. Do you think I will promise you? I heard Zhang's playful tone. Behind, Lucini couldn't help sighing softly in her heart. Well, it seems, the two of them are destined to stay here and be with this fiery sea of fire. The atmosphere is a bit cold. The smile on Fina's face also froze after hearing Zhang's words. His head drooped slightly unconsciously. Fina was silent for a moment, readjusted her emotions, and answered Zhang's question positively with a smile on her face. You'll say yes. I really want to say that, but now, I know. Boss Captain, you actually don't want to take on the burden that the two of us can't give you any help. Zhang raised his head slightly, his smile still playful. Since you know, why are you still coming to touch my bad luck? With the smile still on Fina's face, she slowly opened her mouth and said, You are actually very kind and kind. You are willing to take in two strangers and lend a helping hand to two strangers. I am very grateful to you, Captain and Boss. I shouldn't have pushed forward. I should have stopped causing you trouble after I got your help. I should have taken Menna away and lived here. It's just that although I know what to do, I can't do it. Even if my behavior may make you feel bad, Captain, I still want to fight to get on your ship, or even stay on your ship. I have experienced warmth and joy, but I can't bear the dark and damp streets and alleys, and I can't bear the days of being hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, even if I try my best, I can't survive. The first update, here you go. Chapter 82 in the peak match, Xiao 1 vs 3. Turning her head sideways, Fina looked at the town that was still burning with fire. In fact, after the fire is over, if she stays here, she can survive for a while. It's just that this day will be harder and crueler, and he won't live long. It was also when Fina's thoughts were flying. She suddenly felt her raised right hand lighten. This sudden turn of events made her startled, and raised her head resignedly. But he saw that the apple he raised in his hand had fallen into Zhang's hand at some point. Boss Captain, she murmured, as if wanted to say something. But Zhang also happened to speak at this moment. An answer I didn't expect. I thought that you would make a fool of yourself to win my sympathy for children. Hearing Zhang's words, Fina also smiled a little embarrassedly. Hey, how can it be? How can you make it difficult for you, the captain? Zhang raised his head and asked rhetorically. Then do you think it's difficult for me to do now? Fina blinked and said something tentatively. Why don't you, Captain, take a ride with us? There was a faint smile on Zhang's face. I am not a good person, I can even be said to be a vicious villain. What I believe in is the supremacy of interests, what I believe in follows my heart, and what I believe in follows. Killing and throwing away corpses is also good for a pirate like me. Although you are of no value to me, I am in a good mood today, so I might as well give you a lift. As he spoke, Zhang Jie put the apple in his hand into his mouth and took a bite. Crack. When Fei Na and Meng Na saw this, they were both stunned for a moment. Some couldn't believe what they heard. But soon, they also reacted, their eyes widened, and bright starlight shone in their eyes. Thanks. Thank you, Captain. The faces of the two little girls were filled with smiles from the bottom of their hearts. I quickly expressed my thanks to Zhang Jie. They have been suffering all the time, and they always cherish the beautiful things. This is especially true for the happiness that seems hard to come by. They didn't even notice it themselves. The sockets of my eyes, already blushing unknowingly in that thank you. In the rear, Lucini and other three handy men. At this moment, his eyes widened. But different from the two of Fina Menna, the three of them had an unbelievably shocked look in their eyes. No, isn't it? Did I hear you right? The captain actually agreed. The eyes trembled violently, uncontrollably. The scene in front of them was unimaginable even in their dreams. Based on what they experienced and what they saw, the probability of Zhang Jie, who is not happy, killing them both is greater than the probability of letting them leave alive. But right now, Zhang Jie not only didn't kill these two aggressive girls, he even took them in and is willing to give them a ride. I must be dreaming, right? The three of them looked at Zhang Jie's back, looked at the smiles on the faces of Fei Na and Meng Na and murmured absently. Also at this time, Fina brought up the bag full of apples again, looked at Zhang Jie and asked, Boss Captain, what about these apples? Zhang Jie glanced at it and responded calmly, divide it to everyone. Okay. Fina replied with a smile, and ran to the back with the bag of apples. Zhang Jie stood where he was, looking at the distant sea, and inadvertently glanced at the apple in his hand. I was really moved by an apple. Laughing at himself, Zhang Jie put the apple into his mouth and took another bite. Meanwhile, the other side. On a certain unknown sea area, a dog-headed warship flying the marine flag high, sailing on the calm sea at a constant speed as usual. Inside the cabin, an old man with grey hair was eating a pack of senbei with great relish. On the side of the old man, on the chair on the side of the room, a tall man was sitting quietly and taking a nap. Both of them are well-known generals in marine. The old man is the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp, who is known as a hero. Seeking Flowers 00. And that tall man is Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji. Kaka. The crisp sound of senbei being chewed echoed in the room. Suddenly, Aokiji, who was sitting on a chair beside him, suddenly opened his eyes. Garp, who was eating the senbei, also stopped his movements at the same moment. Almost coincidentally, the two raised their heads and looked in the same direction at the same time. This breath. While whispering, the two stood up at the same time and walked outside. Just as Garp walked out of the room and came to the corridor, a marine sergeant hurriedly ran towards him. Vice Admiral Garp? Marshal Sengoku is calling. But before the marine non-commissioned officer finished speaking, Garp waved his hands with a dignified expression. 0. Let him wait. At this moment, the marine sergeant who came to report couldn't hold back on the spot. That's the marshal's call. Even if you let me say that, I don't have the guts to say it. Vice Admiral Garp, Yuante original. However, Garp still didn't give the sergeant a chance to finish speaking, so he interrupted directly. The old man will contact him personally. Now, I have other things to do. After all, Garp and Aokiji directly passed the marine sergeant who reported. This made the marine non-commissioned officer feel helpless. Vice Admiral Garp is still going straight, going his own way. This breath is not simple. Mr. Garp, Aokiji said calmly. Garp just grinned when he heard this. Hey, whoever it is, if. Boom. Before Garp could finish speaking, the ceiling on both sides in front of them was smashed through. Boom. A man in yellow and white striped clothes also fell not far from them. Boom. It's just that when Aokiji and Garp saw the man's appearance clearly, the two of them lost their composure for an instant. At the same moment, all the faces showed that horrified expression, and they exclaimed in surprise. Polusalino? 0. Chapter 83 Sefer, this is not a negotiation, but an order? Humanity? Cough cough cough. Under the stunned gaze of both Aokiji and Garp, Kizaru let out a violent cough. The bright red blood also flowed out of his mouth along with his coughing, and fell on the wooden deck. Did Da. Porosalino? What's wrong with you? Who hurt you like this? Garp took 2 steps forward and asked with a somewhat eager tone. At this time, Kizaru's body was covered with blood. The marine overcoat he was wearing was already in tatters, and even the yellow and white striped clothes had a big tear, bleeding out. Seeing Kizaru's embarrassed Garp, I already felt a strong uneasiness in my heart. He also couldn't imagine who could hurt Kizaru into such a mess. It is even more unimaginable that he was hurt like this in the first half of the Grand Line called Paradise, pregnant with 87. But, Kizaru didn't answer Garp's words. Instead, he forcibly suppressed the act of coughing, and reminded with difficulty in that hoarse voice like hell. Above, leave me alone, watch out for the top. It was also at the moment when Kizaru's voice fell. In the air above the warship, there was a sound of piercing the air suddenly. Whoosh. Aokiji and Garp, who were standing not far from Kizaru, also shrank their pupils uncontrollably and held their breath suddenly after hearing the sound of breaking through the air. This coercion Hey hey hey. While thinking about it, Maonan and Garp both turned around and looked up at the same time. Through the gap that Kizaru's body pierced through, he looked at the blue sky. Immediately afterwards, they saw a figure. At this moment, it is hovering in the air and looking down at them. It was a man with a pair of huge black wings, wearing a white jumpsuit, and green pupils. His pair of huge black wings spread out, his feet stepped on the void and hovered, giving off an invisible and terrifying powerful aura. Like the tidal current, waves of reverberations sweep across all directions. The expressions of Aokiji and Garp, who could clearly sense the horror of this aura below, all changed drastically, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Hey, Polus Alino. Where did you provoke such a guy? Even if he was facing a big enemy, Aokiji did not forget to tease Kizaru. This look doesn't look like he can be good? What's the background of this guy? Garp also asked aloud. Ahem, this matter, I'm afraid I don't have so much time to explain clearly. He is a pirate. Kizaru stood up with difficulty propping up the wooden floor, and made a slap to the person who was chasing him brief introduction. And the person who comes after him is naturally Safur, who fought against the pirates. Looking at the three people below, Safur can clearly recognize that the strength of these three people is not too weak. Those emerald green eyes narrowed slightly. Safur's cold voice then spread slowly. You are not on my kill target list, my target is behind you. Get out of the way. Hearing Safur's wild and straightforward words, Garp below couldn't help grinning immediately. Want to kill someone? Then you have to ask my iron fist if I agree. The icy cold air visible to the naked eye spilled out of Aokiji's mouth. Aokiji looked at Safur in midair, and said in the same cold voice, if you still want to fight, then we don't mind playing with you. Hearing this, Safur's face didn't change at all, it was still as cold as the winter snow. I say it one last time, get out of the way. This is not a discussion with you, but an order. Humanity. Aokiji and Garp didn't move at all. On the contrary, Aokiji's whole body exudes breath, and the biting cold air overflows. So much so that his body surface was covered with a thin layer of frost. In the rear, Kizaru also took a few breaths, and came behind Aokiji and Garp. You look like this, can you still fight? Garp asked Kizaru abruptly. Kizaru erased the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. I might not be his opponent fighting alone, but, after 110 rounds, I'm still fine. In midair, Safur looked down and still had no intention of handing over Kizaru, nor was he talking nonsense. The palm of the right arm that hangs down naturally is slightly opened at this moment. SHH. Emerald green flashes suddenly flashed, and the moonlight sword was instantly condensed into shape, and Safur held it in the palm of his hand. Below, Aokiji and others also moved instantly. It was just the moment when the Safur moonlight sword condensed and formed. A terrifying chill rushed out of the warship suddenly. Boom! A huge icicle with a sharp tip rises from the ground, heading straight for Safur in midair. Shua. Seeing this, Safur held the moonlight sword in his hand, took one step forward, and cut it down with one strike. Boom! Shoo! That huge icicle was split open by Safur's sword. But at the same time, a golden flash almost stuck to the surface of the icicle and flashed to Safur's side. When the golden light gathered, Kizaru's figure was revealed again. At this moment, holding the Tiankanjayun sword in his hand, he walked towards Safur without hesitation. Shua. At the same time, Aokiji's figure also rushed to the top of the icicle and came to the side of Safur. Almost exactly the same moves as Kizaru. Holding an ice sword, Aokiji slashed at Safur without hesitation. Shua. Facing the sharp attack coming from both sides at the same time, Safur's face was calm and unwavering. The hand holding the moonlight sword directly met Kizaru's Amakangan sword with a backhand. When, boom, Aokiji's slashes followed one after another, but facing his ice sword, Safur directly raised his left hand and reached forward to grab it. Boom. Aokiji's ice sword was caught by Safur with his bare hands. This sudden scene made Aokiji's pupils shrink slightly, and he said in shock, this guy just caught it with his bare hands like 0.9. It's just that Aokiji's idea has just arisen. Safur made a sharp push with his left hand. Crack. In the next second, only a crisp sound was heard. Dang clang. Aokiji's ice sword was crushed by Safur like glass. The next moment, Safur raised his finger towards himself, and the fingertips flashed emerald green. The breath of terror leaked from Safur's fingertips with the sudden appearance of emerald green flashes. Aokiji, who felt this breath, was terrified. Where are you looking? Smelly brat. At this moment, Garp's figure arrived along with the voice. Facing Safur, who was looking directly at Aokiji, Garp didn't hesitate. Clenching his fist, he punched Safur's face. Taste the iron fist of the old man. Chapter 84. Safur's toughness, shocking Garp and Aokiji. Boom. Accompanied by a dull beating sound echoed. Safur flew upside down and fell towards the sea below. Shua. But just when Safur's figure was about to fall into the sea, suddenly, Safur's black wings trembled. Boom. Boom. The calm sea suddenly exploded. Safur rear. The impact of the huge remaining power caused a huge semi-arc wave to surge up for several meters, and Safur himself hovered above the sea surface, stood up straight, and stabilized his figure. Crash. The salty sea water poured down like a torrential rain. Before Safur could make a counterattack, Aokiji's figure landed on the surface of the sea. Crack, crack. Almost at the moment Aokiji's legs touched the surface of the sea, The crisp sound of icing echoed. The sea around Aokiji froze in an instant. Not only that, but a biting chill rushed out from Aokiji's body. Like a gust of wind, it swept towards Safur not far away. Crack, crack. All of this happened too quickly. Where the cold wind passes, everything is frozen. Even Safur, who was in the salty raindrop, couldn't leave. Shua. As if in the blink of an eye, Safur's entire body was covered in frost, and he became frozen into an ice sculpture. Even the sea below him was instantly frozen by the cold air. Crack, crack. The crisp and pleasant sound of sea water freezing echoed on the surface of the sea. Who, Mr. Garp? Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air, and called out in a deep voice. Immediately afterwards, Garp's figure jumped up in response. Whoosh. The sandbag-sized iron fist was clenched tightly, and the veins in Garp's arm bulged. Without the slightest hesitation or mercy, with all his strength, Garp let out a low drink, and threw towards Safur with the momentum of his body falling. Drink. Safur, who was frozen in the ice, glanced coldly and locked the figures of Kizuru and Garp in midair. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The moonlight soared in his hand has emerald green arcs beating. In the next moment, the ice that froze him exploded directly. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. Countless pieces of crushed ice shot out in all directions like the bullets that had been discharged from the chamber. Safur broke free and hovered in midair again. At the moment when the ice was broken, he performed the sound turn steeply, and disappeared in the same place in an instant. Garp's iron fist also came down suddenly at the same moment. Boom, boom. Due to the disappearance of Safur, Garp punched with all his strength, and because of this, he missed and hit the frozen ice layer. With just one punch, the ice layer within 100 meters of Fang suddenly cracked, revealing terrifying cracks like spider webs. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. The ice layer within 10 meters of Garp broke suddenly and turned into a large independent ice block. Under the terrifying aftermath of that punch, it suddenly tilted up like a seesaw. Boom buzz. Garp, who was in the middle of the ice collapse, had no time to appreciate his fist power. When Safur disappeared in front of his eyes, his attack was also in vain. Garp's eyes shrank suddenly, and his heart was shocked. Disappeared. Behind? In the air. Garp, who was keenly aware of Safur's movements, turned his head in astonishment. I saw Safur's figure appeared beside Kizuru at some point. SHH. The arc of the moonlight sword in his hand flickered, and the emerald green flash reflected Safur's cheeks were cold. Without the slightest hesitation, Safur held the moonlight sword and slashed towards Kizuru. Brush. The ear-piercing sound of piercing through the air roared. But Kizuru was not surprised by the appearance of Safur, and even expected it. Is the target really me? Kizuru recounted lightly, without any ambiguity in the Amazono sword in his hand. He directly moved towards Safur's moonlight sword. Boom, boom. The two lightsabers clashed fiercely. The bursts of terrifying aftermath condensed into waves of air visible to the naked eye. The wounded Kizuru spoke leisurely against Safur's attack. I've been waiting for this moment when you attack me. For Safur's attack, Kizuru dare not say he is familiar with it, but he has already figured it out. After all, he had fought Safur one-on-one before. Even a few times, almost died in the sudden appearance of Safur. So in this regard, Kizuru is extra vigilant and prepared for it. Below, above the ice, cold air quickly gathered and condensed on Aokiji's arm. A huge ice bird, condensed into shape and aimed at Safur. Pheasant beak. Aokiji snorted. It was condensed from cold ice to form an ice bird. At the same time, it uttered a cry, and galloped towards Safur steeply. Shua. Safur glanced sideways. Kizuru immediately surpassed Safur and launched an attack. You'd better stay. Buzz. In an instant, the Tiankanjayun sword in Kizuru's hand became golden, and Li Xing also increased by a few points. However, Safur was not interested in this, and directly dodged to the side tens of meters away. But it was also at the moment behind Safur's figure. Garp's figure came one after another, and he punched Safur. Shua. Safur raised his arms to block. Boom. The dull beating sound resounded throughout, and Safur's figure flew back on the same path, hitting the huge ice bird that was speeding head-on. Boom. A loud bang echoed. Half of Safur's body was covered with frost, and the whole body also dragged along cold air and fell to the ice surface. Kizuru seized the opportunity, crossed his arms, and the golden light of the cross in his palm shone. 8-foot Kainguyu. Numerous light bullets dragged the golden streamer down towards Safur like raindrops. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. This saturated covering blow shattered the frozen ice layer of Aokiji. The white mist turned from ice slag rose and permeated with Kizuru's saturated blow. Boom, boom. As soon as Kizuru stopped, Garp took the lead and stepped directly into the thick white mist, locking onto Safur's breath and galloping away. Whoosh. But in the next second, Garp groaned. Then the whole person flew out of the thick white mist like a meteor, and smashed heavily on the ice layer. Snort. Call out. Boom. 703 boom. Mr. Garp. Aokiji looked back in astonishment, and subconsciously called out. But in the next second, before he could react, his whole body was instantly locked and covered by a terrifying breath. Nerves were tense in an instant, cold sweat overflowed from his forehead, and Aokiji's intuition warned him crazily at this moment. Danger, danger, danger. I felt the dangerous breath that made people feel as if they were about to suffocate. Aokiji's eyes trembled violently like an earthquake, and an unprecedented look of horror appeared on his face. Also at this moment, a huge buzzing sound resounded. Buzz. In an instant, an emerald green flash with a terrifying aura pierced through the white mist directly. He lunged at Aokiji head-on. Call out. The emerald green light made Aokiji's face turn pale. Aokiji's pupils constricted uncontrollably. Boom. A huge roar exploded. The sea surface frozen by Aokiji, at this moment, collapsed in an instant. Boom. All of a sudden, the calm sea was full of strong winds, and the waves were churning endlessly. The white mist that surrounded Saphir was also dispelled in an instant. It showed Saphir's aloof figure raising his hand and pointing in the direction of Aokiji. There was no emotion in the emerald green eyes. Saphir's expression was as cold as usual, and he said leisurely, I was in a hurry, and you could have saved a life in my limited time to act. But you have chosen a path that must die. Is it because you have never felt fear, so you don't know what kindness is? Stupid, human beings. Chapter 85 Death Song? The Other Side. On the coast of the town where Zhangzhe and others are located. Boss Captain, are we waiting for someone? Fei Na and Meng Na moved to Zhangzhe's side and asked with their heads. Looking at the direction of the sea, Zhangzhe shook his head and said, no, waiting for the boat. Meng Na tilted her head in doubt. Boat. Fina also had a puzzled look on her face. She pointed in the direction of a place and asked, boat, isn't our ship over there? Why wait? Zhangzhe glanced sideways at Fina and said, the previous ship is no longer able to accompany us on the next voyage, so I am waiting for my new ship to arrive. Is it broken? Fina asked curiously. There was a smile on Zhangzhe's face. No, it's fine. But, it can't handle the rest of the pirates. Hearing Zhangzhe's words, Fei Na only felt in the fog, but she herself revealed a half-understanding expression, and nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? It was also at this time that white mist suddenly rose from the calm sea. In almost a moment, this burst of white mist enveloped the entire sea area and the town that was still burning. It's getting foggy. At a time like this. In the rear, Luxini and the others looked around in fear, exclaiming in surprise. It was a fine day, but it suddenly became foggy, which is unusual no matter how you look at it. If early morning would make sense, but the problem is, it's not early morning. Coming. It was also when Lucini and the others panicked that Madara suddenly said something in a deep voice. These sudden words stunned Lucini and the others. Here? What's coming? Lucini's words fell. In the thick white mist above the sea, two faint blue flames suddenly lit up. Fina and Menna were so frightened by the sudden eruption of the blue flame that their hair stood on end, their whole bodies shivered, they pointed at the blue flame in midair, and even stuttered. Fire. It's just that they haven't waited for the two of them to finish talking. The faint blue flame in the white mist quickly approached them. Soon, an extremely huge ship was also revealed in the white mist. Rumble. The double-sided skull flag hanging high on the mast sail was hunting under the blowing of the sea wind. This is a huge silver-white ship. On the bow of the ship, there is also an eye-catching and huge sculpture of a skull. It was dressed in armor, its eye sockets were filled with two blue flames, and it held a huge knight's long sword upside down in both hands. Just looking at it is like facing a Shinigami. It's creepy and terrifying. And this is what Zhangzhe got from the system. The ship Death Song wandering in the river of darkness? Bursts of faint buzzing echoed in the white mist. It's like the symphony of the undead, and it's like the mournful and painful wailing of the undead. Meng Na and Fei Na saw the huge sculpture of the skeleton knight, and then heard a strange sound. I was so frightened that I burst into tears, and my soul ran out. Even Lucini and the others, when facing the death praise, the whole body trembled violently uncontrollably. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded on the deck of the death praise. Da-da-da-da. Immediately afterwards, a blindfolded woman with waist-length purple hair came to the side of the Ode to Death ship, looked at Zhangzhe below and smiled slightly. Captain. And she is also Zhangzhe's new convoy from the world of Fate Medusa? Zhangzhe nodded. At the same time, he smiled and greeted the crew behind him. Let's go, board the ship. A gust of breeze blew past Zhangzhe's voice. The white mist that surrounded and filled the surrounding area was also dispelled in an instant. A half-empty and half-solid ladder, like a ladder built with dense white bones, emerged, connecting the ship and the coast. The crew of the battle pirates is also under the leadership of Zhangzhe. Step up the stairs and board the Death Song. It was also at the moment when he boarded the ship that Zhangzhe immediately felt the extraordinariness of Ode to Death. Its information also passed into Zhangzhe's mind in an instant. This is not a flashy boat, but a warship with real materials? Although there is no naval gun, the huge sculpture of the skeleton knight at the bow is active. Not only that, ships also have various versions. With the extremely aggressive active ability Death Sentence, the skeleton knight with the long sword upside down swings the giant sword to slash. Zhangzhe can drive and manipulate with only thoughts. Soul Shock, as the name suggests, this is the power of the skeleton knight itself. Undead Symphony, the praise of the undead, has the effect of confusing the mind. Mist Stealth, attracting white fog. Fresh Soul, the ship has self-awareness. Thank you readers for your comments, flowers, rewards, monthly tickets, reminders and support. I have been rewarded so much back and forth, and the big boss S. Ven, Chien Hahao, has spent money. However, don't continue to reward and suffer. Rewards can certainly cheer up the author, but harm? It's better to keep it for yourself to read the paid chapters, save it for your favorite books, and subscribe to your favorite content. A 588, but can be optimistic about dozens of. The boss of Inlan always tactfully asks me to speed up the update. Thank you for your continued reading and support. There is also the boss of thousands of hidden thousands of illusions. But I am so slow to update, maybe I have given up. There are also many big brothers who have been following up and supporting me, giving me monthly tickets, giving me rewards, and urging me to update, so I won't talk about them one by one, otherwise, this chapter will be full of words that have nothing to do with the content. Don't get me wrong when you see this is not the foreword of the eunuch. The author will continue to update and write seriously, until the few readers in the end will not follow up. Chapter 86 Feel the real fear that comes from death. While Zhang Jie immersed himself in learning about the capabilities of the ship, the members of the battle pirates also began to look at their new ship. This ship looks pretty good, Hungry Wolf said with a smile on his lips, looking around. On the side, Yi Guyuda also echoed. Yes, Obito, it's also much more spacious than the last ship. Madara, not bad. Compared with Madara and others' calmness and composure, Fina and Menna obviously seemed a little scared. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around her, Meng Na subconsciously grabbed the corner of Fina's clothes and whispered. Fina. Fina, who was terribly frightened herself, trembled in fright when she was pulled and shouted by Menna. Even though it was quickly realized that it was Meng Na's voice, Fina was still a little scared, and even stuttered when speaking. Dream, Mona. Meng Na, who was still a little scared at first, was completely forgot to be afraid by Fina's sudden reaction. In the next second, she only heard a questioning question. Are you afraid, Fina? How could it be? I'm not afraid, don't be afraid, Menna. 350 Fina was a little ashamed, suppressing the fear in her heart and comforting. On the other side, Luxini and the others were more shocked than afraid. I am shocked by this huge and magnificent ship. Is it really a ship? Augustus suddenly said something nonsensical. And this also made Luxini, who was still shocked by the size of the ship, turn her head and said, What are you saying? Augustus didn't answer. On the contrary, Gro, who was at the side, turned his head slightly, looked at Luxini with a pale face, and said, Didn't you notice it? Don't you feel it? Facing this ship, don't you have the feeling that you are facing them? Lucy Ni was taken aback when she heard this. But at this moment, she has already realized that things are not that simple. Her eyes trembled uncontrollably, and Luxini stared at Jero, with strong uneasiness in her heart. What are you talking about? The other side. After carefully perceiving the capabilities of the ship, Zhang Jie slowly opened his eyes. Looking around, Zhang Jie couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly at the calm coast. Quiet. Unusually quiet? The calm appearance on the sea did not look like the tragic battle just started. And, most importantly, I couldn't hear the sound and movement of the battle between Sefer and Kizura. Thoughts fluctuated in his heart. Zhang Jie couldn't help but looked up in the direction Sefer left, lost in thought. It's been so long, haven't you come back yet? Was it delayed? No. Compared to the fact that Kizura was able to hold back Sefer, I am more willing to believe that it was Kizura who fled under Sefer's attack, preventing Sefer from killing him in a short time. Even for Marine Admiral with Logia sparkling fruit, facing Sefer, only this kind of embarrassment is normal. Is there anything bothering you? Also when Zhang Jie fell into deep thought, a gentle voice suddenly came from Zhang Jie's ear. This made Zhang Jie come back to his senses in meditation, and looked sideways. And the person who spoke is also Sister R who was ridiculed and filled up the agility attribute, Medusa. Zhang Jie chuckled. Annoyed? That's not really the case. It was also when Zhang Jie's words fell. In the rear, the floor space on the deck of the ship suddenly twisted. Immediately afterwards, a white skeleton arm protruded from the twisted floor space, followed by that hoarse voice that seemed to come from hell. Lord. Your humble servant, come to, Xiai, greet you. A hoarse voice echoed. From the distorted floor space, a skeleton with two blue flames in its eye sockets slowly crawled out. On one side, I witnessed the skeleton crawling out of the floor. Both Fei Na and Meng Na gasped at the same time, their bodies froze, and they rolled their eyes. Plop. There was a dull sound of falling. The two little girls were stunned almost at the same time, and fell to the ground at the same time. As for Lucy, the moment she saw the skeleton crawling out of the floor, she belatedly realized what Gro and the others had said before. The pupils trembled violently like an earthquake, and Lucy covered her mouth, trying not to let herself scream out. Her face at the moment is already similar to that of Jero and Augustus. All that boundless fear and horror? Glancing at Fina and Menna who were stunned, Zhang Jie turned his head, looked at the skeleton crawling out of the floor and asked back. Servant. The skeleton raised his hand to caress his chest, and bowed slightly to Zhang Jie respectfully. Yes, my exalted lord. I'm your most loyal servant, and I'm also the ship spirit of the deathly ode fresh spirit. Hearing this, Zhang Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. He originally thought that the living spirit was a soul-like thing with self-awareness, and it was necessary to be able to communicate with it. Unexpectedly, it could appear in a physical form. These thoughts flashed through Zhang Jie's mind. Zhang Jie became curious about the abilities of the fresh spirit. Instinctive intuition told him that the living spirit could appear in front of him in a physical form, and its ability was not limited to just being able to speak. The skeleton was so close, Zhang Jie felt it clearly. Even it has impressive strength. Apart from being able to control the death praise and its abilities, the only ability I have is the ability to cross space and reach the place of your conquerors. As soon as the skull said this, Zhang Jie frowned. In the next second, the skeleton immediately explained. Lord, you may be mistaken. I can only sense your emotions, but I can't know the thoughts in your heart. At this moment, Zhang Jie looked at the skeleton and smiled meaningfully. Interesting. Also at the same moment, there was a hint of a smile on the skeleton's faceless face. It is my greatest honor to gain your trust. Zhang Jie smiled and turned to look at the blue sea. After a while, he heard him speak leisurely. You said that you can cross space and expand the location of my conquerors, right? Bring Sefer back. I'm getting ready to set sail. Chapter 87 Unrivaled Power, I am a god. Hearing this, the skeleton saluted Zhang Jie respectfully again. The will of the Lord must be carried out. While speaking, the skeleton's figure slowly dived, sinking into the floor of the deck. As for Zhang Jie, his eyes were still looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. At the same time, in a certain sea area, the fierce battle of Ulquira Sefer 1v3 is still going on. Facing the siege of Kizura, Garp, and Aokiji, even if there is only one Sefer is not at all. Boom, boom. A huge roar echoed. The airwaves visible to the naked eye rippling away like twinkling lights. The ice layer condensed on the sea surface was shattered into countless pieces of ice under the aftermath of the terrifying bombardment. Shua. A golden flash flashed to Sefer's side. Kizura held the Amakongan's sword and slashed at Sefer's neck. Clang. The sharp long sword roared through the air, also at the same time as Kizura slashed. On the other side, Garp with several wounds on his body and a bleeding head galloped towards Sefer. Sefer, who was in the middle of the bread, didn't even look at Kizura who was approaching. With a touch of the left hand, the moonlight sword condensed in response. Shoo. With the swing of the moonlight sword, Kizura's Amakongan sword also collided with Sefer's moonlight sword fiercely. Boom. The roaring sound spread again. Garp's figure also arrived at this moment, clenched his sandbag-sized fist, and punched Sefer's face. Shua. Sefer glanced sideways, his body moved quickly, and he leaned back to avoid it. Garp's fist slashed across Sefer's cheek with a whistling wind. Sefer looked calm. The moonlight sword, which was in a stalemate with Kizura, was pushed forward violently under the force of Sefer's left hand. Boom. Kizura's Amazono cloud sword, and even his whole body were slightly shaken away. And this also made Kizura feel bad. Because he is shaken away, it means that Garp will face Sefer alone, even if it is just a breath, the danger is huge. Garp didn't stop attacking because of Kizura's shout. Even though he was bruised, even if the punch just now missed, he still worked hard and swung another punch towards Sefer. Swish. The roar of the fist peak produced a piercing explosion. But Sefer, who freed his hands, didn't have the slightest fear of it. The arc jumped, and the emerald green flash pierced Garp's eyebrows in an instant. It was the moonlight sword that Sefer was holding. Its speed is so fast that it has reached the point where ordinary people cannot catch it with naked eyes. However, in this flashy moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky holding an ice thorn, directly hitting the moonlight sword stabbed by Sefer. Boom, boom. Under that huge impact force, even Sefer's stabbed moonlight sword was forcibly changed its trajectory, and fell heavily on the ice surface, making a loud roar. Boom. The thick layer of ice shattered under the violent impact. Countless pieces of ice were shaken up like a burst of white mist. Sefer's eyes were cold, but his expression was extremely calm. He looked at the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared in front of him with deep eyes. And Aokiji didn't show weakness at all. His eyes are firm and cold, looking directly at Sefer. His momentum is not weak at all. It was also at this moment that the whistling buzzing sound exploded. Swish. Drink. Garp sneered and swung a fist. The white mist formed of ice slag was pierced by the wind of his fist, and hit Sefer's face at the same time. Sefer immediately raised his right arm to resist. Boom. Accompanied by the echo of a dull blow, Sefer's serpentine slid sideways several meters under Garp's terrifying punch. It's just, even in the state of sliding out. While Sefer stabilized his figure, he still had enough strength to attack Garp and Aokiji. Almost at the moment when he slid out, the moonlight sword in his hand was thrown out by him, throwing to Garp and Aokiji. Shoo. The sharp piercing sound roared. The moonlight sword turned into a stream of emerald green light and headed towards Aokiji and Garp. Ice cube. Aokiji's pupils shrunk slightly, and while he was horrified, he decisively activated his own fruit ability. Kaka. A thick wall of ice rose up in front of Garp and him. Immediately afterwards, there was a big boom and a loud bang. Boom, boom. Like a bubble, the thick ice layer was lifted up in pieces and burst into pieces in midair. And the countless shattered ice flew out together. And Aokiji and Garp flying upside down like a kite with a broken string. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh galloping towards them holding the Amakonjayun sword. On the other side, Sefer, who slid out sideways, quickly stabilized his figure. Without the slightest stagnation or delay, the moment he stood still, he exerted all his strength and galloped towards Aokiji and Kizura who were flying backwards. Boom. The sound of tremors exploded. The ice layer exploded suddenly, and Sefer himself shot out like an arrow that left the string. Whoosh. Kizura this way. even though Garp and Aokiji were flying backwards in his direction, asking for flowers. Kizaru had no intention of catching them either. He just ran directly between Garp and Aokiji, and met the galloping Zephyr. SHH. There was an electric arc beating again in Zephyr's hand, and then, the moonlight sword was once again condensed in his hand. Almost at the same instant, the speeds of Kizaru and Zephyr suddenly soared, and they turned into an emerald green light and a golden light respectively, and they met in an instant. Shua, shua, shua. Dang 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 dang. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous strikes echoed. Zephyr and Kizaru confront each other more than 10 times in an instant. The emerald green moonlight sword and the golden Amazono cloud sword shone like streamers when held by their respective masters. The fierce and quick confrontation is even more dazzling. On the other side, Aokiji, who lost his center of gravity and flew upside down, gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Boom, boom. Immediately, several thick ice walls rose up behind the two of them flying upside down. Immediately afterwards, the figures of the two slammed into the rising ice wall. Boom 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 boom. After collapsing several ice walls in a row, Aokiji and Garp barely stopped. Puff. Aokiji, who felt his throat was slightly sweet, spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Garp on the other side is not much better. Blood welled up in his throat, but he swallowed it forcefully, and then slowly stood up leaning against the ice wall. On the other side, Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He also stood up with firm eyes. Sorry, Mr. Garp, that's the only way to stop us. Garp glanced at Aokiji, and then his eyes fell on Kizaru and Zephyr who were fighting fiercely again. The old man's body is still strong, but the bones are not broken, right? While speaking, Garp had strode towards Zephyr. It's such a time, and Aokiji, who was still being teased, smiled helplessly. I still have strength, at least I can't die. That guy is really as strong as a monster. Hearing this, Garp looked at Zephyr with an extraordinarily solemn look and gaze. From the appearance of Polusalino in front of us in such a mess, we should understand that the enemy is not easy. However, he can fight against the three of us with his own strength. This kind of thing really sees the devil. Who said it wasn't? Aokiji stepped forward. The pace of the two began to gradually accelerate. After a while, the speed of the two of them suddenly increased, and they galloped towards Zephyr one after the other. Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. Chapter 88. Is this what you are afraid of? In the blink of an eye, Garp joins the fray. The moment Kizaru made room for the fight, Garp's fist suddenly hit with a whistling sound. Boom. Boom. Zephyr was knocked back again by Garp's mighty punch. In the next moment, Aokiji's ice came one after another. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Bang. 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 3 sharp icicles rose from the ground and went straight to Zephyr from 3 different directions. Swish swish swish. Also at this moment, Zephyr's brows frowned slightly. Why? Are you still so persistent? Haven't you experienced the power gap between you and me? The cold and flat voice spread slowly. Zephyr held the moonlight sword, and suddenly slashed down at the 3 sharp icicles stabbing towards him. Shua. Boom. The emerald green light slid down, and the terrifying power of 873 bombarded from above and below. The 3 icicles piercing straight towards Zephyr shattered and broke like glass, and even the ice layer under Zephyr's feet suddenly collapsed at this moment. Clang. Boom. Garp's figure jumped out suddenly, as if he didn't want to give Zephyr a moment to breathe. Jumping up to charge up, he punched Zephyr with a fierce punch. Shua. But facing Garp's compact offensive, Zephyr didn't show any panic at all. Immediately, the moonlight sword in his hand met Garp's punch. Boom. Boom. The powerful aftermath of the impact swayed again in the form of airwaves visible to the naked eye. Garp gritted his teeth, and the two sides became deadlocked for a while. It was also at this moment that Garp, who was staring at Zephyr firmly, spoke. Persistence? Gap? What do you think of us? Fragile humans, aren't they? Zephyr responded flatly. Then let's see who is more vulnerable in the end. Garp raised his other hand and punched Zephyr again. Seeing this, Zephyr raised his leg and kicked directly to Garp's chest. Shua. Boom. Click. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Even though Garp's body was strong, under Zephyr's merciless kick, there was a fragile cracking sound. But Garp didn't even feel the pain of broken bones. It was as if the broken bone was not his bone. The emerald green light of the moonlight sword is bright. Zephyr's archer twisted his wrist and slashed at Garp's throat with a sword. Shua. Sudden mutation. At the same instant that Zephyr launched an attack on Garp, the ice layer under Zephyr's feet was suddenly uprooted. Its speed is so fast and its power is so fierce that it rises nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Boom. Under the effect of the rapid rise of the icicle, Zephyr's body seemed to be fixed on the icicle. The icicles kept rising, and Zephyr's figure was pushed into the air. The ear-shattering humming suddenly came to mind. Zephyr on the icicle subconsciously looked up into the sky, but I saw the second round of scorching sun appearing in the sky at this time. His light even covered the sun? Come on. Let's see if this blow can knock you down. In the sky, Kizaru fully activated his abilities. A huge golden light ball condenses and shines impressively. Although at this time he had already been beaten to the point of bleeding by Zephyr, his body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely embarrassed. However, this cannot cover up the terrifying aura emitted by the light sphere he gathered. If none of this can break you down, then it will really be a headache. He murmured softly. Kizaru's hand supporting the ball of light suddenly pressed down and swung down. Shua. Also at the moment when Kizaru's arm swung down, the shape of the ball of light changed immediately. In just a moment, the ball of light began to expand and transformed into a flashing cross. The light pointed directly at the Sephir below, and suddenly fell. Clang buzz. In an instant, the entire sky, and even the entire sea area were illuminated by flashes of golden light. What followed was the roar and aftermath of the action caused by hitting the target. Boom. Boom. The huge roar resounded through the sky, and the entire sea area was shaken by it at this moment. Below, the thick layer of ice evaporates in an instant. The sea water is pouring into the sky at this moment. A mushroom cloud formed by condensed steam rose slowly. Rumble. The remaining prestige generated after the explosion turned into a wave of remaining prestige visible to the naked eye at this time, engulfing the sea water and sweeping towards the 4 directions. Boom. This violent turmoil lasted for about half a minute before it gradually showed a tendency to subside. Located on the surface of the sea with choppy waves, Aokiji and Garp stood on an ice floe, looking at the mushroom cloud formed by water vapor from a distance. Can this solve him? Aokiji asked subconsciously. On the side, Garp spoke with a solemn expression. Have no idea. Maybe it can solve his problem? At least in my heart, that's what I hope for. It was also when Garp's words fell. Kizaru's figure fell from the sky and landed on this piece of ice floe. Shua, Da. This time the whereabouts, Kizaru failed to stand firm. Almost exhausted, he staggered and fell to the ice. Fortunately, Aokiji who was on the side had quick eyesight and quick hands, so he helped him and prevented him from falling. Are you okay? Aokiji asked softly. Kizaru leaned against Aokiji and stood up slowly, his voice hoarse. I'm afraid there's something wrong. But compared to me, that guy's current. Before Kizaru finished speaking, in the mushroom cloud formed by the thick white mist, an incomparably powerful aura burst out suddenly. Boom. The dark green aura visible to the naked eye suddenly rises from the white mist at this moment. There is a tendency to break through the sky. Boom boom. In the sky, the clouds were pierced and dispersed by the dark green aura that shot straight into the sky. On the surface of the sea, the entire sea area trembled, and the fish in the sea were once frightened and fled in all directions. In the next second, only a leisurely and cold voice came out from the thick white mist. I don't believe that power can't destroy your spiritual realm. The black wings of demons block the sky, and the guns of thunder will destroy the earth. SHH 0.8. The harsh tearing sound echoed. The dense white mist, the mushroom cloud formed by the condensed steam, was torn apart at this moment. Out of the white mist, the Sephir with a pair of white horns on its head, a pair of huge black wings on its back, and a tail on its tailbone. At this time, Sephir's aura was as strong as ultimate, and the tear stains under his eyes became more obvious. The penetrating hole in the chest is even more creepy. After all, if an ordinary person was pierced with such a hole in his chest, he would have died long ago. Looking down, Sephir looked down. Overlooking Garp ETAL located over the sea. The voice was cold as usual. I see. Is this what your fear looks like? Here comes the first update. I feel that the momentum is good today, and I can update 2 or 3 chapters. Chapter 89 Kizaru, Mr. Garp, Kuzan, run away. Below, above the ice floes on the sea surface. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Sephir, feeling the sharply rising momentum. Seeing that brand new posture, the pupils of Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji trembled violently like an earthquake. On his face, there was also an expression of shock that had never been seen before. At this moment, even Garp couldn't help being hoarse in his words. What on earth is it? Hey. This aura, is it serious? Compared with before, it is more than a little bit stronger. Aokiji's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was full of horror. Kizaru held the Amakangan sword and stared at Sephir. At this moment, his nerves are already tense to the ultimate level, and his spirit is also highly concentrated like never before. This posture, the address I called you earlier was not wrong at all. You really are an out-and-out monster. Feeling the momentum of Sephir that was still gradually rising, Kizaru didn't even dare to blink his eyes. He has seen the power of Sephir, and also experienced the helpless despair. I thought I saw the real Sephir, but the current situation is telling him everything. The strength of this man in front of him is simply unfathomable. The other party didn't even use their full strength before, and beat him and his party so embarrassingly. If you do your best, not only myself, but also Garp and Aokiji, I am afraid they will not be able to go back alive today. Mr. Garp? Kuzan. Kizaru called softly suddenly, and this also caused the 2 people on the side to turn their heads towards him and forget to come over at the same time. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Kizaru spoke directly with a cold tone. You run away. His goal is me. If he continues to stay, I am afraid that you will also be kept here forever. Aokiji and Garp were slightly taken aback, and then their pupils shrank sharply. This is what Polisalino said. Is an admiral supposed to say? There are 2 admirals of headquarters who are known as the most powerful marines, and there is also a marine hero. With 3 such powerful fighters, how could this happen to one person? Encountering this kind of situation, you have to sacrifice one person, fight for the life of your companions, and escape time? Here are 2 admirals of headquarters and a marine hero. Aokiji, hey, what are you talking about? Garp, Polisalino. Kizaru slowly took 2 steps forward. At this moment, there was no lazy expression on his face. Instead, it was the stern look that never showed on his face. You have already felt it? He is very strong, stronger than us, it was so before, and it is even more so now. The previous him hadn't used his full strength yet, and we still needed 3 people to compete with him. Now he is shown in front of us with a brand new attitude, and his strength is even stronger by more than a little bit. Besides, we don't know whether this is his full effort. If this is not his full strength. No, even if it is his full strength. It's only a matter of time before the 3 of us die here. At this moment, Kizuro felt a little relaxed for no reason. It's like seeing through life and death, seeing through despair. This time, his goal is not to defeat Sephir, but to hold back Sephir, to fight for Garp and Aokiji's chance to survive, to fight for time to escape, go to 3T calmly. Come on. This time, I will be your opponent alone. Kizuro held the Amakangan sword and looked directly at Sephir with a tone that was neither humble nor overbearing. Garp and Aokiji at the side suddenly shouted in a low voice when they heard the words. Porosalino, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you trying to shame us and make us run away? The old man's body is stronger than yours. It's just that Kizuro didn't care about Garp and Aokiji's shouting. And that midair. The condescending Sephir looked at Kizuro without any contempt in his eyes. In other words, he didn't show any emotion at all. Being my opponent alone? Do you think you can defeat me? Kizuro smiled and looked at Sephir who was in the air. I don't know whether it was because of his disregard, or because of his temper. Kizuro's face showed that somewhat unserious expression again, and he smiled lightly. It's not a question of whether I can beat you, little brother. It's me that must stand in front of you. Sephir was silent for a moment after hearing the sound, and then spoke leisurely. I see. As the voice fell, Sephir finally moved, snapped. The crisp sound echoed. Sephir clapped his palms together, and then suddenly pulled to the sides. Shhhhhhhh. Countless electric arcs danced with a terrifying aura. The emerald green thunder spear condensed rapidly between Sephir's palms. Boom. Below, above the ice flow. Feeling the palpitating horror, both Garp and Aokiji were startled. Immediately took 2 steps forward. As for what Kizuro said earlier, escape. That's impossible. The marine clothing on the body is not allowed, and the responsibility on the body is not allowed. Their heart does not allow it. Also 193 as Kizuro said. This is not a question of whether they can fight or not, but that they must stand in front of Sephir. It's coming? With such momentum, maybe the 3 of us will die here. Garp reminded heartily. Kizuro couldn't help turning his head when he heard the words, and said leisurely. Leave? Mr. Garp, staying is just adding meaningless death. His goal is me. If I stay, I can still fight for you. Before Kizuro could finish speaking, Aokiji interrupted him directly. Okay, Polisalino, stop talking about these useless words, find a way to block that guy's next attack. Survival is the real thing, and that's what you need to think about. While speaking, Aokiji's whole body was filled with cold air, and half of his body was covered with frost. And in that midair, Sephir, who condensed the thunder spear, didn't stagnate at all. He raised his right hand sharply to hold the gun barrel of the thunder spear. Clatter. In the next second, Sephir took a step in the air, leaned back, and then slammed the thunder spear in his hand towards Garp and the others. Shua. Clang buzz. Here comes the second update. It's a bit late though. You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 90 The Lord is Calling You, Olquiera Sephir? There is a suggestion for the author to change the title of Sephir to Xiao, which is more recognizable, and the replacement is adopted below. The sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound resounded in all directions. The emerald green flash reflected the sky and the earth, reflecting the entire sky and even the sea area below into an emerald green. And the thunder gun, with a terrifying aura of destruction, went straight to Garp, Kizuro, and Aokiji. Seeing this, the 3 Garp people on the ice floes felt their hearts tense. The aura and momentum emanating from the thunder spear are really too powerful. So powerful, at the moment when Xiao Wu was about to throw the thunder gun, they tasted the breath of death, and vaguely saw themselves after becoming undead. Porosalino, Aokiji shouted in a deep voice. Kizuro on the side didn't hesitate at all, and replied in a deep voice. I know, sure. As Kizuro's voice sounded, the golden flash suddenly illuminated the surroundings, occupying a place in this world illuminated by emerald green light. Also at the same time, Aokiji's whole body was covered with frost, and the terrifying cold air spread from his body and spread to all directions. Kaka. In the next moment, under the urging of Aokiji's full strength, a thick wall of ice suddenly rose from the ground, blocking them in front of them. Boom, 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 boom. Also at the moment when the ice wall rose, the thunder spear thrown by Xiao Wu had already arrived. What followed was the huge roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom. Under the mighty power of the thunder spear, waves up to hundreds of meters were stirred up. In the next instant, the sea surface of the entire sea area submerged and collapsed. What followed was the huge sea wave that was shaken up to a height of hundreds of feet and spread outward in a circular shape. Boom. After the huge power of the thunder spear caused such a big commotion, there is still a lingering prestige, forming a wave of air visible to the naked eye and spreading in all directions. Boom. In the sky, even the white cloud floating above the sky, seems to be avoiding its edge at this moment. Disappeared in the sky in an instant. The sun shines brightly. Xiao's figure hovered in the air, bathing in the sunlight like a god. Although his eyes were looking at the huge destruction and movement caused by the thunder gun, but Xiao really cared about watching, but it was something else. After staring at Xiao's deep emerald green eyes for a moment, from his mouth, his cold voice came again. Humans are really an incredible species, they are such fragile creatures, but they can bring people unexpected miracles. Then, fragile and tenacious human beings, can you still survive the second blow of the thunder gun? SHH. The emerald green thunder shone, and the thunder gun that exuded this terrifying and destructive aura was once condensed by Xiaowu and held in the palm of his hand. Stepping on the air with his right foot, Xiao leaned back slightly, showing the throwing dog again. Boom. Suddenly, Xiao's aura suddenly rose sharply, and his gaze shifted from Garp, Kizura, and Aokiji in an instant. It landed on the surface of the sea in another place. At this moment, even Xiaowu couldn't help showing a little surprised look on his face. Whose eyes are you watching? Who? Calling my name. Xiaowu's eyes were wandering, and the thunder spear in his hand was about to move. Above the sea surface, the space suddenly twisted and deformed. In the next second, a skeleton arm suddenly protruded from the surface of the sea. What followed was the skeleton that completely crawled out of the distorted space. Crack, click. The crisp sound of bones colliding echoed above the sea. What followed was a hoarse voice that seemed to come from hell. The Lord is calling you, Alquiarisifer? Come with me. Seeing the appearance of the skeleton and feeling the aura emanating from the skeleton, Xiaowu had a faint feeling in his heart. Master? Commander. The skeleton stepped on the sea and walked slowly towards Xiao's direction. The Lord is about to set sail, and now you are the only one who has not returned. The Lord is waiting, and the minister is calling. Come with me. The skeleton's voice was hoarse and cold. In midair, Xiaowu's emerald green eyes looked not far away, in the direction of Garp, Aokiji, and Kizuru. There was a long silence. Only then did Xiaowu respond softly. I see. During the words, a dark green breath overflowed from his whole body. Soon, a silver-white long knife appeared in Xiaowu's hand. And he, the horns on his head and the black wings on his back, have also dissipated and returned to his original appearance. Asterisk. Waving the black-winged demon in his hand, Xiao put it back into its sheath, and then slowly turned to face the skeleton walking towards him on the sea below. Da-da-da. Although his feet didn't touch the ground, there was still a slight sound of footsteps as Xiaowu moved forward. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Ho. Just at this moment, a violent cough echoed on the surface of the sea. Garp surfaced with Kizura and Aokiji alone. On the right side, all the blood on Kizura's face faded, and he was as pale as snow, so weak that he was ultimate. On the other side, although Aokiji is fine, his complexion is still not much better. Stopped? Why? Garp looked around and was deeply puzzled by Xiao's stop attack. As the saying goes, take advantage of your illness to kill you. If Xiao tried his best to kill them at this time, with their current state, they might not be able to last even a minute. But the opponent actually stopped attacking? Give up the chance to kill them? Feeling deeply puzzled, Garp looked around, looking for Xiaowu's figure. And Aokiji on the side, like Garp, is eagerly looking for Xiao's figure, because he didn't feel that the battle was over. Finally, after looking around for a moment, they saw Xiaowu who was in midair, who had already released the returning blade status, and was about to leave to return to fight against the pirates. Not only that, they also saw a dark and distorted space in the middle of the sky, and saw a pair of skeletons. And Xiao, under their noses, followed the skeleton's footsteps, and stepped into the twisted dark space. Chapter 91 New Member, Demiurge? Just when Garp and the others looked at Xiaowu who was about to leave, Xiao, who was in midair, was keenly aware of their gazes. The distorted pitch-black space swallowed Xiaowu's body bit by bit, and Xiao also turned his head slightly at this time, squinting at Garp and the others above the sea. The emerald green eyes were deep and emotionless. Xiao looked at the surviving Garp and others, and felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Such a fragile creature can stay in the world forever, even if it goes through catastrophe, it still survives. Is this a miracle? Something controlled by fate? As thoughts fluctuated, Xiao's figure was gradually swallowed by the distorted pitch-black space. He felt Xiaovuna's gaze looking towards them. For some reason, both Garp and Aokiji stopped breathing, and shivered uncontrollably. Not only did they avoid their eyes, but even their heads subconsciously lowered the moment Xiaowu looked at them. The scene of the two of them was naturally caught by Xiaowu's eyes. Nothing happened. Following Xiao's figure, he completely submerged into the distorted pitch-black space. The space also returned to normal after a while. Hoo-hoo. Wow. The heavy breathing and the undulating sound of the waves echoed on the surface of the sea. Responding, Aokiji and Garp raised their heads again. But in the middle of the sky at this time, Xiaowu's figure had long since disappeared. The two of them looked at the empty space, unable to come down for a long time. Ksef, on the other side, on the death song. Zhang Zhe, who was staring at the distant sea, suddenly heard the system prompt sound from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for gaining battle value plus 11,200. Battle value, 21,600. Hearing the sudden notification sound, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but froze for a moment. Battle value? More than 10,000? Did Xiaowu kill Kizuru? As the thought arose, Zhang Zhe suddenly had a feeling in his heart and looked straight ahead. Immediately afterwards, the space not far in front of him suddenly distorted. The ship spirit walked out of the distorted space first. Next came Ulquioricifer, who was wearing a white jumpsuit and a long silver knife at his waist. What's the matter? Zhang Xi asked softly, his eyes making contact with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu heard the words and was silent for a moment. I met 2 spoilers, and I failed to kill the fish that slipped through the net. As soon as Xiao Wu said this, Zhang Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. The spoiler? Who? Xiao Wu raised his hand and closed his eyes directly. SHH. Seeing this sudden scene, Luxini and the others gasped. Hiss. Hey, hello. This. Just, for their frightened performance. Xiao Wu didn't seem to care at all. Just like that, he held his eyeballs and gently crushed them. Dang clang. Dots of dust like stars floated towards Zhang Zhe. The scenes that Xiao Wu experienced were all shared with Zhang Zhe at this moment. After a while, Zhang Zhe suddenly understood. So it's Garp and the others? Aokiji, isn't he dead yet? Give me some time, and I can deal with them. Xiao Wu said suddenly. Zhang Zhe looked up at him, then shook his head with a smile. Looking into the distance again, Zhang Zhe said leisurely. No need, let them go. When we meet next time, say hello to them. Now, it's time for us to set sail. Xiao Wu nodded and said nothing more. Boom. There was a dull buzzing sound. The sails of the Deathly Ode were lowered and swelled by the sea wind. The ship also moved slowly at the same time. The flag of the battle pirates was also fluttering under the blowing of the sea breeze. Fighting against the pirate group is also embarking on a journey at one time. On the other side, Zhang Zhe entered the system's lottery panel. With more than 20,000 conquest points in his pocket, it is not his style to call conscripts without a lottery. Ding! Battle value minus 12,800. Ding! Congratulations to host for summoning the conqueror from Bone King World, Demiurge. Ding! Congratulations to host, you successfully extracted the conqueror Demi-Bird Kaznan. Host, Zhang Zhe. Conquest value 880. Item, Death Song. Conqueror, Obito Yuta, Uchiha Obito, Hungry Wolf, Pain Tiandeo. Jiguo Yuanyi, Ulquioricifer, Uchiha Madara, Medusa. Demiurge. Lottery entrance. Chapter 92, Two-Legged Sheep? Demiurge? Zhang Zhe was slightly taken aback. The polite and slender figure can't help appearing in his mind, especially the iconic round eyes on his face, and the whole person reveals a capable business atmosphere. Commonly known as buying insurance, or a lawyer or the like. Although he is positioned as a military advisor, his strength can be said to be top-notch among his existing fighters. After all, this guy is capable of destroying the country, and a random hit of magic is a natural disaster. But for Zhang Zhe now, Demiurge's strength can only be said to be icing on the cake, and his command ability and experimental ability are what Zhang Zhe values. Look at his current conqueror. Obito Yuta, Uchiha Obito, Hungry Wolf, Pentiandeo, Jiguo Yuanyi, Ulquioricifer, Uchiha Madara, Medusa. These top ones are powerful in battle, but in terms of command ability and strategy, it can be said that they are better than nothing. It goes without saying that Igia is too young, the pure love god of war. He is very talented in spells, but his command ability and strategy are almost non-existent. As for the latter ones, only Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, can still see. However, Uchiha's brain is somewhat mentally ill. As for Medusa, it is impossible to have the highest level existence as a demon, or as the Bone King military commander and commander Demiurge. Acquire skill control spell. Acquire skill dimension blockade. Acquisition of skill wall of hellflame. Acquire the ability of demonic aspects. Zhang Zhe's aura fluctuated. Yi Giaotai and others were no longer surprised, only Madara and Medusa sighed a little. The captain has become stronger again, Demiurge? I don't know what kind of guy it is. Yi Gu saw the changes in Zhang Zhe and knew that there was a new crew member coming. Immediately afterwards, a demon in a blood-red suit appeared out of thin air, with a pair of round eyes that couldn't be seen clearly. It looked like a lawyer or a business elite. Of course, the pointed ears and those a long tail. Captain. A melon seed has a faint smile on its face. Danger? That person just standing in midair brought a sense of danger to everyone on board, except of course Zhang Zhe. Uchiha Madara squinted his eyes slightly, and he could feel the strength in this thin-looking guy. Yi Gu Yutai sighed, it doesn't look like that easy to get along with. Touching his head with his hands, he circled around, and found that he really looked like a little white rabbit among a group of warriors. Looks like a nice guy. The Hungry Wolf sensed the extremely evil aura from Demiurge, and couldn't help feeling a little restless in his heart. Boring man. Medusa just murmured and leaned against the boat on the spot. What's this? Lucini looked shocked. Another ability user? Or a special race? At this time, Xiao lifted the returning blade, and a pair of cold green eyes scanned Demiurge without any disturbance. A demon. Obito frowned slightly. The smiling guy in front of him reminded him of Orochimaru, and under that polite attitude, there was an air of extreme discomfort. As for Heaven, he still had a cold face. Demiurge, the little devil, the highest-ranked devil. Zhang Zhe gave a brief introduction. Captain, I didn't expect you to have a lot of two-legged sheep here. Demiurge descended slowly from midair, and scanned the entourage on the ship. Two-legged sheep. Lucini was slightly startled. Just as Demiurge walked by her, he said slowly with a gentleman's smile, that's right, Miss Two-Legged Sheep, I wonder if you can participate in my experiment. It is my honor to participate in your experiment, sir, Lucini said enthusiastically. Fina and Menna directly took 2 steps back. Why did Sister Luxini look like this? She had just spoken to the gentleman in front of her. Demiurge. Zhang Zhe snorted. She is our navigator. She needs to do experiments, and there will be more opportunities in the future. Facing Zhang Zhe's scolding, Demiurge quickly waved his hands. Sorry, Captain, I'm used to it. An understatement, it already showed the bad character of this polite man. After Lucy and I was released from control by Demiurge, the 10 small faces directly stepped back a few steps in a row, asking for flowers. Think back to how you felt just now. Myself was completely controlled, and there was no room for resistance, and I even thought that some of them were my own due performance. Monster? Another monster? Except for these handymen on this ship, all monsters? Lucy and I's whole body was drenched in cold sweat, her strength was exhausted and she leaned against the railing, her eyes almost lost focus. Does she still have a chance of getting out of this hell? This uncle is so weird. Fina whispered to Mona. Say no more. Meng Na also felt the instinctive fear of her body. It's like the feeling of a low-level creature meeting a high-level creature. Although the other party did nothing, it made her feel a deep fear in her whole body. 0, 0. It looks like another scary guy has come. Ji Kuyuan protected the 2 little girls. Ghost? If he knew that this guy was not a demon, he might regard this guy as a ghost. The breath of the sun started slowly. Both Fina and Mona felt the warmth like the sun, which made the instinctive terror that Demiurge brought to them slightly fade away. What kind of monster is that guy? Kizaru still can't believe it. In a place where countless natural disasters raged, there were only 3 people supporting them. Fear. Even if Rox is alive, it may not necessarily mean that he is strong. Garp sighed. Looking back on the scene in the Valley of the Gods back then, it seems that there is no horror like today. For the first time in so many years, Marine has lost his halberd. What is the most powerful force in the sea? They sent 3 strongest forces, but they were defeated by the opponent alone? Ridiculous? What kind of monster is that guy's captain? Kizaru said slowly. To be able to subdue such a monster, how powerful is the captain of the pirate group, the most powerful person in the world according to legend? I have no power to fight back. Aokiji said with a sad face. Hey, don't be discouraged. Cough cough cough. A few mouthfuls of blood were spat out. Garp clicked his nose with ease. Anyway, this guy is going to give the world government and Sengoku a headache. Chapter 93, Sakazuki, doesn't matter? I'll do it. Wreckage everywhere. The dilapidated warships floated black smoke on the sea. There is still a green aurora in the blue sky, which is the trace left by the white demon, something called Zero. Kizaru stared blankly at the sky. All these years of fishing career have allowed him to become admiral smoothly. But today, sparkling fruit? Mighty Logia? Marine's monster? These are completely a joke in front of that pirate. Especially the sparkling fruit he relies on the most, in front of that white demon. The white demon is probably more like a sparkling fruit. That brilliant green laser. That's what Zero looks like in Kizaru's 880. Mr. Garp, how irresponsible. Aokiji said with a forced smile. Failed twice. His 2 biggest defeats since Admiral happened in such a short space of time. At a loss? Confused? Probably both. I don't know how 5 elders will explain. Aokiji shook his head. Mr. Sengoku, hey. He hesitated to speak. This time it's all because of those celestial dragons trash. Garp was furious. This time our marine has suffered a heavy loss. Celestial dragons? In the eyes of this marine hero, he is trash. And this time Marine launched a buster call for the celestial dragons which led to the current situation. But that white devil, and the pirates. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Look for it and see if there are any survivors. Garp regained some strength. It is not known how many of those wreckage survived. And let Sengoku be blocked. Our marine will face a greater impact than the Rocks pirates. Garp said solemnly, maybe the era of our marine will come to an end. It's not a way of raising people's ambitions. Garp understands Marine's current strength very well. Even under the operation of Sengoku these years, Marine's combat power has almost reached its peak, but its control over the entire sea has not yet reached the level of suppression. If the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army have the strength to completely compete with their marines, I hope it doesn't develop so far, Kyan said with a sense of loss. What? Naval headquarters, Maryford. An exclamation shook the entire naval headquarters bunker. What happened? That's the voice of the Marshal. Thinking of Marshal Sengoku who has always been calm, as if everything is in his hands, what happened to make him make such a voice? Have no idea? As for Marine senior management, many people secretly thought that something was wrong. They do know what's going on. Kizaru lost contact with the buster call, Aokiji and Garp went to support, then. What is wrong? The Conquest pirates escaped after defeating Kizaru? This is the worst possible outcome for them. After all, there is no survival under buster call, and Admiral Kizaru personally took action. According to the previous intelligence, their captain can defeat Aokiji Admiral, so it should be the greatest possibility to defeat the entire buster call with the crew. As for Kizaru, Aokiji, and Garp all lost? This is completely out of their consideration. But soon, the truth was in front of them. Assemble all the marine executives. In a large conference room, a huge curtain was drawn down, and the meeting King Bernard had been waiting for a long time, and half of Sengoku's face was gloomy, with the corners of his mouth pulled down to his chin. Please go to the location of the Buster call and block the news. The meeting King Branyu was strong, don't let the news get out. The Marine executives present were stunned. What's the situation? They still felt something wrong with Marshal Sengoku. The decadence and gloom almost filled the whole room. Marshal Sengoku. Several people just wanted to ask questions. Failed. Sengoku said tacitly. Failed? For a while they didn't react. Call. Suddenly a vice admiral took a deep breath. No way. A pair of pupils lost focus. How could it fail? That's. Grunt. He turned his somewhat stiff head to look at Marshal Sengoku, as if he had a fake appearance. Others gradually reacted. Just kidding. Many people smiled reluctantly, but there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts, hoping that these were all fake, a joke made by Marshal Sengoku. What's the matter, Sengoku? 0.6 This is Sakazuki, who walked in with a cigar in his mouth. In an instant, he felt something was wrong with the atmosphere. What's the situation? Sakazuki, Buster call failed. Sengoku. What? Sakazuki frowned. The news was shocking enough but not enough to make him discolored. Do you need me to take action? It's the war pirate group? There hasn't been such a pirate group for a long time, but... While speaking, magma flowed in his hand. All evil will be washed by his magma and reduced to ashes. No, Polisalino, Kuzan, and Garp missed together. You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details, so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 94, Daihua. Sengoku, what are you kidding? Snapped. Akaina's eyes widened, and he slammed his fist on the conference table. Boom. While the conference table was smashed into pieces by a huge force, it was also ignited by the hot magma. I lost my temper. The rest of the Marines knew that Akaina had lost his composure. The shattered and burning conference table says it all, and of course they didn't get there. Marshal Sengoku, are you sure you're not joking? The Marines were somewhat flustered, with cold sweat dripping from their bodies. Admiral Kizaru, Aokiji, and Marine hero Garp missed? How can this be? This is a combination that even Vice Admiral can't compete with. Is it Big Mom? Or Kaido? Or Whitebeard and Redhead? Who are they teaming up with whom? Akaina regained his sanity a little bit, and asked several questions one after another. As for fighting the pirates? Basically not within the scope of his consideration. Although he was displeased with those two colleagues, as well as some of Garp's styles, but their strength was definitely recognized by him. Such a combination. He believes that even if the Rocks pirates are alive, they will be wiped out by them. Yet, did Big Mom and Kaido team up, or Whitebeard and Redhead teamed up, or did someone summon the remnants of the Rocks? Marine also said. Fortunately, Akainu Admiral thought, well, I don't want them to think that it's a good job to fight against the pirates. Think about it too. Even if the pirate team has a captain who can defeat Aokiji, it is impossible for all his men to be as strong as the captain. You know, those guys were all unknown before. It's fine to have a Zhangzhe. He didn't have any reputation before, and he can defeat Admiral as soon as he appears, but it's impossible for his subordinates to have such strength. And the guys who popped out of nowhere one after another, how could they all have Admiral strength? No. Sengoku just wanted to answer. Unexpectedly, the phone bug rang. Snapped. Sengoku, hurry up and send someone here. Garp's tired voice came from the opposite side. The news must not be spread. Understood, I have already sent the guys from the nearby branch. Sengoku said in a deep voice, but are you sure that the captain of the battle pirates didn't take action? The phone bug was silent for a long time, and then gradually spoke. No. Speaking of it, you may not believe it, we were defeated by a guy, and if the guy hadn't been called away by his captain, we might have even died on that battlefield. Sengoku fell silent. Akainu and Marines were also silenced. The entire conference room was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop, as if being strangled by an invisible hand. Stiff. The news was like a flash of lightning that knocked them back in place. Their hearts were already torn apart, but on the surface it seemed as if the pause button had been pressed. What a big joke. Many Marines collapsed in their hearts. Aside from Kizaru and Aokiji, Garp, the hero of Marine, is the benchmark of justice in the hearts of many of them, and the absolute representative of Marine strength. But they failed? Doesn't this mean that Marine's justice has failed? The Marines present were unwilling to believe such a fact. Even if he was the Marine hero Garp, he himself would not admit it himself. Who? Akainu lost his mind for a while, but gradually regained his senses. Ulquioricifer. That's a white demon. It uses a green aurora, and it has an inhuman body? I doubt he is a special race. Garp heard Akainu's voice and said Xiao Wu directly. That guy is not human at all. Looking back, Garp still has lingering fears. But there is one thing he is absolutely sure of, that guy should not be human, or he thinks that people are not his race. Sifur. Thinking about it, the dog turned around and was about to leave. Sakazuki, you stay and sit in naval headquarters? Others go rescue Garp them? And I. Sengoku stood up and took a deep breath. I will go to the sacred place Marie Joyce to report to the 5 elders myself. 073 Yes. Xiao Wu, I think it's all the captain's foresight. Demiurge opened his arms. What does the captain want? It's war? If we kill them all at once, won't there be futures? N. Xiao nodded indifferently. I see. No wonder, the captain's notification came just in time for him to kill those guys. It turns out that these are all under the captain's control, so asking about the situation on his side is probably the captain's test for him. Obito and Madara watched with cold eyes. The two touched their chins almost at the same time, because some bad memories emerged in their hearts. Although what this guy said seems to make sense, why does it feel like Madara/Black Zetsu? Why does it feel unreal? It had been a few days since Demiurge had arrived. The death song carried them on and continued sailing, while the handy men below fell into new fears. Chapter 95, Freedom, I will fight for it with my life. After Augustus and Jero finished their day's work, Ziki leaned against the wall with no strength. Why is there another monster? The two couldn't help but sigh in unison. The two of them had the lowest status on the whole ship, even Lucy and I, who was similar to them, had a slightly higher status as a navigator. Two-legged sheep? Two-legged sheep. This is what the guy new on board called them, or the entire human race. In particular, this guy called himself a rancher and even proposed to set up a 2-foot sheep ranch on the boat. Both of them felt shuddering when they thought about it. Fortunately, the captain refused. Of course, that guy didn't like anything. On the contrary, an expression like this before, I feel a little scary when I think about it. What did you understand? Don't you know your captain is human too? The two of them thought about it. It seems a little uncertain whether Zhangzhe is human. Think of those monsters on board. And Zhangzhe, who can control these monsters, will he be an ordinary guy, or a human being? Forget it, forget it. Jero sighed. It seemed impossible to escape this hell in my life, and I even had to work hard to survive on the ship. Who knew that they were useless, and the captain would hand them over to those monsters? August, we can't escape, let's try to live. I don't know how those guys will treat us if we are useless. Jero stared blankly at the ceiling, and then said, maybe, it's still our chance. Chance. Augustus was a little confused. They say they're handymen, but they're just slaves. What's the chance? The abilities of those monsters, as long as we learn 1.5 moves, we can all become great pirates outside, especially Mr. Jikuyuan, his abilities can be taught. Think about his strength. Gro Wei squinting his eyes, we only need to learn 1/10 of it, and we will definitely be called a great swordsman outside. Boom! A flame gradually ignited in his heart. If you think about it, we are just little guys on the Grand Line. If you think about it well, there is only one way for pirates, and when you become a pirate, you have to face those pirate hunters and marines. We have already been caught once, then you can be caught a second time. Gro looked at Augustus with his single eye. Think about it. I kind of understand the feelings of those two guys, Meng Na and Fei Na. For us, here is both heaven and hell. The question is whether we can learn something, and whether we can show our value. Jero figured everything out, and his whole body became transparent. And Augustus looked tangled. Freedom? Why is he a pirate? Is free? Is it the man who feels the freedom called by the sea? Now let him put his dignity as a complete slave and servant? This. How is this possible? Since childhood, he often takes various prisons with him. The cage of the slave trader, the prison of the kingdom, and the prison of the marine. Every time he looks out from the iron fence, his eyes are always full of longing, whereas full of the fragrance of freedom. Become a slave? Put yourself in shackles. Augustus looks ugly. Gro, I will never compromise. Freedom is my lifelong pursuit, and I am willing to use my life to fight for it and defend it. The next day, Jikuyuan had a few more people practicing. Mona is still a little dazed until now. Augustus and Jero are standing beside her. Think back to this morning. As soon as she opened the door of her room, she saw two one-eyed uncles sitting in front of her, begging her to ask Jikuyuan's top 10 people to give them a chance. Then, it becomes what it is now. Jikuyuan doesn't matter. Anyway, teaching one person is teaching. Teaching 3 is also teaching. The main thing is to fight the boring world on the boat. Not far away, Medusa is lying on a deck chair. Trouble. She said something lightly. In the distance, the two enemies, Obito and Madara, stared at each other, not giving in at all. There was a snap. The sunspots are down. Looks like I won. Obito, you are still far behind. Madara grinned grimly. 5 sunspots on the chessboard are connected into one piece. Madara, do you think you have won? Obito's eyes behind the white mask opened. Do you see that you are still 5? Madara looked down. I actually saw a little Kamui secretly inhale a sunspot. Obito, Madara. Their faces were close to each other, and their eyes collided like lightning in the air. Wang Lijiao style. A brat who loves to play tricks because he can't match his frontal strength. Madara said coldly. That's no match for a capable idiot who doesn't use his brain. Obito showed no sign of weakness. Are they all Uchiha like this? Hungry Wolf touched his nails. And Yigu next to him was flipping through the recipes, asking Li Xiang what he wanted to eat. He was stunned when he heard Hungry Wolf's question, and answered uncertainly, maybe. It might be because they have a good relationship. Performance. Yigu just finished speaking. Madara and Obito turned their heads together and shouted, who has a good relationship with him? And Zhangzhe looked at the huge pile of proposals in front of him, and Demiurge beside him with an expectant face. He already felt his hair go numb. Chapter 96, Absolute Strength. Demiurge. Maybe some are not so familiar with him, but there is one in the net text that is inseparable from him, Dihua. This guy always thinks about the Bone King, thinking that the Bone King is completely sure of winning, and knows his strategy clearly, but now it seems that his target of Dai Hua has become Zhang Jie. Recently, Zhang Jie often heard Demiurge make up his past actions, and told others, but it happened that others believed it. The main Demiurge is too well-founded. Look, my lord, I know you have already made up your mind, but as a subordinate, I still have to share your worries. I hope you won't be offended, Demiurge said respectfully. Zhang Jie couldn't explain it either. He was afraid that if he explained it himself, Demiurge might come up with more things in his brain. Looking at the plan as high as a mountain, Zhang Jie gritted his teeth, and still looked at it. After all, Demiurge started to take on the role of the Bone King's wisdom, and many of these 283 plans should be helpful to him. Open the first book, Marie Joy's Two-Foot Sheep Ranch. Zhang Jie was slightly taken aback when he saw the title. Yes, there is a natural foundation there, and the transformation from the shepherd to the lamb should be able to play a good role, Demiurge explained with a bow. The corners of Zhang Jie's mouth twitched. Where is this? Still, imagining if those celestial dragons could be lambs seems like a good idea too. Celestial dragons? Since you don't think of yourself as a human, then you are an animal, so there shouldn't be any problem. Zhang Jie casually flipped through the 2 pages, and was a little discouraged by the densely packed words, but he could generally see the details of the plan and the high probability of success, and it could even be said that it was a plan that would definitely come true, especially in the case of Demiurge who has the dominant spell. Then the next one. World Two-Legged Sheep Ranch Project? Next one. Two-Legged Sheep Transformation Plan? World Government Corrupted Sheep Farm Project? Marine Corrupted Sheep Farm Project? Zhang Jie turned around casually for a long time, then looked up at Demiurge. We don't need to plan. In the face of absolute strength, planning is just icing on the cake. A calm sentence. Demiurge pushed his eyes. It seems that I am overthinking. I am not as thorough as the captain. With such strength, it seems a bit small for us to use tricks. Zhang Jie still wants to say a few words. I already know everything, Captain, and I will obey your will. After saying that, Daigo stepped back, and Zhang Jie opened his mouth. What do you understand? Can't figure it out? Is this the so-called Dai Hua? Is this the pain of King Bone? But I like it. Lucina stood at the bow. She was somewhat anxious in her heart. Her eyes looked at Mona and the others from time to time. CCDD, this is her identity that has been able to save her life a little. That guy, Demiurge Sky, is a complete freak. Last night is like a nightmare, and it is still lingering in her mind. Can you believe it? One night, that guy has learned almost all of her navigator stuff. How can this be? To be honest, he was more or less arrogant in his heart. After all, even if these people have great strength, they still need her as a navigator when sailing on the sea. But now, needless to say, this ship is like a living thing, and the learning ability of that Dacius is simply horrifying. Without the identity of a navigator, Lucini's thinking diverged. It seems that I am just a handyman, not even as strong as Augustus and Jero. Panic. What would happen to her if she was useless? Thinking of those guys who rebelled against Zhang Jie at the beginning, their miserable appearances appeared in my mind. I am afraid that I will end up in the same way. As she gradually made up her mind, it was time for her to act. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Do you know what you're talking about? Sengoku. Facing 5 elders scolding, the Marshal Sengoku just lowered his head quietly. It's Marine's fault this time, but the battle pirates can't ignore it. Sengoku said with gritted teeth. There is anger in my heart. Bow down completely to 5 elders. This is the first time since he became Marshal. This time, Marine's dignity has been completely shattered. Several 5 elders still wanted to continue to reprimand Sengoku a few words, and at this moment one of them spoke. Stop talking, said the curly-haired 5 elders. Sengoku also didn't expect that even though he dispatched the top 3 marines, he still couldn't win a single member of the opponent. Immediately afterwards, he glanced around and tapped the ground a few times with his cane. What should be discussed now is how to deal with the Conquest pirate group. And where did this pirate group come from? The 6 pairs of eyes present were full of dignity. Chapter 97, Capone Beak. Master Captain, the marine has come to you again and again. It's not as good as us. The sea breeze blows. Zhang Jie looked at the vast sea, and Demiurge stood beside him and whispered advice to him. Are you taking the initiative? Zhang Jie touched his chin. How long has he been a pirate? How many times have those annoying marines bothered him? Kill a celestial dragons and send a buster call to them? He didn't express it. Isn't it more or less unreasonable? Do you really think he has no temper? It's fine to take the initiative, but how to take the initiative? Zhang Jie opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in them. Well, how about the same method? Daigo smiled and gave an answer. I think, Captain, you have already figured it out. Not to mention that we are not far from an ice lobby. We can also go to the undersea prison and naval headquarters, and an ice lobby is the best attack among them, and it won't take us too much time. While talking, Demiurge pushed his eyes. An ice lobby. Zhang Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered Luffy's current bounty, and it was deduced that it should be in the water capital, but he didn't know if it had reached the same island. But it doesn't matter. The group of world government provoked us, and those guys should pay the price. The handyman next to him trembled slightly. An ice lobby? Jero and Augustus trembled inwardly. That is one of the faces that symbolizes the world government. If the captain and the others destroy an ice lobby, Cold sweat gradually flowed down. Although the captain is very powerful in their eyes, the world government has existed in this world for 800 years, and the imprint it brought to them cannot be resolved in a day or two. The captain is directly provoking the world government? Grunt. I wanted to dissuade him, but I couldn't find any reason. Especially the two people in front of them, just standing loosely, but revealed the feeling that they don't seem to take world government seriously. Boss, found the pirate group. A tank-like pirate ship was galloping across the sea. A guy in a suit and holding a binoculars suddenly found a deadly song sailing in the distance. There is also a pirate composed of 2 sickles hanging on the ship flag. Smoky. One after another, men in sharp suits guarded him with guns, and on a spacious big man chair sat a short and fat man with a flat hat on his head, and a pair of triangular eyes hidden under the brim of the hat. Crash clatter. The red wine was slowly poured into the glass by his hands. Capone Beeg. One of the future supernovas and a main character in the Big Mom chapter. How many years? He has been with guns since he was a child, and it took decades to become the godfather of gangsters on land, and his current ambitions don't stop there. The land can no longer satisfy him. He wants to conquer the sea. With excellent guns and a loyal family, and with the help of devil fruit, as the godfather, he is absolutely invincible. What guy? Hold the steak firmly with a fork, and slowly cut the steak with the other hand. It seems that fighting the pirates. The lookout let out an exclamation. Zhang Zhe, that 400 million big pirate. Capone Beeg's expression didn't change. It's just a BD who went to sea early. If he can go to sea early, the bounty will definitely not be lower than this value. Godfather, it seems that he just went to sea. One of his subordinates whispered. Asking for flowers. Capone Beeg paused for a while. Just went to sea? You have a reward of 400 million Baileys. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's reward was presented respectfully in front of him, looking at the slightly younger face. Good luck, boy. If I want to, if he goes to sea at this age, he may be able to make such a name for himself. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Really? Wow. All moments present stood up. Picking up the gun and guarding, dozens of pairs of eyes frantically searched for the person who came, until the person was locked by their eyes. 0. Take a breath. When? When exactly? A red figure unexpectedly appeared behind the godfather, and none of them noticed it. How can this be? They have so many eyes on them? If this guy came to the godfather, but fortunately, the ability of the godfather. A sneer appeared on the corners of many people's mouths. Is it really possible to think that the unprotected godfather is approaching? The godfather is not alone? Capone Beeg didn't panic at all, and continued to wipe his mouth with a napkin. My friend, we don't seem to be in conflict. Even if the enemy was so close to him, he didn't panic at all. Seems like some winning cards are at hand. I've come to find my ranch. The tall, thin man in red said with a smile. His eyes could not be seen clearly behind those round eyes. Do you know? Capone Beeg said lightly, you are already surrounded by me. The voice just fell. Capone Beeg was about to look at the man's horror. What happened? His pupils shrank. He has clearly issued an order. Chapter 98, The Shepherd and the Two-Legged Sheep. Fire. Capone Beeg gave the order again. Quiet. Still no response. How can it be? Those are all subordinates who are absolutely loyal to him. How could they not respond to his orders? As the fruit of the city building ability, he can station everything, including himself, in his body, so he has always hidden a secret soldier in his body. Capone Beeg, a person is a blockhouse that can move. There are several cannons in his body, as well as those men with many weapons. When facing an enemy at such a close range, he usually gives an order, and that person will definitely be blown to pieces. 667 now. The man in the red suit smiled. The original sneer of Capone Beeg's subordinate gradually froze on his face, and his heart stopped even more. What happened? The eyes under the flat hats are rounded, as if they want to pop their eyeballs out. Fighting the pirates? We seem to be in the same boat as we are. Capone Beeg still didn't understand what happened, why the subordinates in his body didn't act according to his order, but he still maintained a calm answer. After all, having been the boss for decades, the accumulation of experience has allowed him to remain calm in many situations. You took a look at us. Demiurge said. Capone Beeg was taken aback. Those eyes contained malice, and even peeped into our privacy. Demiurge replied slowly. He felt those malicious eyes. Do you want to start a war with us? Capone Beeg shouted. Clap clap. All guns were pointed at Demiurge. Surrounded by layers of gun barrels, it seemed that he had nowhere to escape and could only kill him with his neck stretched. You are still too young to go so deep into the hinterland, Capone Beeg said indifferently. I negotiated terms with your captain, and I will release you if I give you 400 million Baileys. I hope your captain will really pay attention to it. Capone took a deep puff of his cigar. Otherwise, then we can only see if we can get the 400 million reward. Insert the label to sell the first? It was as if Zhang Zhe's head was looking for something in front of him. Boy, sometimes being capable doesn't mean you are arrogant, and a big bounty doesn't mean you are strong. As your seniors, this will teach you a lesson. Holding the cigar in his hand, he pulled it away from his mouth, and then sprayed a puff of smoke directly on Demiurge's face. A pair of eyes with a little contempt. Although I don't know what method you used to prevent the subordinates in my body from hearing my order, but now you have nowhere to escape. If you don't want to be beaten into a sieve, just be obedient. Capone leaned in front of Demiurge and said in a commanding tone, "Yes, boy, it's nothing to lose to our godfather. Keep your head down, this matter is over, we might be able to become partners in the future." Seeing that his godfather had already grasped the situation, those younger brothers also started to launch a verbal offensive. "Call? I'll just say it. It turns out that everything is under the control of Godfather Capone. A two-legged sheep, where is the confidence?" Demiurge didn't panic at all, and even wanted to laugh. The menace of these feeble two-legged sheep. Just like the two sounds of the sheep of the livestock, what is it to the shepherd? But how long had it been since he had been threatened by two-legged sheep? "Demiurge, who are you surrounded by? What are you saying?" Halfway through Capone's talk, he realized something was wrong. All the long spears that were originally aimed at Demiurge turned towards him, and he took advantage of the opportunity just now to enter his body. The sharp knives rested on his neck, and the loyal subordinates held the handles tightly. How can it be? Instantly, Capone Beg changes color directly. "Who the hell are you?" Capone exclaimed. "How could my subordinates be controlled by this guy silently? How is this possible?" Unbelievable things happened right in front of his eyes. You must know that these are the loyal subordinates who have been cultivated for decades, and those are the existences that he can only believe in after step-by-step trials. They almost never betray. Now, Capone felt like he had been a joke before. All betrayed. No one is spared. His absolute confidence in his subordinates collapsed in an instant. He was screaming hysterically, but his whole body was exhausted, as if his bones were 5.0 soft. Yes, he who has been surrounding others, was finally surrounded one day, and the people surrounded were not their servants. Me? People. Demiurge is like a red demon, his polite appearance is just a thin layer of skin, and inside is a demon that can instantly corrupt others' hearts. Without knowing it, he controls others. Demiurge? This strange man with round eyes, he is the shepherd of human beings? And he is just a sheep. Can the sheep resist the shepherd? The answer is obvious, never possible. Chapter 99, Non-Human and Human. Two mirrors of sky and sea. Only one white boat sailed quietly. There are almost no clouds in the sky, and the eyes are full of blue, with almost no edge to be seen. And Death's song is like a toy in the blue crystal. It looks so small in the sky and sea, but it exudes an extraordinary smell, as if it is a ship of the gods sailing. There is no trace of dirt on the silver hull. It looks quite strange on the whole sea, sailing automatically without a helmsman, as if driven by a ghost. Well, indeed there are. With its living soul, Deatho doesn't need a helmsman at all. If it weren't for the living spirit who doesn't know the navigation skills of this world, Lucini should have completely retired at this time, but it is still 22 important Lucini's navigation skills. Zhang Jie was lying on a deck chair, looking up at the sky. Boring. He finally felt the pain of sailing. Every day he looked outside to see the vast sea, and the golden scales formed by the sun, like a golden world python hidden under it. Sailing on the ocean is always boring. Since they set sail from scratch for the Anise lobby, they have encountered few enemies. They are generally ordinary merchant ships. Think about it. After all, they are now getting closer to the Anise lobby, and for some reason, they seem to have sailed near the calm belt. This made Zhang Jie, who was able to see the clouds, unable to even see the clouds. Calm belt. As the name suggests, there is no wind or cloud, and it is full of dangerous sea kings. If they were still driving the original ship, most of them would not be able to sail now, and those who now have the blood spirit Death Song don't need to think so much. Actually, it can also be regarded as Lucia's fault. You must know that not every navigator in this world is called Nami. If Lucia sails all over the world, there is no problem at all, but when she advances to the Grand Line, her ability more or less shows some shortcomings. In particular, sometimes the weather cannot be judged. The weather on the Grand Line is already a bit strange. Sometimes it is clear that the sky in front of it is clear, but it suddenly turns into a storm in the back. Hashtag. Those so-called extreme weather can be changed by manpower. Stormy? 1-0. Overcast? 1-0. Even if Xiao didn't make a move, the other people, under the blessing of the top armament Haki, would still be a natural disaster. It's just a little weather, and it's nothing to worry about. The only thing that bothers Zhang Jie is that their course seems to be a little off. It would be nice to have a cell phone. A handsome young man in white clothes and short hair stared blankly at the sky. A samurai sword half his size was placed on the guardrail. Yibone. Fortunately, you are with me. The huge Lixiang appeared on the top of Yugo's head, and Yugo showed a smile, and gently stroked Lixiang's face with both hands. Long voyage. Most of the explorers on board felt bored. Certainly. There are also people who enjoy themselves. Ms. Medusa changed into a purple swimsuit at this time, outlining her perfect figure. Her lotus arms swayed slightly and her jade legs swayed, showing a feminine and charming look, but who would have thought that there was something hidden in the seemingly slender limbs? What about the strength? A small recliner. A sun fan that doesn't fit well when opened. Medusa just lay there in the shadows, by the railing of the deck, with no one else around. She hates trouble. She enjoys enjoying herself quietly like this, and she doesn't feel bored at all. Ji Kuyuan continued to teach men their swordsmanship. Even Lucia joined their ranks. Those wooden swords were waving in the unshaded sunlight, sweat dripped slowly along their arms and foreheads, and the wooden swords breathed with the air when they swung. The whirring sound continued. Now Zhang Jie's conquerors are divided into two factions. One faction is mainly based on human beings, and the other is mainly based on non-human beings, such as Demiurge, Medusa, Xiao, Hungry Wolf. These are inhumans, and the handyman on the ship 670 will feel the inadvertent look down from them when they come into contact with them. How to say? Most of these are engraved in their bones, only Hungry Wolves are slightly better. Demiurge himself was a demon. In his eyes, human beings were nothing more than two-legged sheep. Just as human beings treated lambs no matter how polite they were, they still had the feeling of being superior to human beings. Medusa, others themselves are monsters in mythology, coupled with their character of being afraid of trouble, made her reticent. Humanity, humans other than the conqueror and the captain are troublesome. That's how Medusa sees it. Xiao is even simpler. He represents the nothingness of death, and he himself is a nothingness. He always thinks that human beings are just inferior creatures. These guys are all arrogant, because most of them are cold-spoken. To be honest, these guys have a smell like demons and gods. Mona and the others got along with them almost early, and they were more willing to get close to the human sense some. You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 100, The Terrifying Captain. In the eyes of Fina and the others, Yigu, Ji Kuyuan, these two should get along better. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, they still have a kind of arrogance in their bones, although they are not easy to get along with, but they have not reached the level of no strangers. Hey, why did you let that guy? The Hungry Wolf grabbed his gray and black hair with both claws violently, and there were blue veins on his forehead. So many days of boredom. Especially after hearing what Xiao said about the fight, the belligerent factor in Hungry Wolf's blood became active. According to Zhang Zhe's words, this guy has ADHD, like a puppy. You go. Zhang Zhe opened his eyes. With your character, there will still be a living creature on it. After finally finding a boat, Hungry Wolf couldn't let him scurry like this, and he already recognized the owner of that boat. Capone Big. It is said that the prototype is Al Capone, the godfather of the Italian mafia. Once the gangster godfather of West Blue, he went to sea later, and became one of the 11 supernovas that year with Luffy and others. Later, after entering the New World, he became Big Mom's subordinate pirate group, and then dealt with Luffy together in the Cake Island chapter Ant. Strength is weak against conquerors. Even with the top-level armed color and the top-level knowledge color, Capone Big can be easily defeated. If using ability, how to say? It cannot be said that they are evenly matched, it can only be said that they are completely crushed. No, Captain. Hungry Wolf's expression froze at first, and then he furrowed his face and said somewhat embarrassingly. He still understands his character. Just like a hungry wolf, an extremely ferocious beast, once it is released from the cage without Zhang Jie staring at it, he will release his nature to the fullest. Those guys have no chance of surviving, and may even lose a complete body part could not be found. Zhang Jie is like a hungry wolf. He can believe the hungry wolf's nonsense, and he has always been a husky now. Let it out. Without him as the master, the results can often be imagined. Do you believe what you say? Zhang Jie sat up and moved his body. Since you want to fight, you might as well fight with me. The body has not moved for a long time, and it always feels a little rusty. Zhang Jie shook his arm while talking, then turned his head and grinned and looked at the hungry wolf. Then, counseling in seconds. Forget it, forget it. Hungry Wolf raised his hands to his chest and swayed wildly. He likes to fight, not bad, but he doesn't like to be abused. He doesn't know how strong the captain is, but sometimes the aura that is accidentally exposed makes him feel trembling, and he can't think of any thought of being an enemy of him. The Hungry Wolf understands that if these warriors are monsters, then Zhang Jie is like the omniscient and omnipotent god. Cowardly. Zhang Jie was speechless. I thought I could move my body more or less, and find a good sandbag to kill my boredom. That's right. In Zhang Jie's eyes, Hungry Wolf is the right sandbag. How can I be the captain's opponent? I still have this bit of self-knowledge. Hungry Wolf smiled and waved his hand. Even if it's a general sparring, I'm just being abused. If you don't blow up the water, Captain, I'm afraid I won't any chance of fighting back. The sun shines. Golden light particles shrouded Zhang Jie's body, and he stretched his waist not easily, and the godlike aura burst out, and everyone on the whole ship felt that sense of oppression. Even they could hear the inexplicable clicking sound, and they knew it was the sound of space shattering. Too strong. The current Zhang Jie is too strong. A strong man in this world, like Garp and his like, Zhang Jie felt that he could easily be crushed to death with a little force, just like crushing a bug. You must know that Xiao Wu can hit 3 with 1. As for Zhang Jie, who has obtained all the abilities of several warriors, needless to say, natural disasters will strike with every gesture, and a little carelessness can shatter the space. Shattering the space like Whitebeard, Zhang Jie is now completely easy. Boring. I'll hold back. Zhang Jie shook his head. The originally handsome appearance has now become even more divine. On some islands, I am afraid that he will be directly worshipped as a god. No, Captain. And a hand that made a snapping motion was slowly retracted, and Zhang Jie gradually showed a wicked smile. Zhang Jie retracted his fist with a smile. The Hungry Wolf let out a long sigh of relief. I'll just say it. Hearing Zhang Jie's words, Hungry Wolf curled his lips. You BD, you want to eat me? Zhang Jie raised his fist and let out a sigh. Boom, cheat your miscellaneous. Are you okay? Yeah. Hungry Wolf hurriedly straightened his posture. Focus? Why? The Hungry Wolf's figure suddenly disappeared. Zhang Jie snorted coldly. Zhang Jie's strength is too strong now, but he can't just keep it if he wants to. As long as he exerts a little force, he will suffer. Kidding. Obviously just clenched his fists, Hungry Wolf felt as if he was locked, and the void was filled with the breath of death.